Good evening, everyone, and welcome to a very special episode of the weekly comic wrap up, and actually the first episode of 2024. So let's give a round of applause for the first episode of the year, starting it off right. That's what I'm talking about. Feels good. Feels good. How does it feel to be in 2024, guys?
Yeah, about the same.
About the same?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, but there's been so much news. So many great comics came out this week. So much news in pop culture and media.
We're trending up.
Oh, yeah. Way
Everything's
different
on the
than-
up and up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Well, so this week, Kyle texted me a few days ago, and he said, "Hey, we're gonna get Aaron on the show, and he's gonna, talk comics with us." And I said, "Oh, great! Aaron Sparrow is a good friend of ours, and we've had him on the show a couple times, and so I'm looking forward to it." And then he goes, "Oh, no, Aaron Lopresti," and I was like, "Wait, the Aaron Lopresti?" I was like, "Stop everything. We need okay. Give me what do I need? What do I need to do? Like, what do I do with my hands?" So, we are waiting for Aaron to hop on over, and we have his book actually waiting in the wings here. So this is his newest addition to the Wraith of God saga, his story that he's been telling with his crowdfunded comic, and we have read it. And I don't know how you guys feel, but I'm confident in saying this is by far one of my favorite crowdfunded books to date.
I concur.
Yeah, I'd agree with you.
I was going to say Kyle had some hesitation, but
Yeah, I was like, yeah,
yeah.
No,
felt some doubt.
it's definitely higher echelon. It's up there with one of the best for sure.
Yeah. Like I said, if Aaron is able to pop on tonight, he will. The only hesitation is that he has some family obligations that are very pressing, we shall say. So if he isn't able to make it tonight, we understand and we know that family comes first, but we still wanted to send the invite to him if he wants to come on, hang out with us. We have his book ready and we can discuss how much we loved it. Because, yeah, man, after reading book after book after book from crowdfunding campaigns that seem to not understand storytelling, this was such a refreshing book.
Yeah, for sure. Just overall, just the quality and the
Mm.
art, storytelling, down to the lettering, like everything. It's nice to have somebody care so much about a product they're putting out. And it's not just, hey, I'm crowdfunding a book, just, slap it together. I don't really care about really much of anything. I just want to put something out there. Whereas he takes the time to really care about the product he's putting out. And it shows it's the second one. So it's not just a one-off like, oh, I did a one and done, I'm out, see you guys. It's like, no, I'm going to follow it up. And sequels are tough. Sequels are tough. And, I really, if only we could ask the man himself how he felt about his sequel, Blood Hunters.
only.
And here he is.
I felt my ears burning, so I figured Kyle was probably ripping on my to get in here and defend myself.
Aaron,
Dang it, he's here. And never mind, this is the greatest book I have ever read.
Now you're
talking.
Now you're talking.
Yeah, now that you're here, backstage though, Aaron, whew, man, I'm pretty sure he set this book on fire. So, but
I don't have any copies left.
yeah,
just torched the whole thing.
Yeah. But no, welcome on, and thank you so much for joining us, man. This is super cool, and it's a pleasure to meet you. I think we've met in person before at one of the local Southern California comic shows here, and hanging out with Aaron Sparrow. And
yes,
yeah. But no, it's a pleasure, and I hope that you're able to stay. And I was going to say we are respectful.
Depends on Kyle. If
Mm.
Kyle's likes the book, then I'll stay. If he doesn't, I'm out of here. So
Well, Aaron, it was good to have you on the show. Thank you for stopping.
In that case, yeah.
no,
Well,
I've
the
got
thing is,
about an
yeah.
hour and a half to kill, so we're good for a while.
Excellent. And yeah, like I said, or I was going to say, we want to be respectful of your time. We obviously know you have family obligations, which, by the way, congratulations. That's pretty big news. So,
Yeah, no word yet. So
okay.
we're baby seems to be comfortable where he's at for the time being. So I think we're safe for tonight anyway. So
Well, good.
yeah. A
Well,
new stage of my life, being a grandfather. I never thought I'd be that old.
Yeah.
dang. So
Wow, you're
have you
old
guys
as hell.
decided,
Damn.
are you going to be grandpa, papa? Have they given you like a name yet? Has it become official?
No, and anytime you try to sort of manipulate the situation, say, I want to be called this, it always backfires on you. So I'm
Oh,
just going to
yeah.
wait, see what the baby says when he first speaks, and go from there. Because my mother-in-law, she wanted to be, her name was Anna, and she said, I want to be Nana Anna. And I said, no. I said, I'm going to teach the kids to call you Nana Anna Banana. And she was like, you'd better not. And that's exactly what I did. And then it ended up being short for banana. And that's all they ever called her was banana.
Oh, no.
So you don't,
That's
I
too
know
funny.
I'm not serving anything up. I'm just going to say, you know what, whatever you call me, you call me. So
Oh my gosh. I cannot believe it. Well, actually, I can believe it a little bit that you would manipulate and try. No, I'm kidding.
well, no, she had a pretty good sense of humor, and I like to think I do. So it was like I thought I wanted to do anything I could to mess with her, and it worked out really, really well. She was furious with me at first, but then it became this sort of endearment, and it was like an easy way to tell the difference between my mom and her. My mom was just Nana, and she was Banana. So
Well, hopefully no one starts calling you a fruit by the time.
yeah,
that,
exactly. We don't
this,
want to go that route.
Well, speaking of Kyle trashing on this book, Aaron,
Yeah.
while we do have you, I know we've got you for a while here. I would love if we could go over a little bit of your book, and you can kind of walk us through some of the thought process, some of the writing
Sure.
thought process, and then we also kind of wanted to add our thoughts and our review of it. I mean, of course, you're aware of how Kyle feels about your books, but
Well, I know how you felt about the first one. He only gave it would you give it a 9 or an 8.5? I thought it deserved a 10, but I took the, what did you give me? An 8.5 or a 9? I can't remember.
It's up there. There are no 10s. It's on a
Okay,
10
all right.
scale. There are no 10s.
I think it
There
was an
never will
8.5.
be. Yeah, but you and Ethan, you guys honestly have the two best books in all of crowdfunding.
Okay. Well, I'll
So
take
yours
that.
is slightly better than Ethan's. So
I like it even better now.
yeah.
So the question I had for these
Yes.
guys, Aaron, was was volume 2 better than volume 1? I loved this second installment, and I can't believe how difficult it is as a writer, as an artist, to come back and produce something even better than your first work. So what was something that you did? Was there anything with this process that was a little bit different? How you attached or how you attacked this story differently? Because I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was just the art or the dialogue, but I loved this issue, man. And it almost came in and hit harder than it's like,
Thank you.
yeah, it's like the Two Towers having Helm's Deep, and you're going, how can they top Fellowship of the Ring? And then they come in with Helm's Deep, and you're like, okay, never mind, they just topped it. So yeah, can I tell us some of your process?
I was worried about this because I know obviously the first one got reviewed really, really well, except for Kyle, who kept it down a little bit.
Mhm.
And so I was like, God, the pressure. What if I tank this? But what I didn't want to go in and do a mystery story like I did on the first one. Okay. Because the first one was very complex. And I don't think this story is as complex, obviously. I think it's more of a straightforward adventure story with some thematic stuff going on and that pays off at the end. Right. And so whenever I put a story together, there's always got to be a point to it for me. What's the moral point to the story? What are the characters learning? What am I trying to say with the story other than just good guys beat up bad guys?
Hmm.
And so that was there. So I knew I had that thematically, what I wanted to do. But then as I started to put the story together, I was a little concerned because it's a very straightforward, like I said, adventure story, where the first one with the werewolves, there was a bit of a mystery. You got, there was flashbacks to revealing origins, which ticked off Kyle. He would have given me a 9 if I hadn't revealed the Wraith's origin. Partial origin, Kyle. Partial
okay.
origin.
Oh.
So my thought process on this one was just to do, not to get too cute, but to do a straightforward story, because I had a short story in mind that I was going to pitch to put in Dark Horse Presents or something years ago, with just a 10-page Wraith versus this Nosferatu character. And it was really basically a climactic scene. And you kind of got a little bit of the buildup prior, and then it just, the story was the payoff. So I just did the entire story, changed some elements and things like that. And as I was going through it, I thought, wouldn't it be kind of fun to sort of give this kind of an old Hammer films kind of vibe to it, with the brides of Dracula. They're always, the Hammer films always had these women in nightgowns. That's all they ever dressed in. They're in the girls' school, but all they ever wore were nightgowns. And so
that's in every girls' school. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And so I thought that would be kind of fun to do that. And I didn't spend as much time on the villain. I mean, I gave him enough of a backstory, I think, that you kind of understood why he was there. But this, to me, was more about developing Wraith and Esther's relationship, because they have to continue to work together. And it was a very sort of, on the end of the first issue, was very sort of unsettled. I mean, you got a sense that this is how I want to move forward. Esther had in her mind how she wanted to move forward, but you didn't know if that was going to work or not. Right. And so I needed to play off that a little bit. And like I said, I always kind of try to pick a theme. And the first one was basically to keep it very generic and not get into the religious aspects or the Christian aspects of it, but just, what am I here for? What's my purpose? Am I doing with my life what I should be doing with my life, kind of thing, in a broader sense. And then in this one was kind of like, and this was actually more of a directly Christian themed thing, in the sense of just about faith. Do I have the faith that I think I have? Do I really trust, in God, or trust what I'm doing? And I thought it'd be nice to kind of turn that onto Esther, who is kind of a little bit pious, and have her realize that maybe she's not where she needs to be. And so that was kind of the theme I wanted to deal with. And you're never sure,
Yeah.
This was 54 pages. The first one was 79 pages. And I was like, could I have, beefed this up more? And you always run into this kind of problem or potential problem of saying, do I want to, like, for example, how does the Wraith and Esther know how to kill vampires? Right. Well, I kind of addressed that, but like in a page, with a few things that they said. And so all their research they did off panel, because I thought, do I really want to spend 3 pages of them going through old journals and, books on vampires and all this kind of stuff and the different ways you kill? I mean, because we all know that stuff just because it's in pop culture. We all know it. So by going through a large drawn out scene of them learning stuff that we already know, I was afraid it might be too boring. So I wanted to address it, to say, okay, this is, we assume the Wraith gets the information via his vision dream, whether it was God talking to him or not, and then kind of passes it on, hey, to Esther everything you need to know is in my journal, you know? And then by the
Mhm.
time we meet the first vampire chick out there, she's like kind of rehashing in her mind everything that she's gone over off panel, or, you know, which is, you know, crosses, stakes. This is all seems incredible. So now we kind of get the idea. Okay, she's up to speed with what it takes to kill a vampire, but I didn't have to spend potentially boring time showing the audience that. And so again, maybe that would have worked. Maybe apparently it did work, because most people seem to like the story. So no one was going, oh,
Yeah.
why didn't you flesh out these little things? And I'm of the mind, I like to keep the story moving. So I give you guys the information you need and then keep moving, rather than lingering on stuff that probably isn't that important to forwarding the story. And then you figure
Yeah.
out a way to kind of shorthand it so that you let the audience know that you're aware of this and you're dealing with it, but not in a way that's going to be drawn out and bore them. And so I think this is a faster paced story
Mhm.
than the first Wraith of God, and that may be why people are responding to it as well as they are, is because it really moves, and you know, it's things are going on all the time. There's not these kind of slow periods where I'm giving you background information, then we're getting caught up again, and so that may be why you felt differently about it than the first one. And I was worried it wouldn't be as hefty as the first one, but it seems to have been fairly well received because it moves pretty well. So it's kind of
Yeah.
like you kind of strike that balance, right? And uh, so
Yeah.
that was essentially my thought process, was just to kind of tell a straightforward adventure story with a moral to it. And that's kind of how I approached this, where the first one was, I think, was more complex. I had more things I was juggling.
Well, I will say the pacing in this is fantastic, and I think what you're saying about keeping it very action packed is evident in the pacing here. And I think one of the things that like had me drawn to this book was the character development that you had between Wraith and Esther, and also the faith element that was based throughout this. You see this arc with Esther, who starts the comic as she's like, can I trust Wraith? Am I able to trust him? Do I even have the faith and the courage enough? You know, I'm afraid in this setting. Do I have the courage to face what we're about to face? And she's constantly in doubt. And throughout the book, it just, you know, Wraith is uh preaching these biblical verses, and he's saying the only thing I fear is God, right? And you really get into the depth of like why he is the right hand of God's wrath, like made incarnate in this, you know, kind of Western setting. So I loved that aspect of the character, and I also thought it played well with Esther, how she, you know, kind of gets her moment at the end there too. But what Kyle and Drew, was there something that you guys picked from this in particular that kind of like really set this one apart from the first one, or was there anything that you guys liked in particular? Like I said, I'm gonna find a few verses while you guys talk, because there was one set of dialogue that I was like, oh, like I audibly, like out loud, was like, hell yeah, this is cool. But yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I'll let Cal finish. But I enjoyed the faith element, you know, and I loved it with her, like how she starts off, and like we called it in Catholic school, the doubting Thomas. That's who she was at
Mhm.
first. But then she slowly, gradually builds that faith in what she's doing, in her and what she's doing. And I enjoyed that element. And I just love the villains in this. I'm sorry, I love he lives just like Nosferatu,
Oh,
or the Dracula from, or the vampire from Salem's Lot, Count
yeah.
Orlok.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
When he lifts up from the cop, like this moment here on the page,
yes,
I just envision that same Nosferatu film where he like lifts up out of that old black and white film.
Mhm.
This was like perfect. So sorry, I
That's
didn't mean to
that's
interrupt.
obviously that's what I was using for inspiration for this scene and the character. And I'm not a big vampire guy. In fact, I hate vampires because they just look like, you know, suave dudes with fangs, and I'm just like, I that's why I do like the Nosferatu version because he looks more like a monster, and there's something that's really sort of scary. And so if I was going to do a vampire story, it had to be a character that looked like Nosferatu, so that it would be fun enough for me to draw.
And speaking of monsters, I don't want to spoil it for people, but a little later on, one of the vampires does turn into an actual monster. I won't say what it is, and I got a kick out of that. It was a great look.
You know, the funny thing is that wasn't in the original script. And as I started to draw that final scene, I was like, I got to punch this up, man. I'm like, hey, why can't I have him, change into this? And then I went, yeah, I'll do that. Kyle will like it if I do that. That's what I was thinking.
It helped.
And
Speaking of
funny,
which,
it wasn't in the script until I started drawing it, and I realized I got to up this up a little bit, and so that's where that came from, just sort of at the last moment.
well, do we dare let Kyle give his review on this? Because he's just gonna let the whole stream go down a bad path if we let him go on a tangent.
Something.
Yeah, so we only got 90 minutes, so
we might as well let you talk a little.
The Reader's Digest version.
No, I liked it. I personally, I thought issue 1 was better.
Ooh, okay.
Just like with you with vampires, right now there are so many vampire stories that the three of us read on a weekly basis, it seems, where it's difficult to stand out for us. Now this does, and I think it's interesting that it does start off with a bang. Like, it's just boom, vampires. I mean, he wakes up and it's like vampires. And to me, it almost felt like, okay, I need some time to marinate with this. Like, because this takes place, 14 years before Bram Stoker's Dracula gets published. And so, like, that's like the Mac Daddy, granddaddy of all vampires, which I think is overrated, but it's still it's a book. But I'm just like, so what's the impetus of this? Is this before Bram Stoker's Dracula? Like, did this influence that story in a way? Like, could that have done that? Because it seemed like vampires were already a thing that he knew about. It's like, well, how do you know about vampires? And so that was just,
well, that's the thing, right? Is it, do you take the tact that this didn't start till Bram Stoker wrote about them, or has this been like werewolves? When did that exactly start? And have there been legends of vampires and then Bram Stoker just, but no, you're total. That's a totally valid observation.
Yeah, and I'm like, that's kind of cool. So this influenced that. Now I know this takes place in America, but like it's interesting that he does arrive via boat, just like in that novel. So I'm like, okay, well, this I was having a lot of fun thinking about that. I'm like, okay, did this influence that? Did that influence this? It was very fascinating for me reading between the lines with that. Yeah, I was glad what you added into this, because Count Korvac came off as kind of a bit of a bitch in this, which I know most of the OG vampires do, because they brood and they sit around and their soul. It's like, and that's kind of a problem with vampires, because it's like, you look cool, but you don't really do anything. But like, you look menacing, and I love it. But so I'm glad what happens in this later on. It's like, okay, we get some action in here, and he does come off like he can fight Wraith, because I was just kind of like,
turns into.
Yeah, what he turns into is awesome. And honestly, this felt like an Esther story more than a Wraith story.
Well, and that's your fault again, because I remember your review and you saying, you just gave us too much information about the Wraith. And I thought, if I start making stories about the Wraith, then the only way they can be a story about the Wraith is if we find out more information. I said, then Kyle is going to skewer me on his review show. So I can't do that. So we got to go back with Esther again. Now in the third issue, we're going to get into Wraith's background a little bit more, whether you want me to or not, Kyle.
Oh no.
No, but I love the crisis of faith, because that is such a poignant thing. That is something that a lot of people resonate with. And, being raised Catholic like we were, it felt very real when you have that. What is this? What does it mean to actually have faith in something or someone, in God? Like, when it's actually tested, what does that mean? And the arc that she has through this, it's amazing. It really is great, and I think it's more her story than anybody else's, and it rings true to, I think, a lot of people. So I really like that aspect of it.
Well, thank you.
Mhm.
When writing these things, the challenging thing for me is because you guys know I am a Christian, right? So these are,
Mhm.
but it's like I know that all my audience isn't necessarily, right? And so the trick with these characters has been trying to just not for this to be a preachy comic in any way, shape, or form, but to have characters that are authentic,
Mhm.
right? So she's an authentic Christian character that struggles like every other Christian person does with different things. The Wraith, we're not exactly sure what is going on there. And so I just, rather than trying to like say, okay, here's the preachy message for this issue, it's like, if I put this character who is a Christian character in this situation, how are they going to authentically respond? And I think if you do that, rather than trying to figure out, okay, well, what's the message I want to preach to somebody,
Mm.
but what's the situation I want to put this character in to kind of deal with stuff that we all deal with on some level, I think that's I didn't know if it'd work or not, but so far it's worked. So I'm going to say that would be the way to approach this kind of thing so that you're not turning off a secular audience, but a Christian audience will appreciate because they'll have a more of a firsthand experience and these kind of feelings and stuff. Where in a secular audience will just go, you know what, that's who this character is. That's what this character would do. And that's kind of how I want these stories to progress. I always feel, like I said, I always feel like there has to be a moral there, because what's really driving the story if there isn't a moral? It's just Iron Man fighting the Hulk for the sake of 20 pages of them bashing each other, and then they become friends at the end just so we can see a huge fight scene. And I want this stuff, especially if you're doing graphic novels or stories that are much longer than, you know, your 20-page monthly book. You want to have something that has a little bit more, you know, you feel like you've read it and you can go away and makes you think a little bit, you know. And so I'm always trying to figure out how I can walk that tightrope of putting in the morality issues in the stories, dealing with Christian characters, but not being preachy and not, you know, turning off a non-Christian audience. And maybe it's just the monster element that kind of brings that sort of, you know, balance to it.
Mhm. I think you walk that line perfectly. And I will also say that, so I'm a Christian and I'm, currently practicing in my faith, and so having a comic book like this is pretty rad because it does two things really well. Like you said, it doesn't preach at you, and it doesn't preach at others to go, hey, if you're not a Christian, you're a sinner, and blah, blah,
Mm.
blah. It doesn't lecture you and doesn't hit you over the head. However, you have a very convicted um, protagonist who has these visions from God to extract the evil from earth. And I found that quote that I was looking for earlier, but it's the page where where he first encounters one of these female vampires that he was given the dream about from God himself. And one of the woman says, the master said that I would live forever. And Wraith says, the devil is a liar, and so is your master. And it seems like something so that is what that character would say. And it doesn't come from a place of, let me tell you why you guys are wrong because you don't believe in God. It comes from a place of, the character is someone who practices faith more so than anyone else. Like, that is his conviction, is that he's convicted by, like, his purpose is from God.
Yeah, he
And
believes it,
so,
whether it's
oh
true
yeah.
or not, but he believes it. He absolutely believes it 100%.
Yeah. And so, but isn't that what we hear all the time from people who are the antithesis of that? Is they say, well, I will live here on earth and I will store up treasures here on earth and I will live forever and I will, clout and this and that and the celebrity and blah blah. And that is what earthly things tend to tell people, is that, oh, you'll live forever, right? And Wraith of God comes in and he goes, no, 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 the devil is a liar. And so is your master, right? You can't serve both God and what is it? You can't serve both
Can't serve
God and
both
money.
God and mammon, which is money, but
Yeah.
it's more than money, but that's kind of the
It's that
simple
corrupted.
interpretation.
Yeah. So just stuff like that, where it's like, man, this is really, it feels like you have thought about this. It feels like instead of speaking through, you know what, I'll just write something cool where he says like, you know, a badass line. It sounds like something that internally the character would have this, you know, this internal monologue with himself, and that he would tell this villain that he encounters. But so stuff like that, where I'm like, man, this is great. This is really kicking ass. So
Thank you. Thank you.
yeah. But yeah, no, I think it's pretty ballsy to release a comic that that does have those Christian themes and elements. How was it balancing, you know, having a kick-ass story to just be like, this is going to be fun, this is going to be action-packed, it's going to be this, but it's also not going to lecture, and it's also not going to be too preachy. Was that something that you and your wife had to talk about? Was that something you and your editor had to discuss, or was this something that just came through multiple things?
I'm lucky if my wife reads my comics. I finally got her to read the first one. Like, she walks in and goes, "Hey, this is actually pretty good." And I'm like, "What?"
You're like,
Thanks.
Oh,
Too
she started
funny.
reading Garbage Man. I don't think she's done with it yet, though. But no, it's, you know, I think I'm trying to think of how I would, what kind of thought process went into this. I always feel like, kind of hearkening back to the first issue. One of the biggest discussions I have mentally with myself all the time, or spiritually, is, you know, am I doing the right thing? Am I spending my time, the talents God gave me, doing something productive? And if you're working for DC or Marvel, right, which I did for darn near 30 years,
Yeah.
you're just drawing stories that don't really mean anything for the most part. And, you know, you can't escape who you are. Right. And this to me is, this originally was a concept that was going to be a Western Ghost Rider revamp for Marvel, and they didn't go for it. And so I really liked how it was shaping up. And I don't know if the spiritual element came later. I don't think it was in the initial pitch that I did to Marvel. But then as I started fleshing out the character and stuff, it became, hey, wouldn't it be interesting if this, you know, he's not just a monster hunter, but why is he a monster hunter? You know, well, what if he thinks God told him to go kill monsters, right? And so, and then what if he, you know, manipulated somebody, you know, to be, and all this stuff started, you know, and I thought, well, this is a good way that I can sort of express my faith creatively without, you know, doing, say, religious tracks or something, you know.
Well, you didn't want to do Bible Man?
Yeah.
We've got some Bible Man fans in the chat.
Well, I mean, look, here's the thing. If you're doing like books, or whether it's children's books or something specifically for a Christian audience, you're kind of preaching to the choir. And I understand there's a need for that because, you know, people that are, excuse my dog, sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Because there's a lot of Christian people that are very strict in what they'll allow, you know, into their home for entertainment, right? So there is a market and a need for specific Christian entertainment. But I thought, if I could somehow incorporate my beliefs and my convictions into a story that could read either way, you know, that could be a secular story, but it also could be a Christian story, then I'm really onto something. I think, because then you're getting a wider audience, right? And so there was all that thought process that went into this, and I didn't think, I honestly, you can buy one comic at your local comic shop and spend too much money these days.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. $5, $6. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And for what they're putting inside them,
$4 too much.
Oh,
but I'm
yeah,
still,
Aaron,
go ahead.
oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I still sort of go, is this book too violent? You know,
This
is
one?
it, you know what I mean? And it's like, you kind of go
Mhm.
back and forth like this and trying to balance that sort of that, because I don't feel there's any real drama unless there's violence or a threat of violence. Because then you don't really have drama, right? You have a Woody Allen film, which could be great, but
Yeah.
probably not what we want to do in comics. And so I'm always constantly, how far, because I don't want Christian readers to be offended by it or won't read it because it's too violent or whatever. But I don't want a secular audience to go, this is too wimpy. So you try to find that sort of PG-13,
Sure.
middle ground. And obviously there's bloodletting in my comics, but I don't think that they're over the top. I don't think they're gratuitous.
No.
But yeah, I think about all those things, man. Every time I sit down to write one of these, but I have to look at it and say that it out of all the IPs that I had, and I chose this one to do, it's worked out pretty well in terms of not only critical response to it, but numbers wise. I've done a good, or I've sold a good number of copies. And so that lets me think that maybe I'm on the right track with this. And because I'm working on Kit Carter right now, which is nothing like this. It's just fun, silly space adventure for kind of but you're not going to get any sort of moralizing in that book.
Sure.
It's just going to be goofy.
Never mind.
Adventure.
Goofy fun stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Boo.
Well, here's what's yeah, right. Here's what's so great about what you were saying about the violence, Aaron, and then I'll pull up your Indiegogo campaign here. But what's incredible and what I find, which is so sad, is that a lot of Christians will say, "Oh, you can't read Harry Potter, or you can't read Lord of the Rings, or you can't read, Chronicles of Narnia, or anything like this that really allows these kids to have like a creative, imaginary outlet." And so then by the time they are introduced to art, they're like, "What is this?" Right? Mm-hmm. But when you read the Bible, you've got characters in there like Samson, who slaughters people with a donkey's jawbone. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. That's brutal. Imagine the strength it would take for someone to do something like that. And just things like that, where you have these warriors biblically, whether it's Gideon or whether it's David, there is a lot of violence within the Bible. And so I think that it would be unfortunate if you kept it too PG in this book, because with threat of violence, like you said, there are stakes. There comes drama with violence. And I think sometimes violence has to be necessary, especially when fighting against evil,
right. And that's the way I always kind of looked at it. I was like, hey, the only people that are getting, their heads lopped off and stuff are the monsters. So
yeah, I guess that's true
so far.
And
I guess the sheriff didn't do too well in this story, did he?
Oh, the poor sheriff when we find him. Yeah, that's true.
Well, both sheriffs actually took a little bit of a heat.
Yeah. But I mean, yeah, like I said, I think that when weak men stand by and do nothing, evil does overtake the good. And so it is going to take good men to fight off evil, and sometimes that takes violence. Now, of course, I'm not advocating on my YouTube channel. Don't get this taken down or anything. But I think in this setting, in this comic book, I think you did a fantastic job of. Hey, like you were saying, if this were Ghost Rider at Marvel right now, Kyle, Drew, we would be on top of the moon, because God. Ghost Rider right now is
the exact opposite of this.
It's the exact opposite. No violence, preachy, mean-spirited. It's just everything this book is not.
Anti-Christian, anti-family,
Yes.
anti-everything.
Especially anti-family. Yes. Very
Exactly.
anti-child, anti-parenting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, welcome to
So-
our culture, right?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Well, and that's what's so wild is like, and this is what's great, and why I think the Iron Age has become a great outlet for guys like you, Aaron, who are legends within the industry, who are able to produce something that is a great story and rooted in something larger than ideology. This is a moral story, right? And moral stories tend to be more humanistic, and they tend to be timeless. You know, like I
Right.
said earlier, Lord of the Rings is a timeless story because everyone can resonate with
Right.
struggles.
Anytime you tie a story in or a concept into culture, it's going to age so quickly.
Yeah.
And I don't think, and so that's why I'm not interested in what, the particular fad is. I mean, clearly I'm not interested in what are the fads in culture right now, but, what someone thinks today, I'm more interested in sort of classic, takes on humanity and morality. And I mean, the one thing you know for certain is that is human nature, because it is not it is not changed in the 6 to 10,000 years, however long you want to you date human life. It hasn't changed one bit. It just keeps recycling over and over the same stuff. And so those are consistent elements. Morality and the human nature are consistent things that I think are timeless. And so if you focus your stories on things like that, rather than, what's the latest fad in culture that, people are going to have a completely different opinion about 3 years from now, hopefully, because I look at stuff like, if you look at Aladdin, the animated movie,
Yeah.
and all the comedic references that are in that movie, from Jack Nicholson to who was the guy who had the talk show that did the whoop whoop whoop, right? I mean, I don't remember
Arsenio.
his name.
Arsenio Hall, yeah.
Hall, right? It's like nobody knows that anymore. So those jokes are completely dead, even though they were hilarious in the moment because they were all like relevant to that period of time, but they don't age well, because no one cares anymore. No one gets it. And so I think you deal with stuff that is, again, like we said, timeless. And this is a story that could have worked 20 years ago and hopefully would work 20 years from now.
Oh, absolutely. I see myself reading this and being like, this aged like fine wine. It aged very well.
No,
now
and
let
I
me-
and I think
yeah.
the villain, sorry, but like with the first one with werewolves, it's like, okay, silver bullets, yeah, easy. It's like Wraith can rely on weapons for the most part in this to defeat your enemy. And this one, vampires lend perfectly to faith, Christianity, all of that belief and everything else. Like it just makes sense. It's not like he's fighting zombies and is like, I'm gonna fight you with a cross and now you burn in hell, you devil. So it's like, okay, that seems a little much. Like you're stretching a little bit here. So it just makes sense that with this villain, it's why as timeless as vampires are, the different iterations, it's like people can resonate with it. And there's a reason why they've been around for over 100+ years in pop culture and everything, literature. I mean, it lends well to any storytelling in any period of time, regardless if this is in 1880s, if it's in the 19, future, whenever. It's like, there's a sacrament book out by some publisher that takes place in the future where a guy is having to exercise, planets and stuff because they're
Oh, that's
evil.
right.
And, yeah, I mean, it's all over everything. So it just resonates really well. And I personally like the time period, and I had our 66-year-old mother read this book, and she said it was very good. So
Hey, look at that.
resonates with her. And she's
Nice.
she was an English teacher, but she enjoyed.
She found all my grammatical errors.
Oh, the red pen. It's everywhere in here.
It's like I read this thing multiple times. I hire someone to proofread it. Then I got somebody else. My letterer is also a proofer. And you'd be amazed at like stuff just creeps through sometimes. And you're like, how in the world did I miss that comma or did this word get misspelled? And
crazy. It happens.
Yeah.
And now I've got your book pulled up, and we won't show the entire thing because I want to be I want to keep the keep a little bit of the mystery going.
God, I love that
Um,
pan. God, that was my favorite panel.
oh, where they're all hung up
Yes, they're all
on
hung
the
up.
Yes.
That
it's so
that
cool.
is
Yeah.
amazing.
So
That
Aaron, little spoiler alert: the Garbage Man story was my favorite one in this whole book.
Mm.
Yeah, Wraith of God was 2. Garbage Man was number 1. I had a blast reading that.
So
It was my favorite
yeah.
too, and
I knew it.
the reason being is that there's a couple things going on in this story. When I did the Garbage Man miniseries for DC, this was originally one of the stories, but it was too long. I couldn't cram it into 10 pages. And so I had to dump it and go with something else, and just kind of sat on it for a while. And the character, anybody who's a big Bernie Wrightson fan, this mutated muscle character very much looks like Hanover Fist from the Heavy Metal movie. Excuse me. And there's a story in Heavy Metal June 1980 issue that has the Wrightson Captain Stern story in it, featuring Hanover Fist. And Dan Lawless, who colored this, tried to kind of emulate the watercolor style that Wrightson used on that Heavy Metal thing. So there's all these little kind of Wrightson tributes in this story. And it's so absurd. The whole premise of the story is so absurd that I love it. And yet it still, I think, has a little bit of a point at the end of it. There's just a touch of poignancy in there. And so it was a lot of fun to draw. Obviously, when you're drawing nothing but monsters and zombies, it doesn't get much better than that. But I just got a real kick out of this story. It's not necessarily supposed to be funny, but I kind of find it kind of darkly funny. And
yes, it's got a dark humor to it. Absolutely. Yeah. When you find out the family and everyone's like, oh my God, they've all been brought back. They're all, and just there's a dark humor there.
Mm-hmm.
I think, and I think we were talking about this backstage before the show went live, actually, and we were looking at the artwork here, and I think we all came to the conclusion. Drew kind of brought it up, but we all felt like Garbage Man was almost like a homage to Sludge, maybe,
Mm-hmm.
and also like you had so much damn fun drawing this thing.
Yeah.
I think I even remember asking you at one of those conventions, like, you draw beautiful women and you draw like grotesque, awesome monsters. What's your favorite? And I was kind of hoping that you were going to be like, oh, beautiful women. It's so, but you were like, oh, freaking monsters, man. Of course I love drawing monsters. And you can really see your passion come through these pages with the Garbage Man stuff for sure.
Well, the thing with the women is that that's sort of there's a standard there, and it's like, you can say, oh, I think this drawing, this woman's pretty pretty. And then other people are like, not really. I mean, so you really have to the figure work is easy for me. It's faces though. That's where your money is on, especially on women, is like the faces. So when you're drawing a monster, there's a certain quality to the face that you want to make it sort of like, I don't want to say iconic, but it's the difference between the orcs and Predator. Predator is something that has become iconic, that look. Orcs are just like ugliness,
Right.
Oh, let's drop an eye down here, but there's no uniformity. There's no sense of a design to them other than just let's blop some more ugliness on this guy. So I do find that there's a challenge when drawing monsters, that you want them to kind of have sort of an iconic look to them, something that people can grab onto, a familiarity about them. And so there is that challenge, because you can draw a crappy monster just like you can draw an ugly woman when you're trying to draw a beautiful woman. So, but there's less restrictions on monsters, right? I mean, you can, if I want to draw a head or arm coming out of his head, I can do it, and no one has to really explain why. And, so there's a little bit more freedom in creative interpretation when you're drawing monsters. And that's kind of what I like, but I'm more of I'm not necessarily a horror fan as much as I am a monster fan. And I've always kind of liked this idea. I've talked about this before, about the monster as superhero, right? As opposed to just a really gross monster. I like drawing the Hulk as a monster as a superhero. Garbage Man is a monster, but he's a superhero monster. And so that gives me some sort of parameters to work in. Now, when you're drawing the evil creature, whatever it is, and you can kind of go nuts. But I do kind of like being able to, because I love superhero books and I love monster books, but you can combine that sort of element where you've got the monster as a superhero, then that's kind of clicking on all cylinders for me. And that's kind of how I see Garbage Man. And you're correct. This is my version of Sludge. When I was working on Sludge with Steve Gerber, and we talked about what we wanted the book to be, we were going in two different directions. And I was like, after I had my first conversation with him, I went, oh man, this is going to be fun. He wanted to do a crime book where Sludge was sort of the catalyst for these crime stories. And I wanted to do like old Swamp Thing writes, and I wanted to do a Monster of the Month book. Yeah. And so if you go back and look at the series, the issues that Gerber wrote were all crime focused. And the issues I wrote were all monster focused. Like I had the Alligator Man in the sewers. I had the Frankenstein monster, Lord Pumpkin. Well, that was a nice combination where Gerber worked with me and we were able to make Lord Pumpkin a clearly monster character, but turn him into a crime boss. So we got he got his satisfaction out of it and I got mine. But Garbage Man in a lot of ways is, if Sludge was mine and I could do whatever I wanted to with him, this is what I would do. And so it's sort of a somewhere between Wrights and Swamp Thing and Sludge lies Garbage Man, but he's certainly pieces of both of those characters. The best thing about my work and the worst thing about my work is that I tend to lean into tropes and things that we recognize rather than being this out of the box thinker. I kind of like to take stuff that I know everybody likes, that I like, and then kind of weave my characters and stories so that they all feel they're familiar, but they're still new. And to me, that's a better formula for success than trying to get really outside the box and have everybody go, wow, man, I've never seen anything like that. I didn't really like it, but I've never seen anything like it. I often tell this to my daughter who's very creative, and she's a dancer, but she's also an artist, and she's incredible about thinking when she does choreography and stuff. It's so outside the box. And I really admire that because I'm not that kind of a thinker. I like to take stuff that we like and feel familiar, that's part of our culture or pop culture memories and stuff we've known as a kid and all this kind of stuff that we like, and then just kind of do a new story with those kind of elements. And that's very much what Garbage Man is. And, some of the other, Kit Carter's obviously the Bubble Helmet Space Girl's been around since, Pulp magazine. So it's not like it reinvented the wheel or something.
Well, and I think that's, what I feel like so many, and I think we've done a good job. We haven't mentioned modern books. We mentioned Ghost Rider and stuff, but we've tried to veer away from modern books. But I will say that a lot of modern writers feel like they have to put their stamp on this character, and they're like, this is going to be groundbreaking, right? And they're going to do all this
or put themselves in the
stuff with
book.
Well, that's what they tend to
right?
do. That is, they're like, I'm going to change this character to be me, and it's going to be groundbreaking. We're going to do something totally different. We're going to do this and that. And it's like, so much of the time, a lot of the fans aren't really asking for that. Like maybe some people are looking for that type of story. But honestly, if we got more stories like Garbage Man, like Wraith of God, like stuff like this that were good character studies, or something with beautiful art and a fantastic a solid through line and good pacing, but nothing that's like, in terms of story wise, nothing that's groundbreaking, that's never been done before, I would take that 10 times out of 10 than something that's, like you said, kind of out there and doesn't make sense. And it's like, well, I guess it's new, right?
Exactly. Well, I don't know. I got into comics in the 70s, right? And then of course, you guys are much younger than I am, but you know, the 80s were such a fertile ground for comic book reading, and there was so much great stuff going on in the 80s. And then even into the 90s to a certain degree, you know, until it got too imagey, and then it sort of went off a cliff there. But
Oh, I love him.
well, no, but I mean, in the sense that it became all about gimmicks and
Yes. Yeah.
and story and stuff wasn't as important.
Mhm.
And a lot of crap evolved out of that. I'm not picking on the Image guys, but I mean sort of what Marvel and DC trying to emulate Image and everything else, right? And so I'm just going back and doing stories that I would have liked to have read when I was a kid in the 70s or a young adult in the 80s, when I was, you know, still actively really reading comics, and kind of recreating that vibe, you know, because there was something about reading comics that got me so excited that I wanted to be a professional in comics. And I don't know that you get that feeling now reading comics, current comics, you know, if you even read them at all anymore. My son, who's 30 years old, he grew up in this environment, and he doesn't read new comics. He buys the essentials, Marvel essentials, and he reads all the
Those are
classic
great.
Fantastic Four and Spider-Man, because that's where the good stuff is.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of book that I want to put out there, is that, you know, something that you feel like, hey, if Wraith of God was a thing back in the 80s, it would have fit right in, or in the 70s, or whenever, you know, whenever comics were in their classic form. And that's just how I write, because that's the kind of stuff that I loved and that got me into comics. And so that's the kind of stuff I'm trying to produce.
Yeah. And at least for me, and I know a lot of other people who have read your book, a lot of fans, I feel like they feel the same way. The great thing about your stories feel like, 84 to maybe like 88 is just, for me, is like golden era. You look back and every week are bangers, you know, like
Yeah.
art, story, concepts. You had everything during that era of like 1984, 1988, somewhere around there.
And you had
Just like,
Simonson's Thor, you had Daredevil by
oh,
Frank Miller, you had the X-Men with Byrne and Claremont,
yeah,
you know,
McFarlane's
everything Byrne was
Spider-Man.
doing, you know.
Yeah.
Mike
Yeah.
Zeck, you know, you saw what Stephen Grant and Zeck did with the Punisher there later in the
Yeah,
80s,
yeah.
things like that. I mean, yeah, it was exciting. Killing Joke came out in what, 87 or 88, somewhere in that neighborhood. And Camelot 3000, I don't know if you guys remember that story by Mike Barr, and there was just
Brian
cool,
Bolland. Yeah.
Boland, and Mike Barr wrote it, and Boland drew it. And I mean, it was just Marvel Comics Presents came out in the 80s, and you had all the, you know, the Wolverine series by John Buscema, as well
So
as,
damn
you know,
good.
I mean, you can just go on and on of all the really cool stuff that was going on in the 80s. Not to
And
mention
the indie scene was exploding too. You can't forget about. I mean, the indie scene was really massive. I mean, Eclipso, Kamiko, Pacific. It was nuts. The black and white scene.
Yeah, you had Howard Chaykin's American Flag. You had Rocketeer, which was just incredible. Mr. Monster, you guys remember that from Eclipse? I think the Chuck Dixon was doing Airboy.
Yeah, I loved Airboy.
Oh, nice.
Oh, Airboy, yeah.
Yeah,
I love.
I mean, there was, and then you had the Tick and the
Yeah.
Turtles and Radioactive, Black
Matt
Belt.
Wagner's Grendel.
Yeah, Grendel and all that stuff came out at that period of time. There was just, you know, it was exciting to be reading comics at that period of time. And I just don't feel, I mean, obviously we all know what's going on in mainstream comics, and that they're, I mean, it's to our advantage because they're ruining the mainstream comics and driving people away to us. So that gives us an opportunity to say, hey, with open arms, this is what you want. This is what you remember, you know, being fun about comics, and I'm going to give it to you. So I guess thanks to Marvel and DC for being
for sabotaging themselves. Yeah. Two questions, and then I want to show off this beautiful campaign. The first one is they're pretty easy. What's your favorite era in comics? If you can, I know it's tough to kind of, you know, narrow it down, but what's your favorite era? And then what is your favorite monster when you're doing commissions or when you're doing books? What's your favorite monster to draw?
That's easy. Man-Thing.
Oh, okay. Why Man-Thing in particular? Just
dude, I can't even tell you why. I just it's so I mean, there's so many great guys that have drawn Man-Thing well. Golden. If you look at that Micronauts cover that Golden did when Man-Thing guest starred, that was in the, I think, early 80s. And you had Frank Bruner did some tremendous Man-Thing covers, Mike Plug. There's also guys that suck at drawing Man-Thing. And Art Adams does a great job in Man-Thing. And there's just, with the extra, like the carrot nose and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I know that the concept is ripped off from the Heap, which is a 50s character that was part of that whole Airboy universe. But Swamp Thing to me is too hard because I'm always comparing my version to Wrightson. And to me, that's like the quintessential. And it's just like, forget it. So that, and though I'm a huge Wrightson Swamp Thing fan, and even Nestor Redondo's work after Swamp Thing is great on that book, but I'm just like, every time I draw it, I go, this isn't as good as Wrightson, so screw it.
You can't hold
me is something that I can kind of put my own spin on a little bit, but still feel good about, I guess. I don't know. It's for Man-Thing and Howard the Duck are always, if someone comes up to me and says, hey, do me a commission, I'm like, what do you want? Well, whatever you want. You better be prepared to get Man-Thing and Howard the Duck, because that's what you'll get.
Why Howard the Duck? That's so funny. It's just so random to me, but I love it.
The connection is there because Howard the Duck first appeared with Man-Thing in Adventure into Fear number 19. So they're like connected in the most bizarre way because, reason was because Steve Gerber was writing it, and Gerber would just do any weird thing he could think of. And they had Man-Thing running through Adventure into Fear, and then he had this dimensional portal open up, and Howard the Duck walks out. So there he is hanging around with Man-Thing. I when I was a kid, and that came out in 76, so I was 12. It was absurd because it was like Donald Duck smoking a cigar and being wisecrack, and getting into all sorts of weird situations, only that Steve Gerber could write. And I loved it. And so I don't know. I don't really have a great explanation of why it just stuck with me, but it did. So, be prepared. I've done an oil painting of Howard the Duck. Okay. That's just how much I love Howard the Duck. And again, it's that Frank Bruner design of Howard the Duck. He did the first 2 issues of Howard the Duck and a couple of stories in Giant Size Man-Thing where Howard the Duck fights a vampire cow and things like that. They're just so ridiculous, but they're awesome. And so that's kind of my favorite, even though Val Mayrick did the majority of the early work on him. And then Gene Colan, of course, did most of the series. It's still my Frank Bruner's take on Howard the Duck is what I always that's my model sheet for doing Howard. But yeah, what was the other question?
Favorite era? No, that's totally fine. I love it because I would have never guessed those two. So that's why I love these questions, because we get an insight into what you enjoy doing. I was going to say, if you do Man-Thing though, I hope that you give a little bit of a giant sized Man-Thing. Because that's always my favorite.
That's always the joke,
cover title. Right? Yeah. Oh yeah. It's amazing. The fact that Marvel was like, print it.
It's the joke that never gets old. It's been around for 50 years and we're still laughing about it.
Love it.
My favorite era. Well, okay. There's 2 ways to look at this. I'm a big collector, and my favorite era to collect from is Silver Age. But my favorite, I grew up, boy, that's a good question. I grew up in the 70s, and I do really like the sort of early to mid 70s where Marvel was pushing into different subject matter because superheroes were kind of dying. And that's when you saw the horror comics came into play, the barbarian stuff, the fantasy stuff. I'm such a product of the artwork of that period of time where, Wrightson graduated into doing Creepy and Eerie magazine, and those stories are just some of the best work he ever did in comics, anyway.
Wow.
And Barry Smith's Conan, and then those guys kind of pushed off into independence and were doing prints and posters and portfolios of all just fantastic stuff.
Yeah.
And Frazetta, was doing. It was past the point where he's doing all the book covers. That was in the 60s, but I was experiencing them for the first time, and then Frazetta was doing portfolios like Lord of the Rings portfolio and the Kubla Khan portfolio and different, and it was just all fantasy. It was all barbarian. It was all monster. And that really sort of influenced me, although I was a fan of the superhero stuff too, but I really got into all that stuff because it felt more illustrative, I guess, to me.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's hard not to count that as my favorite period of time influential wise, because the Silver Age, I all read those in back issues. I was not, I wasn't around. I mean, I was around, but I was a baby. I was not buying, Fantastic Four #6 when I was a year old or whatever. So I didn't experience any of that stuff till much later. But I will say that there was a period of time in the 80s where things just were a different level of excitement, because I was an adult. I was in college, and I was just buzzing about what was going on in comics. I kind of got out of comics about 19, as soon as I got a car. So I was 78. And then it was like, I spent all my money up to that point had been spent on comic books. Then it was on my car and dates. Right. And but then I got back into comics right around Simonson's Thor. And I have to admit that really sort of re-energized me in comics. So I'm going to say 80s. I'm going to say the 80s.
What a way to be introduced back into the comic book industry with that Thor run with Beta Ray Bill and Throg, and gosh, I mean, he defined an era for Thor with that run.
Yeah, it's like man, everybody would love to have just one title they could say, because when everybody talks about, I mean, Simonson did a ton of stuff, but they either talk about his Teen Titans X-Men crossover, or they talk about Thor, and most people talk about Thor, and it was just, I mean, Thor was never that interesting until, I mean, I always liked Thor, but Simonson took it to another level, where it was just crazy good. And of course, all that cool stuff Frank Miller was doing with Daredevil, and miniseries were just becoming a thing in the 80s, and so you would get, you get that Wolverine miniseries that Claremont and Frank Miller did. Of course, The Dark Knight, in 86 or 87, whatever that was. God, it was just Watchmen. And then just the regular runs of comics. Zek on Captain America throughout the 80s. Jeez, I mean, and Spider-Man was always great. I read Spider-Man since that was my book. And,
Spidey seems to transcend throughout years. You can pick it up anytime and it's still pretty good. I mean, maybe not recently, but prior 2000.
Yeah, my favorite Spider-Man stories are from the 60s when Romita took over. And so that would have been issue 39, which, he had the Green Goblin classic cover where the Green Goblin has Peter Parker unmasked and he's dragging him in the sky behind his flyer. And that's when Romita started. And all of those, I read them all in back issues, but I was just mesmerized by them. And so that was my favorite period of Spider-Man, would have been the 60s into the, into the 70s. But just in terms of comics overall, I would probably say the 80s, just because it was able to kind of take something I was getting bored with and then kind of get me, I got reignited, and which led me to finally getting into comics, because I had sort of abandoned. I wanted to do it, since I was a little kid, but then by the time I got to be 18 or 19, I started thinking, comics, come on, you can do something better than that, right? And apparently I couldn't. And but it was when I was in college, like I said, that this cool stuff started happening in comics again, and I just started getting into it, and it really drove my passion to get back in, to pursuing it as a career. So we'll give the 80s the nod.
Nice. Well, speaking of a little bit retro and some older era stuff, could you tell us a little bit about Kit Carter? Now, we read a little bit of it in Wraith of God. It was one of the backstories here. But very like I was telling the guys earlier, it seems like a little bit of a Barbarella kind of Kyle, what was it that you said? Buck Rogers? Is that what you said?
Rogers, yeah, something like that,
yeah. What are some of the influences here, and how can we back this next project of yours?
Okay. It's a explaining this is I think it was 2011. I was looking to do a cover for my sketchbook. I was doing little sketchbooks, that I would sell, the pamphlet kind that were kind of a fad there for a while, selling them at cons and stuff. And I was looking for an image to put on the cover, and I came up, and I'd seen, Dave Stevens did covers of the Bubble Helmet Space Girl for some of the stuff he did for Pacific Comics. We were talking about the indie stuff in the 80s, some covers and stuff like that. Bill Stout had done a couple of illustrations that I'd seen, and I'd seen the EC stuff from the 50s. I was a big fan of EC Comics. Not because I was alive when they were coming out. I discovered them in, retrospectively. But, so that whole retro look, I just got a real kick out of it. And so I did this drawing to be on the cover of my sketchbook, because I thought, okay, I'll put a cute girl on the sketchbook. That'll help it sell. And then I'll make it this Bubble Helmet Space Girl. But then I made it to kind of look like a faux 1950s movie poster, right? So it was Kit Carter versus the Astro Zombies, right? It was this thing I did. And I ended up not using it for the cover, but turned it into a print because it became a little bit more elaborate than I had intended originally. And then I started doing these Kit Carter prints, and everybody was like, when are you going to do a story? When are you going to do a story? Is this a comic? And I was like, it was not a concept that I came up with a backstory and everything, right? It was just an image. And so it took a long time, and people kept bugging me. When are you going to do this? When are you going to do this? And so now I'm finally doing it, because I finally came up with a concept and how I wanted to handle the character. And I gave her this monkey sidekick, Merv the Astro Chimp. And so I thought, I'm going to do kind of a fun, humorous adventure story. And this is a 64-page graphic novel. It's, speaking of the 80s, it's 8.5 by 11, the same size as those Marvel, if you remember the like Death of Captain Marvel.
Wow.
And they did a whole line of those, there's a She-Hulk one that Byrne did. God Loves, Man Kills, the X-Men thing in Claremont, and whoever drew that, I can't remember now. Is it Brent Anderson? I don't remember. And so this is the format. It's going to be 64 pages, 8.5 by 11. And there's two versions. There's the hardcover, which is the cover I did right there. And that has a tipped in like art gallery in the back of it that'll feature some artwork that won't be in the soft cover. So the hardcover is signed and numbered, limited edition. It'll have the extras in it. And then the soft cover will just be the 64-page graphic novel with the painted cover by Chris Stevens, which has a real sort of pulp vibe to it that I really dig. I've got Matt Bryan inking this. He was my inker for years. Mystic at CrossGen, Ms. Marvel at Marvel, Wonder Woman at DC, Justice League at DC, Herculoids, a lot of the other stuff I did. Matt inked, and Kelsey Shannon's doing the colors. And there's a hardcover, the soft cover. There's a sketchbook that's 8.5 by 11. It's a full color sketchbook, so all these things will fit nicely together on your bookshelf. There's the poster that you saw. That was the color rough for the movie poster. There's a 14 by 36. Those of you who are familiar with movie posters, they used to do these things called insert posters. and they're 14 by 36 inches. And they're my favorite movie poster format because they're not as big and they're easier to display, and you don't spend a fortune on a frame. So this is kind of a faux movie poster, and it's Kit Carter in Planet Doom, rated, what, I don't know, it was PG or whatever I rated it. And it's going to be painted, so it'll look like, kind of a vintage movie poster, or at least that's the idea. This is the color rough for it. This isn't the finished painting. It's just the color rough. And so that's another thing you can get, along with t-shirts, shot glasses with the laser etched Kit Carter logo in it. Yeah, so it's a humorous adventure story, but it's, we've got this character called Lord Menace, who is the ruler of Planet Doom, which is just, of course, full of monsters. And he has a dying planet, and he gets possession of this thing called the Eye of Amanon, which is an incredible power source. And he uses it to sort of rejuvenate his planet. But then he's got, it's so powerful, he starts to realize that he can use this to form an army and sort of, invade the galaxy and start, taking over. And that's where Kit and Merv come in. They're assigned, they're sort of part of this, it's called the Galactic Alliance of, oh geez, I can't even remember my own an acronym. It's Federation of jeez. Here, scroll down so I can read the description. I keep forgetting this. And,
is it up here?
Yeah, right there it is. It's GAF. It's
there it is. Yeah.
Alliance Freedom Force. That's what it is. Boy, I can really sell my own product, can I? I don't even remember what it's called. So she's part of the Galactic Alliance Freedom Force, which is basically this sort of police agency that polices the galaxy. And so she's assigned to stop Lord Menace, her and Merv are. That's so basically the start of the story. There's an 8-page segment where she deals with this lava creature that is featured in the backup story in Wraith of God. So we kind of get resolution to the lava guy here. And then it moves on to this Planet Doom story. And so it's in a way, it's kind of like an Indiana Jones story, right? Where you kind of get the tail end of his last adventure, and then you catapult you into the new adventure. And it's just a lot of fun. And it looks, as you can see, Matt's inking is impeccable. And Kelsey's a great colorist. This thing is really going to be fun.
I was going to say, it sounds like because you've worked with Matt before, you guys probably have a fairly good rapport then. He knows how you draw and you know how he inks, so you guys probably understand each other then.
Right. That's the thing. We've worked together for years, and he's my favorite inker because he inks like I would ink if I had the patience to ink like he inks. So, thank you, Aaron Louvier.
Yeah.
Louvier.
So yeah, it's really quite a relief. You can send the pages off. Now I pencil pretty tightly when I have somebody inking me, even if it's Matt, because I don't expect him to draw the comic. I expect him to ink it. So I give him pretty tight pencils, but I always know that when I'm getting it back is going to look really, really good and look. Yeah. We basically share the same aesthetic, and that's the most important thing when you're working with an inker. Is not just how well they lay down a line or create texture. It's, does your aesthetic match up? In other words, when he does this finished product, you're going to look at it and say, yeah, that's the way I want it to look. Or you're going to go, And so we're on the same page there. And so one of the reasons I didn't ink this myself is because I wanted to get it done faster so that we could get to Wraith of God 3. My goal here is to get out 2 projects a year rather than just 1 a year. And the only way I can do that is if I at least on one of those projects have somebody else ink it. Yeah. And so, and Kit Carter really needs that sort of slick, super polished comic book feel that we're used to seeing. And so that's why I got Matt. I thought it was just perfect to do this. And So I'm on page 11, I think, right now. So we're moving along on it. And
Great.
it'll be, like I said, 64 pages. And I'm
Oh, wow.
hoping to have it wrapped, at least my portion of it, done by April. And hopefully everybody else will be, not that far behind me. And then we'll be launching Wraith of God 3, which is Fear Hollow, which will be in probably around June sometime.
Oh,
Fear
so long.
Hollow. What's that about?
Yeah.
Give us a hint.
What do you
tease?
think?
I honestly, I don't know. It could be anything.
Well, if I said Sleepy Hollow, if I said
Hollow?
Fear Hollow, what would you
That's
think
kind of
might
what
be
I was
going on
assuming.
there?
The Headless
Well-
Horseman, I'm assuming. So he's
Yes.
moving from out west. Now he's in Tennessee. If you're going up to
He's going up north,
Up
and
north. Okay.
Yeah.
and the guy that the mysterious villain that roughed up the sheriff in that little.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We get to see more of him and what his connection is, and so yeah.
Interesting.
Oh man, Aaron, I hate to tell you this, but I'm a little pissed that you're making us wait till June to even start seeing a project next.
Well, it was. I wanted to see, number one of the reasons I put the backup stories in Blood Hunters, which was a pain in the butt because it's 108 pages. I mean, there's a lot of work went into this book. But I wanted to get some of my other IPs out there without launching them as their own projects, right? Because you do it like that, and it literally will take you forever. So, and I wanted to get Kit Carter out there, and I thought, we'll give everybody just a little bit of time to absorb all this stuff. Hit them with Kit Carter, they can relax, and then boom, we're back to Wraith of God. So
yeah.
Well, and my plan going forward is to every subsequent Wraith of God issue will have just a single. There'll be no more of this triple backup stuff, but there'll be a single backup story featuring a different character from the Lopresti verse, if you will. David Williams is working on the backup story that'll be in Wraith of God 3.
Nice.
So it's going to be really cool.
Man, you've got. I'm thankful that you have a lot of these connections because, you're such a talented artist and such a talented creative, but then to also have these guys like Kelsey Shannon, Chris Stevens, who is doing another cover here, Matt Ryan, who's inking your stuff. I mean, like you're putting together an A team here. You know what I mean? And I think you guys culminating together because you've sold me on Kit Carter, and if you guys are doing more stuff with Wraith of God, I mean this is a star-studded cast, so this is pretty cool to see you guys culminate together.
Well, it is fortunate that I know some talented guys, and that of course if I'm willing to pay them, they're willing to work. So, but
it always helps.
What a concept!
To actually pay these guys. But I also feel like, this is an expense and a risk. I don't think you're taking a risk by backing me because you're going to get your book in a timely fashion. But there's still, you're still asking people to put up money up front for something. And I just want to make sure that you guys are getting your money's worth on every level. Mm-hmm. And so that's why I'm only when I hire people to work, to do something for me, they're going to be people that I really think are really, really, really good. Yeah. And I know that the story that David's doing is a superhero story. It has some Kirby elements in it. It's right up David's alley. So it's really going to kick butt. And of course, I'll be doing the Wraith of God stuff in the same style that I've been doing it. So I just think that it's I want to be proud of the stuff I'm putting out, but I want you guys that are buying it and supporting it to be happy and feel like you got your money's worth. And so that's kind of the impetus for me making the decisions I'm making with the people I'm working with and that type of stuff. So,
Kyle, do you think he gives you that quality? Do you think you're paying the money to get what he's offering?
I'm trying to think, how much did I spend? I mean, I backed this
Oh yeah,
Kyle's waiting
back
for
big.
Kyle's waiting for a sketch, by the way, so you better be careful how he answers this.
Oh, that's
Ooh.
true. Everything was perfect, and it could not have gone
Smoother,
no.
yeah.
Honestly, we back a lot of stuff. Drew backs more
Right.
than I do, but we have backed a lot of stuff from a lot of different people, and there's a lot of stuff that has never shown up. Still waiting on it. But that aside, we know what we're getting with you because we understand when you're putting yourself out there, and just your name and everything else. What people know what they're getting, but I think it's well worth the money for sure. Because there's a lot of stuff that I've backed that when I go back and I look, I'm like, I spent that much money on this piece of shit, and I'm like. And I'm okay with backing indie creators, people I don't know. I'm okay with that. But when some of the stuff shows up, it's like, man, charging this stuff, and it's like, 30, 40, 50, 60. I'm just like, I can only do this so many times. Like I'll give you one flyer. Normally, I'll give everybody one. Everybody gets one normally. At that point, if it doesn't signal, it's like, I can't do it again. I'm sorry. I love you, but I can't back you monetarily.
No, and I mean that's the thing. I mean, you guys as readers, especially at the price point, and what I'm trying to do also is give you guys enough pages that you feel like the $25 you spend is about what you would spend if you got, bought a book from Marvel or DC. Obviously, we're gonna have to charge a little bit more because we don't have the numbers, although we might now.
I was gonna say,
but traditionally, and so I think that there's an obligation that I kind of been looking at these numbers and trying to figure out. And to me, your bare minimum, and this is my opinion. The other creators may have different opinions, but I think you guys should be getting at least for $25. You should be getting at least 64 pages of story. And my books have been, the first one was 80. This one was 108. I'll tell you right now, I'm never doing that again. But trying to find that sort of sweet spot on, like on Wraith of God 3, I'm shooting for about a 60-page story for Wraith of God. Then they'll have like a 15-page backup from David. So you'll be getting about 75 pages worth of material, nice. Give or take. And to me, that sounds like, if you're paying $25 and you feel like, okay, I'm getting basically 3 comic books worth of stuff, or, graphic novel plus. So it is difficult because what we have to charge, to be able to do it. But then I want to make sure that, you guys you're not paying $25 for a 20-page comic,
Sure.
Right.
So,
well, see, I'm under the mindset of page count doesn't necessarily bother me as long as it's good.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. You could write a 200-page story and it's absolute dog shit. It's like, well, I gave you a 200-page book. It's like, yeah, I don't care.
I assume I'm giving you quality, so it's just how many pages of quality.
Yes.
Right.
And trust me, and with you, with as much as this started you talking about your backstory, I'm like, I wanted more pages of backstory, to be honest with you. I felt it could have used a little more time in the front to breathe, just because this thing read so fast because it was so kinetic. I'm like, damn, this thing moves. And it's
the other thing is I don't use a lot of unnecessary dialogue. I kind of and so there's a lot of pages there's not a lot of dialogue on, and I was reading through it going, man, I got through this too quick. There's 54 pages or 50, whatever it was, and I'm like, I read this, I was like, but I don't know, I'm not going to put in extraneous dialogue just to slow the book down. So you feel like now it's a 30-minute read instead of a 20-minute read, So I'll throw a few more extra pages in the next one for you, Kyle, so it doesn't go
just for Kyle.
Thank you. Just for me.
And it'll all be Wraith's backstory.
That's right.
Damn it.
Going, why are you telling me all that?
I don't care. I already know.
Yeah. There is a kind of cool element that like we don't really, at least that's why I like him, is there are mysterious elements to him. But you're absolutely right. This read, like, it's tight. Like even for 50, 56, 54 pages.
I think 53, 52. I can't remember. I think it's 53 pages actually.
It feels really tight. Like I'm trying to think of things that you could expand upon or things that you could tighten. There's really nothing you could tighten up. there may be a few things you could expand upon, but I'd have to read it again. I think for me, the big thing was it left me wanting more, which is a good thing, but it's also like, damn, man, come on, I want more, So
Right. Now you got to
it's
wait
like,
for the
right.
next one, right? It's going to take forever, but you
But
got to read
that's okay
Kickstarter
though,
in the
because I
interim.
think,
Yeah.
yeah, there you go. Yeah.
No, I know there's things I could have expanded on the story, and I did go back and forth on that. About do you want put more in backstory into the vampire? Do you want to put more story into the girls that are getting, victimized and all these different things? And it just, I don't know, it when it was moving so well, I was just like, I didn't want to slow it down unnecessarily, and maybe I could have, and it would have been fine and made Kyle happier. So we'll try and do that in the next one. It's going to be girthier. I can promise you that.
Ooh, Kyle loves girth. That's for sure.
We all love girth.
Yeah, there's a lot of elements in the next one that are so
can't wait.
It won't. I don't think it'll read quite as quickly.
Perfect.
Well, and
I got
that's
time.
Kind of
I got a 7-month-old keeps me up, so I got nothing but time on my hands.
We got time. And that's kind of the double-edged sword, right? Is that like I would love to just sit down and read this for hours, but at the same time, you do have to know, comic book pacing is totally different from movie pacing. The Kyle and Drew and I have all read books recently, modern books, where they try and pace it like a movie. Like some of the comedy beats that are hit in the book don't work because they're trying to pace it out like a film.
Or there is no pacing.
Or there is no, or it's so slow and you're just like, it's written for the trade. And so you're reading an issue and you're like, what happened in this? Like nothing progressed.
My feeling is if you can put it down halfway through, probably not hitting the marks like you need to. And I've done that with some books. And like you guys, I don't back probably as many indie books as you do because I don't do reviews or anything. But I've read some some books that people really like, but I get through about halfway through them, or there's like a couple pages of really heavy dialogue, and I start to go, and then I put it down, and then maybe I don't pick it up again, and so I don't write like that, and I know it's a faster reading experience, but I think there is some value in keeping it moving so people don't want to put it down. They're going to read it all the way through the end. So we'll see. It's such a challenge keeping Kyle happy that I'm trying to balance what I want to do, but at the same time, keeping in mind what Kyle wants me to do, and then sort of kind of make that work. So we'll see. I think
and my wife have that same problem. My wife has the same issue, so it's all right.
Well, Aaron, as long as you know that Kyle will always be your harshest critic, I think that's probably like where the bar stands for.
I will always be 100% with everyone about everything. I will never sugarcoat anybody on anything.
God, you shouldn't. I mean, I've got to a point. I mean, when you first break into comics or probably anything that's creative, where you're actually putting yourself out there in some way, shape, or form, criticism is rough to take, and because it's so personal. But now I just sort of I'm so used to getting brutalized on my artwork that I just, whatever. If you don't like it, that's your problem, kind of thing. Stories I'm a little more sensitive to, but I also understand that there's so many different ways to approach a subject matter that you can almost go and read anything or watch any movie and go, yeah, that was really good, but what if they'd done this? Or what if he had, and so I understand that's a reality of it. And so criticism doesn't really bother me that much. But I do listen to it. I really do. Even from, I've had a couple of people send me just full page critiques of Wraith of God, Blood Hunters, and each story, some guy said, kill Nightclub. I don't like it, and then another guy was saying Nightclub was so cool. And then you're like, okay. So
you're like, well, damn,
I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
But I understand, but they all had, reasons for why they felt that way. And you listen to those reasons and say, okay, and then you kind of, you ask yourself, well, what was my purpose for writing this story? Did I hit the mark for what I was intending to do? And if you did, then the second thing is, okay, well, maybe I hit the mark, but no one else liked it. So maybe my mark wasn't the right mark. So you kind of listen to what other people react. But it's so hard to take a single criticism because everybody has a different opinion, you know.
Right.
I've had people tell me, oh, I love Blood Hunters, but man, Kit Carter was my favorite. And then other people saying Kit Carter was dumb. I didn't get the jokes. And I've had people say, I really like where you're going with Nightclub. And then this other guy said, you know, kill it. It's going nowhere, man. I don't like it. And, you know, people told me that their favorite story was Garbage Man. I had someone tell me that was their least favorite story in the whole book.
Oh, no.
So it's, you know.
Well, take it from the three of us. I think the three of us knuckleheads would agree that I think Wraith of God and Garbage Man were the two best stories in that book.
Hands
And
down, yeah.
They should have been.
yeah,
And they were.
At least that was my takeaway. And I think these guys echo those sentiments.
Yep.
And
Yes.
and you know who else also appreciated that is Comics Exposed here for $20. Comics, thank you so much, brother. And he has the highest of praise. He says Aaron is the best. He's better than Ethan, John, Shane, Billy, Irene, all of them. I've bought original art from Aaron, and it's gorgeous and awesome. He also knows how to get the work in your hands. He and his mom work hard. So
she's 92 years old and she bags and boards everything.
No way.
Yeah, in fact, she was just bugging me, going, "You got some more work for me?" I'm like, I've got extra copies of Wraith of God Blood Hunters. You can bag and board all those, you know. So
yeah, grab a broom. How about you sweep the floor? What do you do?
Yeah, go do the dishes, Grandma.
Yeah,
she does actually do the dishes. I keep telling her not to, because she complains when she does them. Would you guys leave all this crap in there? You know, and I'm like, don't do the dishes, Mom.
Don't do it, Mom. Yeah, Mom, you don't need to do them. No, I'll do them. Begrudgingly does it.
Down there doing the dishes. So.
Well, Comics Exposed, thank you so much, brother, for the $20.
Nice.
That's
thank
awesome. And yeah, thank you for such the high praises for Aaron, because like I said earlier, I think with now that Blood Hunters is out, I really can definitively say that I think you and Irene, produce both art and story that is the best in the crowdfunding game. And I think Ethan probably produces some of the best art. But to get the bang for your buck, I think you and Irene probably do the best job about that. Because there are some books that are beautiful that are nonsensical, that I don't know what the hell is going on. That like it's like dialogue pulled from completely different, sources. I don't even know what they're saying. So the fact that we get such quality from this work is really cool. So we appreciate that.
Well, I found out a long time ago I was never going to be the best artist. And I was never going to be the best writer, but maybe I could be one of the best writer artists. And then, there
you go.
Kind of do it that way. So that's my goal now is no longer trying to be the best artist or the best of anything. Just try and maybe I can do a couple things and put it together, and that package will be the thing, So
yeah. I know you're going to go real soon. Sorry, but I just have just a real quick thing. So what did you learn between Wraith of God 1 and Wraith of God 2 as far as just funding, how everything came together, like what were lessons learned, and how will you take that into issue 3 or the third or that third campaign? What will you
question
to? Let's say full disclosure, you learn how to maximize your profits. In other words, how do I put this campaign together that's going to raise the most money, right? And I'm not a guy that focuses on money as much as I am focused on backers, because I think the more people reading your book is more important long term than how much money you made on this one campaign. I learned that because the way I do it, when I whatever amount of money I make, I take and put in the bank, and then I take out the least amount that I possibly can to survive on while, I'm making the book to make it last as long as possible. I learned to never make another 108-page book because I added about 3 months work onto the end of the book.
Oh, no.
And I was like running out of money, even, you know, just being really tight with it
Right.
because it took me so long. So you kind of figure out, okay, where's the sweet spot here for, you know, if I get 1,000 backers, or if I get 1,500 backers, or what I've been getting with Wraith of God is about 2,500 backers in that neighborhood. Kit Carter hasn't been doing as well in terms of, I mean, it's still doing fine. It's like, I'm not complaining, but it's not hitting the numbers that Wraith of God did. Right. So you sit there and figure, okay, well, it's a good thing I'm not doing 108 pages. I'd really be in trouble on Kit Carter. So you kind of figure out with your, you know, and again, with the economy, you know, Joe Biden's America, you know, who knows how much expendable money people are going to have for Wraith of God 3. We'll find out. Right. But I think I've found kind of what's the page count that I can do, get it done in a reasonable fashion that for the amount of money I'm probably going to raise for it, that I'll be able to live off of and get the thing, you know, done. So that's one thing that, and the other thing is figuring out stretch goals that don't cost too much money. And I don't want to sound like a cheapskate, but the reality is, you know, you start doing really crazy stuff on your stretch goals, and that stuff comes out of the profit margin. And then that means you have less money to survive on while you're doing the book. So you sort of have to balance out how much you're spending on stretch goals, but still making stretch goals something that is interesting to people, right? And I've opted to go trading cards because they're relatively, compared to other things, are relatively inexpensive to produce, but they're cool. You know, at least I think they are. And so I wanted to put together this whole collection of trading cards just to say I did it, you know, the Lopresti verse trading card set. And so those are my focus on my next couple of campaigns, is so I can get this whole line of trading cards out with all these different characters on them. And so you figure out things like that. And then of course, the difficulty with, I do have a printing rep now that I work through consistently that takes off a lot of that pressure with dealing with the printers. But finding reliable people that aren't going to flake out on you, you know, like a colorist or somebody like that. I'm not, you know, shouldn't mention any names, but you can get yourself in trouble. And it's really hard to find a good colorist, especially at the last minute. So, you know, working with people that you know you can count on, and managing the finances, because you never know how much you're going to make. You just don't, because there's too many factors involved. You can use your past as kind of a gauge, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to play out that way, right? So you figure, okay, what's my minimum that I have to make to produce this book? And then you kind of try to work within those parameters, and everything else beyond that is gravy kind of thing. So there's a lot in just being organized, and you know, how to manage the campaigns, how to promote the campaigns, things like that you learn every time you do one, and you make a mistake. You're kind of like, okay, I won't do that again. So those are the main things that like kind of rear their ugly head as you're doing these projects, and you're kind of like, okay, I'm never going to do that again, but next time I'm going to combine these because of, you know, people like this, people don't like that. You know, do I really want to spend the overhead on t-shirts if I'm only going to sell 20 of them? Right. So, you know, those are, and I've done well with the t-shirts I've done, but those are things that are really expensive to make. And so you figure, well, is it worth it for me to produce these at this price when I'm only going to sell this many? And so those are all the things you're constantly factoring in, because it's not just profit margin. It's how much time and effort goes into producing this on top of, you know, just doing the artwork for it or whatever, you know, and t-shirts are an expensive thing, and they're difficult because they're size regulated, right? So it's like, I can't just buy a bunch of t-shirts. Oh, eventually I'll sell them, because there's extra large, there's 2X, there's 3X, there's large, there's medium. How many do you buy extra? Do you buy of each? And then you manage those. And and so those are it's the manufacturing stuff that you start to learn, right? What's a good idea? What's a bad idea? And because everything sounds like a good idea when you say it, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, that'd be great. You should make one of those. And then you find out how much it costs and what a pain in the butt it is. And then, that you end up losing money on it. So it's like, why did I ever do this? And, finding out a way to manage your campaign so that it's an attractive campaign, you can get a lot of people behind it, but you don't have a lot of excess waste. Because we don't really have, even though the numbers look great, when you start paying everybody and you take the percentage the Indiegogo takes out of it, and your printing costs and your shipping costs and all this kind of stuff, and that big number shrinks really, really quickly. So it's managing everything that goes into those campaigns so that you come out ahead instead of in the hole. So
we're currently I'm getting a master's right now, and one of the classes that we're having to take is managerial accounting, and it's all that. It's everything you just talked about. You get your sales revenue, and you're like, man, I'm pulling them some serious dough, and then you're like, oh well, my fixed costs. All right, I got to plug that in. Okay, so here are all my variable costs. I got to plug that in, and then it's like, wait. You're not only making this much.
What happened to all that money I was supposed to be making?
And then that gets taxed. So it's like, oh my God. So now I get, So,
there's a couple things I'm looking at, like a Wraith of God bust. Okay.
Ooh.
And
sign me up.
Or a statue. And I've also I have designed with a friend of mine, we've written and designed a board game, a Wraith of God board game that's actually pretty fun. But I'm reluctant to move forward with any of these because the cost per unit is so high on these. And then the price you have to charge for the game, or the price you have to, like the bust, for example, full disclosure, I'd probably have to charge like $70, $75 for the bust. Right. So then you think there are some people that would buy that, but how many people would actually buy that? Right.
You got two.
Well, you got two right here.
Right. And I've got a really cool design for it, but so I want to do it, but the cost per unit is so high on those things when you're talking about a print run of maybe 500, and then maybe you're selling so what's my minimum now that I have to sell? Do I have to sell 250 of these just to break even? Am I going to do that? Maybe I will, maybe I won't. That's the kind of stuff that gets sort of tough. When you have a campaign like Ethan does, where, he made a ton of money, right? So he's got money in the bank that he can then explore this stuff. And even if he just breaks even, he's fine.
Right.
The rest of us peons are kind of like, I could end up 5,000 in the hole on this, Like, do I want to take that chance and just to have something really, really cool? So I was going to do it earlier, the bust, but I thought, I'm going to go through Wraith of God 3. We'll see how Wraith of God 3 funds. And if it looks like there's still momentum with it, then, because if you start doing stuff like, the Wraith of God board game and the Wraith of God bust, and it's kind of like you're assuming that you have an established ongoing audience for that character that's going to want this extra stuff, like Spider-Man, the board game, right? Well, you're not going to do Iron Fist, the board game, because no one's going to buy it, right? So you have to sort of, you got to wait. You can't get, this stuff gets so exciting that you want to put the cart in front of the horse. A lot of the times you're like, nope, slow down. Let's just build this till we get to a point where we're comfortable and we know we have an audience that's going to be there. And out of that audience that's reading the book, maybe this percentage will buy the board game, and then you can go ahead and move forward with it. But so we got a lot of stuff, a lot of irons sitting there smoldering in the fire, waiting for the opportunity to do them. So,
well, I want to be respectful of your time.
Oh yeah.
How are we doing? Do you have like 5 more minutes to go through some? Okay, yes. Cool. Because I don't want to keep you because I know we've gone over your 90-minute threshold, so I want to be respectful of that. But we have a couple Aarons in the chat, and they both agree that you are getting your bang for your buck on all your projects, which is fantastic. But yeah, why do we have 3 Aarons here? We've got Aaron Lopresti,
name.
Aaron Louvier. Yeah.
It's about as French.
And
as
we've got
Aaron
right,
here.
and we've got Sparrow. The
I've known Sparrow longer than I've known my wife. So,
oh my God,
not in the biblical sense, socially,
of course.
That's not what Aaron Sparrow is.
No.
Well, he may say a lot of things.
Here's a good question from our good friend MG. He says, Aaron, are you going to offer commissions on the next campaign? I wouldn't mind getting a gunslinger or Bane from you.
You know, that sounds a lot like work to me. And one thing I've done on this, and we'll see how this goes, because I have the Kit Carter Completist perk on the Kit Carter campaign, and you get everything, right? Everything that you can did on the campaign comes in this, and you get a headshot of Kit Carter original from me. And over 50 people have ordered those. And I'm like, Judas Priest, I have to do 50 headshots now. And so we'll see if that kills me or not before I start offering. I'd much rather offer original pages from the book, because they're already done or they're going to be done, you know?
Right.
Whereas that other thing is, when it comes down to it, and that book's at the printer, and I'm sitting there going, oh my gosh, I've got to do 50. I mean, I don't know how long it's going to take me to do it, you know, and you don't want to like hold up your shipping because you're trying to catch up on your sketches. So we'll see how this goes on the Kit Carter, if it kills me or not, before I offer sketches on my next campaign.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay.
We've also got Sparrow saying, you didn't have my shirt size, Aaron. You sold the last one to Matt Moylan.
Okay, he's talking about San Diego. I didn't have it at San Diego, but I may have one downstairs, Aaron. I can't remember what did you want, an extra large, or I can't even remember. I don't remember which shirt it was. So, Aaron, there's this thing called messaging. Like, send me a message.
Well, if you're trying to look for a shirt for Kyle, we're gonna have to go to like the 4 or 5 XL.
Yeah, 4 or 5, 6X. We need like the tablecloth.
Yeah, I don't think you're that big. I may re-release in the next Wraith of God campaign. I'll probably re-release the Wraith of God shirt and the Keown Werewolf shirt, which is incredibly popular, as you can imagine.
Yeah.
I've still got shirts, but I think all I've got is like 2, 3, and 4 X's of the Keown shirt. I think I have a couple of smaller sizes on the Wraith of God shirt.
I can maybe wear I can maybe wear a schmedium to the gym, you know, the Wraith of God, have a little bit tighter, you know, look. No, well, Kyle, Drew, do you guys have any other questions before we let Aaron go here?
I don't. It's just amazing, this natural conversation. I learned everything I needed to from just Aaron talking. It's like, oh, okay.
I talk a lot.
Most of the questions I had.
No, we love it, man. Yeah.
I have one. So you lined up Simon Bisley, the Biz, for this to do a cover for you, which Drew and I met earlier. He sent you the picture. He got that signed by Simon Bisley. It's the first one.
First one.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Do you have anybody that you want to get for 3, or do you have other artists lined up for covers for 3?
Yeah, you know, it's tough, because being a part of the racist hate group that Comicsgate is, it's hard to get. Like, I probably couldn't call up Adam Hughes to do like a Kit Carter cover, even though I know Adam really well, but I don't know that he would do it. So you got to find guys that are sort of either don't give a rip, which is Bisley, or people that are, you know, secretly sympathetic to your cause. And so it's a little bit more challenging to find those guys. But Chris Stevens, who did the Kit Carter cover, he was originally going to do Wraith of God cover for me, and he couldn't do it because of his schedule. So I have him lined up to do a painted Wraith of God cover on Fear Hollow. So he will be my guest artist, and I got to imagine that thing is going to kick butt.
Yeah.
And then I've got a guest inker that I won't reveal his name yet. That I'm going to have ink one, because I'll probably end up doing 4 covers again for Fear Hollow, and I'll have Chris do one of them, a painted cover, and then I will do the 3 variants. But one of them will be all me. Another one's going to be inked by somebody and colored by somebody who will remain nameless at the moment to protect the innocent. And then the third one will probably be by me, just all me again. Nice. But that's always contingent on me coming up with different ideas, because I always feel like if you get like a guest artist or you're doing multiple covers and they're all sort of the same thing, but just a little bit different, it's like, what's the point? Right. Yeah. So that's why I've done covers that are just drastically different on all my campaigns. So there's 4 cover choices, but they're all completely different. And, so if you're a Tales of Suspense fan, you could pick up the Tales of Suspense, or the old Marvel, the tribute cover to Tomb of Dracula was very popular on this last one.
My favorite.
As well as the Bisley cover, which actually I sold more Bisley covers than I did Keown covers on the first one, which is very weird. But
wow.
Hey, it's Bisley. That's all you got to say. Enough said.
Yeah. And I've got the original painting. I bought it from him.
Oh hell yeah!
That's cool. Unboxing of that. That's right. You did a video.
Yeah, there's an unboxing video of that. If you check my YouTube channel, cool. If you want to see what it looks like. But it's big. Yeah, it's hanging up back there. I got the Keown werewolf cover that he did. Yeah. I got Chris's Kit Carter back here. I bought that from him. Nice. That's where all the money's going in my campaigns. Buying these original
sunk cost, just being No, I love it. I love it. Well, I don't know if this is maybe just 2024 or what, but I feel like we are seeing a pendulum shift. Not too crazy, but I feel like we're seeing slowly people kind of waking up. And so by the time you do get to June, when you introduce the next Wraith of God series, maybe there will be some people who say, Comicsgate, who the hell cares? Who am I to write? Maybe there might be some more guys on that side, because I've already seen, comic creators on Twitter, on YouTube, whatever, saying, but these guys have said nothing wrong, right? And so who knows? I don't know if that might be the case.
I will say this, that when I first launched Wraith of God and was on Ethan's channel for the first time, I got destroyed on social media. I went to a con shortly after. No one would talk to me, the pros, except for Frank Cho. So I give Frank credit, because Frank's an anarchist anyway. He doesn't care. He's like, you really got lit up on Twitter. And that was, Frank's a
when
good
I met you. You're like, I get it.
Yeah, I kind of did. And but he gets lit up all the time for the the racy stuff he draws. So he's used to it. And so he had sympathy for me. But I will say this: I went to San Diego last year for the first time since COVID, and I didn't know what to expect, but had no problems. Everybody talked to me. Everybody was cool. Yeah. So I just think people, over the now, if Trump gets elected again in 2024, that might start all over again.
You think so? Oh my God!
Groundhog Day.
I was about to say, could we imagine another 2016 of people screaming and just going nuts about absolutely nothing? But man, I really hope that if that happens again the next time around, that people will have learned at this point, that as Aaron Sparrow says here, a lot of these people are being exposed as the cancel pigs that they are. These really terrible human beings who are going out there and trying to ruin the livelihood of people.
Well, it just speaks volumes about that. When you have nothing going on in your life, that your whole sole purpose is to try and ruin someone else's life. Yeah, that's pretty pathetic. And I think people are starting to realize that. And also this whole sort of group think, this whole idea that was originally that, if you're friends with this guy and I don't like this guy, then I don't like you. Instead of treating everybody with this is all business. I'm friendly with a lot of people that I do business with. I'm friendly with, I like Ethan. Okay. I know that people that don't, but I do. He's been good to me. But he's a pot stirrer, and I get that, and that's fine. But,
you can say that.
Yeah. But just because I'm friends with Ethan or I'm friends with John Malin or Shane, that doesn't necessarily mean that we have the same opinions on everything.
Right.
Right.
And so it's ridiculous to say, well, I don't like so-and-so and you're friends with him, so therefore you're a Nazi. And you're like, what? The 2 + 2 does not equal 7. Where are you getting this? And so I think people are starting to realize that they're sort of starting to take individuals on their own merits or their own, I can't be held responsible for something someone else says.
Yeah.
And just because I'm friends with them doesn't mean that I'm responsible for what they said or what they did. And people are, at least professionally, are starting to realize how stupid that is.
Mm-hmm.
And and so they're just kind of, I think we see more of people reacting to people on an individual and less of a group. You're part of this group, because what is Comicsgate? It's got to be the most diverse collection of
really is,
fans I've ever seen in my life. So to sit there and suggest that it represents this or this or this is absurd. And I think people are starting to realize that. So, and plus mainstream comics is such a joke right now. And half the people that were trying to cancel us can't even get work right now because there's no work to be had. They have to start being nice again, because maybe we'll be going to them pretty soon, so.
It's quite interesting to see how many people have started to kind of change their tune now that it's okay to kind of criticize things, now it's, finally okay. But it is sad to see grown ass men and women say, oh, guilty by association. Yeah. You talk with that person or this person. Our very own friend Carol Lynn, who, I do streams with her on Sunday mornings. She was fired from her job because she followed a Twitter account. You know what I mean? That's that's the craziness we're talking about here. Yeah, it's absurd.
I don't know if it was Marvel or DC, but it was one of those two. An Image told a friend of mine who's a creator not to associate with me anymore, or they would not get work.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
How do you say that? And go to sleep, look at yourself in the mirror. It's like, what the hell?
These people are insane. And it's like when you've got political activists running businesses, and they're not running the business, they're just propagandizing. That's the only purpose that they have to be there. That's what you're going to get. And, and I don't fault some of these people that, were kind of like, what am I supposed to do? And I'm like, well, I guess you don't be friends with me because, you don't want to lose your career. And I get that. But at some point, people have to start standing up to this crap, or it's never going to stop. Oh, and I just think we're getting to that point where it's just becoming white noise, Nazi, white supremacist, all these words that have no meaning anymore because these people just abused them and misused them. And it's like, so I think I do think it's kind of dissipating a little bit.
Yeah. And now that they don't have any money, now that they're running out of funds, now they really are going to have to start saying like, oh man, okay, so here's what we need. We need to make money. We need to still continue this comic book industry. But who do we go to? Like, who are our, we've got people that we've benched, people that we've villainized and we've criticized for the past decade now. We've called them Nazis and white supremacists. How are we going to get them back into the industry? And you yourself and many others have said, we're doing our own thing at this point, and you guys have created your own industry now. So it is pretty interesting, but it is sad that had to happen, where you were ostracized from your own industry just because of, what you believe in. And I think what's sad too is that, we've got, speaking of Christianity and the theme of faith within your book, I know friends that are within Comicsgate that are atheists, and I have friends that are in Comicsgate that are, some of the most devoted Catholics I've ever met in my life, and it's so interesting to see people who are like, I love comics, but I've never believed in God, and I don't think, that's not my thing. And I know guys who are like, I love comics, and God is the center of my life. My faith is who I am, right? So it doesn't, like you said, it doesn't mean that just because we associate with these individuals, we call these individuals our friends. That means that we agree on everything down the road. So
Yeah, I mean, I think the one thing we all agree on is we're sick of the woke crap in culture, and that's probably the one thing we all agree on. But that's probably the only thing that we all agree on.
yeah, right.
Or Kyle's takes on comics. Yeah.
We can all agree on that I'm always
Right.
right. So
Yeah.
as long as we're all there,
Ooh,
then everyone's
That's
happy.
everybody.
Aaron, you wouldn't believe it. We've got people in the chat sometimes when we do our live shows on Friday, and they'll come in here and they'll be like, "Praise Kyle! We can't wait for his comic book reviews." And we're like, Drew and I are sitting here like, "Are you kidding me? He's got the worst takes out anyone."
Yeah, buddy, I have to pay these people to say it. You have no idea.
Well,
It's bankrupting me.
Hey, being honest and being able to go out there and say, well, I know this is Ethan's book, but I don't like it, or I know this is Aaron's book, but I don't like it. Somebody's got to do that, because I mean, if I was a reviewer, I would only review books I like, because I wouldn't want to like hurt somebody's feelings. But I mean, it's a valuable commodity to have somebody out there that reads this stuff, as long as you have, good takes, and read this stuff and are willing to say, this one's good, this one missed,
Yeah.
because I think critics are a valuable commodity as long as they're not politicized critics, right? They're people that are out there giving you a thoughtful critique and an opinion on something, so that we can, as an audience, can go out there and say, yeah, it sounds like, even though he's criticized it, his criticisms that's not something I would necessarily agree with, so I'm going to go see it or read it anyway. Or, hey, I agree with this guy, I'm going to avoid that and save my money. So, I mean, there's, just try and be as nice to me as you possibly can. I don't care about anything else.
Oh, I'm trying. I'm doing the best I can.
All right.
Yeah. He's holding his tongue. He's like, should I say that one thing?
Normally I would give this a 6, but since it's Aaron, I'm going to go 6.5.
Yeah. Extra 0.5 is costing me, but
exactly. It hurts me to say it.
Best I can do. But no, we've gone hard in the paint on Eric July with Isom. It's like, it's not a great book. I honestly, personally, the covers are trash, and I think he really needs an editor like an Aaron Sparrow to come in and be like, all right, let's beef this up a little bit. I know we brought in Chuck. It's great, but even so, like, you need some help here. It's not just because I agree with what you're saying and I like your message and I like you personally. It's like, that has nothing to do with it. And I just think it's like, in order to get better, like, he hasn't written comics before. What the hell does he know? You've been in the comic industry for decades, and it's like, it's like, no one's perfect. No one's above reproach. No, it's like, even a Frank Miller or anybody else, it's like, yeah, I'm still going to say your art's terrible. And it's like, if something doesn't hit, it doesn't hit. It's like, no one's a bat in 1,000.
That's right. Yeah. And it'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see how long this sort of cult of personality continues to fund projects, and then how long if quality ever becomes a factor. And I'm not picking on Eric or anybody else. I'm just saying in general, that a lot of what we do to sell our books is YouTubing and being an online personality, right? And so a lot of people will back books because they like you or like what you're presenting to them on YouTube, and it doesn't really matter about the book as much. But at some point you wonder, does that wear off and people are going to go, okay, now I'm only going to start buying stuff I really like, and will that weed some stuff out? Will some of us be less successful? Will some of us be more successful? Will it continue the same? Those are the kind of things, as a producer, that I'm always wondering, are people buying this book because they think Shelley and I are funny on our Sunday show, or are they buying it because they really like the book and it's someone I can count on to be there every time I publish it, And you have no way of really knowing that, right? Until, it plays out over a period of time. So it'll be interesting to see if, we can all, if certain guys can keep their numbers up, or if they're going to come back to if it's going to level off, is it going to continue to grow? I mean, it's going to be interesting.
For sure.
I'll say this from my personal perspective is, Aaron, I knew you through the comic book industry before I knew you as a YouTube personality. And then I started seeing you on, live streams, and, got your book, Wraith of God, and everything. And so the quality that was in those books had me go to then YouTube to seek you out there. I bought some of your back issues from DC and stuff like that, and then backed this most recent Wraith of God. With Eric July, it was the opposite. I knew him from YouTube as a personality first, backed his book, and then I Saw Him 2 came out, and now I'm kind of hesitant because I Saw Him 2 didn't have the quality that I was looking for, right? So like you said, I think at some point everything evens out. You know, Eric, people bought in high on Eric at first, and now they're kind of slowly going like, we love him as a personality, but you know, he's got some work to do on the books. Whereas like, oh, I didn't even know Aaron does a show, but his books are like fantastic, right? So it is kind of that balance. And like you said, it is interesting to see where people kind of fall into that spectrum of, do they know me from the industry or from my personality or whatnot? But I think you offer both, which I think is a really, you know, it's a 1-2 punch. It's difficult to do that.
Well, I hope so. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate that. It's because I realize the necessity for doing YouTube shows and things like that. And I do enjoy doing them, but it's my still number one focus is the books. Right. And I realize that the YouTube, I at some point, I think you got to sort of make the decision. Am I going to be a YouTube personality and make my living doing that? Or am I going to be a producer of comics or books or whatever? And put my emphasis on that. And I'm trying to do enough YouTubing to remain relevant, but spend the majority of my time working on the projects. Now, if I get to a point where I can't draw anymore, or I don't want to draw anymore, then maybe I'll become a YouTube personality. Although I think there's limits to that, right? But
hey, Graybeard Studios, that show, it's great. When I catch it and I can watch it, you guys, your camaraderie, you can tell you guys really enjoy spending time with each other. Your banter, you can't fake that. It's not just people coming together and pretending to be, hey, let's all get together on this show and let's draw something kooky and wacky or something fun. It's like, no, you guys give each other shit, which is what guys do, and you have fun. You're talking. It's like you're just sitting in a bullpen in Marvel or DC and just like, this is what it would have been like. You guys just sitting there talking, drawing.
And it makes me wish I could be able to see guys like Aaron, Art, and a Dan Fraggett, like you guys at a convention together. You guys have your own booth. You guys are just hang out there, just shooting shit with fans with each other and just doing art.
Well, we've talked about, doing a professionals panel, or it's just, even just the Graybeards, Kelsey keeps bringing up, oh, we should, do like a Graybeards live thing at a show, but that would require all of us going to the same show.
Yes.
And it was like, we all lived in the same area, you go, okay, let's all meet at this show, but it isn't. It's we're all flying from different parts of the country to organize something like that. It just seems like it's never going to happen. But now the funny thing about Graybeards was it was originally David Williams and I were sitting around talking, and I was like, David needed more exposure. And so I said, well, he might have even been his idea. Let's, can we like do a thing? Cause I'd have him on my Sunday show every once in a while, and we'd have like these draw-offs, we do this drawing competition thing on my show. And we said, well, let's do that on a weekly thing, and then we started doing it. And David doesn't talk a lot. He always comes in with some pretty good stuff when he does talk. But Kelsey was in the chat the very first show we were doing, and David's like, oh, bring Kelsey in. And I didn't really know Kelsey. I knew who he was, but I didn't know him. And I said, okay. So I sent him the link, and he came in, and it just really, the repartee between us was really good right from the get-go. So I said, well, okay. We talked after the show. I'm like, Kelsey, because Kelsey would, would disappear for months at a time while he was working, and then he'd reemerge and disappear. And I'm like, can you do this? Or you want to do this every week? Yeah, I'll do it. And so we started doing that. And then we started realizing when we started drawing that who's watching the chat? I was looking over my shoulder trying to watch the chat while I was drawing. And then David's like, why don't we bring Gary in? He can read the chat. And I'm like, and Gary doesn't want to draw online anyway. So I'm like, perfect. So that's kind of how it all just sort of fell together that way. And it's just been a blast. And it's really been a revelation. I had no idea it would be as good a show as it is, or as popular as it is, but it's doing well. And we're obviously all of us very grateful and thankful that people are tuning in and checking it out, but we do have a lot of fun with it.
Oh yeah. It's fun.
Yeah. I'll say that, if you like you said, if at any point you decide that you just don't want to draw anymore, you can't draw anymore, or you're like, well, you know what, maybe I'll just stick to this YouTube thing. We'll be sad, but at the same time, I hope you're going to get a ton of invites from us on Friday nights. Just come hang out with us all the time.
Yep.
So if you
Talking
ever
modern
stop
comics.
doing, so if you ever stop doing comics, we will pay you to be on this show.
I'll go in and start doing reviews like Kyle, and we'll see what's what. Then.
All right. I love it.
Siskel and Ebert, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I don't know what Kyle's talking about. That sucked.
Yeah.
Get Aaron Lopresti to review on Holy Nightmare when it comes out. There we go.
Ooh, yeah. You should have seen our so we did a best of the worst for 2023, and you should have seen, I mean, we were at each other's throats for some of the choices that we had for some of our best and our worst comics. Some of the comics that I thought were the worst of the year, Kyle didn't even mention them, right? Or like vice versa. So we were giving each other shit, which was a lot of fun. But
anytime you talk movies, man, I got in a fight with some guy because he didn't hate Jaws, but he didn't like it, and it's like my favorite movie. And I was like, "You idiot!" Just like we're fighting over somebody else's movie.
That's what they want. That's what Steven Spielberg wanted.
Like, don't you dare say that shark is fake looking. So.
No, it still looks great to this day.
Oh, it holds up. The movie holds up. It's a damn good movie.
Gentlemen, I gotta get out of here. I'm way overdue.
Yeah, we are so sorry to hold you. We've just been having so much fun. Yeah. Before you go, I will just say, guys in the chat, please, I'm going to go ahead and put Aaron's link in here for Kit Carter. So make sure to back this campaign. If it's anything like Wraith of God, which we know it will be, you guys are getting quality, you're getting story, you're getting art, you're getting everything in this package. And I can't endorse this enough. So I'm super thankful that you were on with us today, brother. And thank you for taking the time during your busy schedule right after the holidays with some family stuff going on. So we're really, really grateful to have you. So thank you.
Hey, thanks for having me on, guys. I really appreciate it and had a great deal of fun. So we'll do it again sometime.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Yes, awesome. You're the best.
All right.
Good night, everybody.
Take care, Aaron. Thank you so much. Oh, that dude is so freaking cool, man.
He's so awesome.
He is the man. And for those of you who still need a little reminder, this is Wraith of God that we just read. Or actually, I read this one today, but I think Kyle and Drew, you guys read this a little while ago, right?
Which one?
Yeah.
Wraith of God.
Oh yeah.
I've read it 4 or 5 times.
Oh hell yeah! You easily get a good 4 or 5 different reads in this, and can find stuff in there every time you read it through. But I just wanted to show this one more time for the chat so that you guys can get an idea of just like what you're getting when you get one of Aaron's books. These things are just immaculate. Quality of the pages, the quality of the art, the coloring on this thing. And wouldn't you know it, it actually makes sense. Like the story is readable and actually really good. So
yeah, and that's something, we even brought up last time we interviewed him originally when Wraith of God, the first one, came out. His paneling is phenomenal. I love his panel layouts and how he decides
actually a really great point
to put his panels and how meticulous he is with that and why he decides to do certain panels, like that page right there with the cat, like seeing the original layout and how he had it. And he was like, it doesn't work because it looks almost completely different from what it actually is now. And to see the original page, he said, I just like the way it works, having those 3 panels go that way. And then going down there, your eye just tracks the casket being lowered and everything. It just made sense. It's great.
That was also one of the things that I noticed as well, was like, I saw how these panels were laid out. And though it's not, this isn't super traditional, but it's also not so crazy that it's like, what the hell is going on? Graphically, you can still follow what's happening. You can see the casket being lowered and, this crypt keeper bringing it into the town and everything. So it is a really cool, idea to kind of just switch things up every now and then, keep it fresh. Everything doesn't have to be super cookie cutter, but you also don't have to like break the mold, right? So
you don't need 9 panels.
Oh, shut
Every
the F
page,
up with that.
9 panels,
It's
9
just
panels,
it
9
was just
panel, 9 panel,
talking
9 panel.
heads.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the same image
nine.
over and over again.
Yeah.
Oh
Yep.
my god, yeah.
I
We've
love
seen
it,
that
but
so much.
oh, it's so great. But yeah, sometimes it's nice to actually feel like you're reading a comic book.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, and this does feel like a comic book.
Oh,
Man, you get everything in this. You get sexy, beautiful women. You get badass, heroic protagonists. You get story arcs with female heroines that actually have a final, like a good conclusion. You have a great villain. It's you feel like it should be more difficult than this, and yet it's really not. At
I
least
know.
like to I don't know. I just feel like we praise this so much, and you would think that Marvel and DC would look at these books and go like, "Oh, so this is how they do it, right?"
This is what
But
people want. Wow, look at all the people backing this stuff. There must be something that we need to be doing different. I don't know, maybe getting artists that know how to, draw and have fun and different
yeah,
paneling and excitement and action and, you know, sexy women and badass dudes. It's like
mhm.
strong female characters that aren't obnoxious and annoying and do everything. Like, it's
Dude,
weird.
Esther is not in the at all insufferable.
Not at
Like
all.
she's now she has some doubts, but that's part of her character. You know what I mean?
So it
Like
makes her real. It's like I can relate to that.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
She's not really sure in Wraith's
Right.
abilities. She's not really sure about her faith. She has doubts, but she's not a Mary Sue, but she's also not just like incompetent and a bimbo and just like
Right.
what's
I'm
going
just here to
on?
look pretty.
Yeah. Yeah. She actually has like agency. What a
Yeah.
concept, right?
Weird.
So,
No, I
but she
think
can also, yeah. Sorry, go
yeah,
ahead.
when this is all done, I don't know how many he's got planned, but
Oh, forever.
this needs to be like a leather bound, like it looks like his journal,
Ooh,
like
yeah.
leather bound, like it just has that
Burnt
feel.
pages, like the
Burnt
burnt
pages,
edges on the
leather
pages.
bound
Yeah.
with a
Oh,
like strap or something. Just like go all out, make this thing look old school, gritty, dirty, because
yeah.
that's this all of that's the Wraith of God.
Dude, see, this is what happens. You're getting me all excited about like a really dope ass book. And right after this, we're gonna have to talk about modern comics.
I know.
We're
Start
gonna have to
off.
talk about,
I
yeah.
know.
We're gonna have to
Damn.
talk about Thanos in a little teeny
Oh,
bopper
Jesus
car.
Christ.
We're gonna
It's
have to
Uh,
talk
about
about, oh my
time.
god, it's about damn time.
You can't have the
Uh,
good without the bad.
yeah. Well,
Can't
that's
have the light
honestly
without the dark.
that's what makes the good so great is when you have the shit
Bingo.
that you go like,
Yeah.
this is fantastic.
Yeah.
But no, you're right. The light fighting the dark, and that's exactly what this book was, is the light fighting the dark.
Literally.
Dude, this is like I want this page for like Twitter. Because it's I'm reading it right now, the same page that I have on screen. But this is how like Twitch thoughts and OnlyFans hoes, like they'll be saying like, "Hello, stranger. Don't be afraid. You're welcome here. I sense you are a man who follows his desires. Do you desire me?" And he just goes, "Kiss this," and puts a cross in her face. Chad, based Chad.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hell
that's how you
yeah.
respond to all the porn bots and all the Twitter hoes, OnlyFans,
Mm.
Twitch dots,
All
I
the
know.
stank ass hoes. Yeah.
Yeah.
stank assholes. You say, "No, I'm a man of God," and you put a cross in their face.
Power of Christ
Burn,
compels
witch.
you.
The power of Christ compels you. Gosh dang, I had so much fun reading that book. So
So good.
yeah, thank you guys for getting Aaron on here. That was a blast. So
Happy to.
hey, MG, come on. Esther is a woman of God. She is she does not take part in so-called smashing.
Yeah, the sins of the flesh.
Yes. But yes, 10 out of 10 would definitely.
Oh, absolutely. No question about it.
Too funny. And yeah, like it's so great. You get a little bit of both. You get like beautiful, sexy, kind of vampiric women in these like, nightgowns and these kind of, not revealing, but also kind of for that time,
Yeah.
scantily clad, vampire women.
Oh yeah.
But then you also get like some dope ass monsters and violence and blood.
Mhm.
And, yeah, it's great.
It's good.
So do we end the stream there? Do we pull a Costanza and just go, that's it,
Well,
everyone?
that's it for me.
That's it for me. Have a good night. What do you think, chat? Do you want us to go over some of the books from this week? Because I mean, we read them, so
We-
it just depends on
We did so many.
if.
I do have an unboxing. If you want me to unbox, I got a mail call.
Yeah. If you want to unbox your mail call, I may have something pretty fun next week that will be pretty
Oh.
rad. But yeah, if you want to go ahead and do an unboxing, I'll start pulling up some of the books for this week.
Sure. This
Oh,
is
so while you're doing that, I was so you know how DC and Marvel have the freebie magazines telling you like what's coming out like the next month or so.
The Marvel
Yeah.
previews. The
Yeah,
preview?
they've got there's a DC one called DC Connect. This one has the,
Oh,
the
right.
March 2024 solicitations, and I was surprised to see Kyle's favorite writer Mark Russell coming back with another DC series.
Hey.
It's hilarious.
Batman Dark Age #1,
What?
just like with Superman Space Age, but with Batman the Dark Age.
Why?
Yeah, wait, what? Sorry, I'm confused.
Yeah,
Well, if it's Mark Russell, then I'm here for it, right? I mean, that's just a sign of quality.
It will be funny.
Yeah.
yes, whether we
Oh.
want it to be funny or not. Yeah,
So it's going to be. Are they going to be oversized, like 78-page pieces of shit, square bound?
Like
Uh,
that
no,
Superman
Kyle,
Space Age.
48 pages. Get it
Oh,
right.
48. Okay, 48.
It's still
It feels like
double-sized
78.
comic. Yeah. Oh my God, could you imagine Mark Russell writing like, what did Aaron say? This was 104
Yeah, total with everything and the backup.
with all the backup
Yeah.
stories. Ugh,
Yeah.
no
So what's
way,
it? What
kill
does
me.
it take place? What's the synopsis about it?
Let's see here. Let me get back to it.
Oh, got a book back from CGC.
Ooh, oh well, you should have opened this on the night that we talked about CGC.
Well, it just showed up today.
Oh. We could have deduced whether or not it was tampered with, whether it was
Oh, I'm going to
compromised.
assume it is because it's obviously it is. Because it's a book that I would admit. I only do Golden Age books here, so
Oh yeah, no, of course. We are high rollers. I mean,
every book up here has been tampered with for CGC. Every one of them.
Yeah.
I'm going to submit a claim. I think all of
Yeah.
them actually.
and we
Especially
have
that 608 Jim Lee book. That's for sure tampered with
well,
because it should be a 9.8. So
they can't put a 9.8 on that book because they're like,
it's too good.
Price is already so low. No one cares about this book anyway. Even if we gave it a 10, it wouldn't make a difference. So
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Rudy says, "Don't take the night." I know, but we do have to do our due diligence. We did read, 10 different books. I think probably over 10, maybe 15. And so we'll go through them just a bit. We won't, go into too much depth. Aaron says, "Put me in the game, Max." I didn't know that you were in the game. Or you're not benched. I didn't know that you were coming on tonight. We had Aaron Lopresti. I thought we had Aaron Sparrow. I sent it to the wrong Aaron.
So I submitted this for the J. Scott Campbell signature.
Oh,
This was a while
we
back.
talked about this one.
Yeah, so it's finally
One you're
back.
bitching about. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's an ASM 601.
Oh, okay.
The
Nice.
controversy of that, but you can see the red
Ooh.
Campbell
That's beautiful.
signature there.
But where are her ribs, Kyle? Where are her organs?
Somewhere behind there.
Somewhere somewhere around the male gaze. Yeah.
The
Yeah.
boob area, the boob window.
This I thought would be in the mid 9s. There is there's a zinger there as far as the spine tick.
Did you come back a 9?
I was thinking mid 9s.
Have you
If
seen
I
the
was
grade
lucky.
yet?
I haven't seen the grade yet. I was thinking mid
Ooh.
9s though. I guess
Uh-oh.
we will see. But I did get the custom label. They brought back this ASM New York label.
That is cool. I like the label for sure.
Any guesses? There are.
I'll say 8.5. I'll say 8.5.
8.5.
I'm going to say 9.2.
Okay.
Because if there's a dinger, I don't think
there's
it'll
a-
drop it into the 8s, but I think it'll be a 9.2.
Does it break color?
There are 1, 2, 3.
Ooh.
3 zingers that break color. I had this book
Mm.
pressed, and
Ooh.
up here in the corner, I can't tell. it
Quarter
looks-
inch?
I'm going to stick with an 8.5.
I mean, there's one nasty one just right here.
Oh.
I mean, it's right in the fucking middle there.
Well, let's see what the masters of quality have deemed this book to be.
See the powers that be. Drum
Yeah.
roll and
Wow.
Wow.
shit.
Fuck. That is not a
Wow.
9.6. Oh no.
Someone at CGC that morning had gotten laid right before they graded your book, and they were like,
They
"I'm
were
feeling good
jacking off
today."
to this cover. I don't know, man, but
yeah.
They just finished grading the jeweler ad.
oh yeah, the Mark
inserts
Jewelry.
in the comics.
Wow.
Yeah.
Beautiful
There-
book.
2,
Good.
3. I mean, there are 4 spine ticks on this thing, and one of them
Oh.
is, I mean, it's fucking like bending the book in half almost. Now they could have caused that. I don't remember the scope of this book, but it's like right here. You can see it. Like it's
Wow.
just, I mean, it's bad. It's kind of hard to see there, but
Well, you know what we may have to do is we will pull up the CGC picture that they take of the books that they, like the ones that they take with like a high quality Canon camera. And we'll pull that up and see what we're looking at.
yeah. But man, that I wouldn't give it a 9.6. I wouldn't. It 9.0.
Hey, they are the mark of quality, Kyle. What are you talking about? You can't
Clearly.
judge them.
They are the end all be all. They are the greatest.
Well, that book just went up in value.
I'm curious what it is. I actually don't know what these
That is a
go
good question.
for
Yeah,
at a 9.6.
that's a beautiful book, though, man.
I love this cover.
The yellow label with the custom and the
It's-
signature. Beautiful
lo-
cover.
Yeah, J. Scott Campbell is one of the best signatures in the business for sure.
Yeah, and that's a damn good grade, man.
It is.
Like 9.6 and 9.8s to me are the same, at least in my book. They're the same.
Not this one.
Well, I mean,
A normal
listen.
9.6. You're talking about little bullshit discrepancies. Like it's just,
Yeah.
well, I think the suturing might be off, or you have a little bit of non-breaking spine tick here. It makes it a 9.6. It's like whatever.
You know what the best are is when you get like a 5.0 because like the back cover has like a coffee stain on it or it's just shitty, but like the cover just presents like beautifully. Like the cover's perfect. You just buy it for the presentation, quality. But
Yeah, well, there's some like I think up at Heritage now. There are 2 different ASM number 1s. There's like a 6.5 and a 5.5. The 5.5 looks so much better. The colors pop so much more on a 5.5 and then the 6.5.
yeah,
It's like, yeah, at that point, it's like I would go for the lower grade because it looks better, it presents so much better.
absolutely. Presents beautifully. It's going to cost way less, thousands of dollars less. So, but
Yeah. But there you go. That's my unboxing. The book's finally back after
nice. That's a good one.
5
That was a good
months?
one. Yeah.
Almost.
Next week, I hope to have something that was not actually released to the public. That
Oh.
it's a well, I'll let you guys know after in the green room after the show. But it is it's pretty cool. So I'm hoping that it gets here in time and I can show it off because yeah, it's something that's super. It's very different, and I've never owned anything like it before. So I figured I'd add it to the collection. So yeah, 9.6 is worth like half a 9.8. That's crazy. That's insane, dude.
The price drop is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah, so then
And
it's like, okay, good. I'll get the price drop on the 9.6. I don't give a shit.
Oh, absolutely. It's totally worth it.
Yeah.
What is not worth it though is here, let me see. Where did I put that? This week's books. Now, actually, there were some that were worth it. And surprisingly, I was able to create a top 5 this week. I actually had a top 5. That's pretty surprising. But I had to add one from last week. So
oh, you added Conan?
No, Conan was this week.
I read it last week though.
Yeah,
right, because it came out. Yeah, it came out on online last week.
Yeah, I'm like, I read this last week.
Yeah, but it says release January 3rd.
That's so weird. I don't.
They're liars.
You're a liar. What? Because what site did you read it off of? And that'll tell you whether it came out this week.
I read this 2 weeks ago.
Sites?
I read this 2 weeks ago when this came out, and
wow,
it's just. I blame the European market for this.
I'm talking about Duke. I put Duke on my top 5 list for this week.
So. Oh yeah,
that came out last week. I read,
and it did come out last week. Yeah.
But I'm going to count it for this week because I read it. Then
Okay, that's what we're doing now.
I mean, you got to create a top 5 somehow. So.
Fair.
So what did you read? We'll just kind of go through here and talk about some of these. What did you guys read on the top row anything you want to talk about on the top row? And if not, we'll just move our way through.
I read Batman.
Okay.
Yeah.
Zurna? Or not Zurna. Yeah.
It's Zurin fail safe.
Yeah, it's weird. It's one of those things where it's like, in theory, yeah, it is good. It's a very action-packed book, but I'm just like, it's just more of the fail-safe Zurna. It's not that interesting, unfortunately, to me.
Yeah, I'm the same way. It's just we've already had failsafe as this unstoppable Terminator, and now it's just the Zurna version of the unstoppable Terminator. It's just like
and to make it worse, the next issue is Joker Year One, because we all want that, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Oh no.
There's just something like Batman being plugged into the metaverse and talking to all the Zurnas and versions of Batman, and it's just like, Jesus fucking God, like, what are we doing? But there were several people who had this as their pick of the week. I'm not going to say who, but there were people. I'm sure you can deduce who it is and who they are. But it's this book was definitely one that everyone was like, oh my God, it was so awesome.
So wait, this book was on Drew's worst list of 2023, and now, sorry, hold on. Yeah, and now has anything changed? Batman still has his lost hand. He still doesn't have Alfred. He still doesn't have the family. He still doesn't have anything, right? He's still lost his money. Like, he's not Batman.
Yeah.
Right?
Pretty much.
Josh does agree with me though, because he said Conan was released this week. Yeah, I went to my LCS last week and they did not have Conan, so that's what I'm saying. It was definitely not out last week. Yeah.
Well, I read it last week.
And then Conan excluding the art downgrade was awesome. And we will get to Conan MG for sure. But
yeah, this book is a meh. It's okay. It didn't piss me. It's just
Jorge Jimenez art.
Yeah, his art is really good. His art is really good in this. Yeah.
Seeing the Dark Knight Returns, Zurna fight. This is Zurna. It's like,
and we see Batman's robot arm in action.
He actually, he's like, oh, I have a robot arm I can use to punch failsafe with. It's like, hey,
wow. So they're actually using
Yeah.
canon.
Yeah, it
stuff.
didn't just like try to write it off like the Cyborg merging with Changeling plot point in Teen Titans. Yeah, so his robot
Yeah.
arm is still there.
Yep.
Well,
Yeah.
nice. All right. Well, so we'll give it a meh. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
It's a meh. Yeah.
Okay. I didn't not read it, but I trust these guys. Meh. Bringing back a classic. Speaking of bringing,
real quick,
Okay.
compared to last year, like I said with Batman, it's a decent start. I'll take it. We're off to a mess so far with Batman.
okay, all right.
Yeah.
First Batman in 2024. It's a meh. It's better than a skip it. You know what I mean?
Even
Yes.
keel, yeah, we're right there.
But speaking of classics and starting the new year off right, we left one Aaron, but we gained another Aaron. Good evening, my friend.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey.
So excited to join the handsome stream tonight.
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely.
Well, Aaron Lopresti kind of that ratio kind of threw things off, but it's all right.
Yeah, right.
We go to hand lifts with Batman.
I was so excited to find out that we're getting another Mark Russell book. Oh, this is amazing. That's not because they can afford him any answers on the first ring, is it?
I don't know. Maybe
I
they
don't
just who knows? He's just that funny. He's just that affordable. He's both. I don't know.
He has never written a single thing that has made me laugh intentionally. I don't know how.
Last period.
I don't know how this guy got pegged as like the guy that writes the humor. I mean,
yeah,
I would
I
think
don't get that.
you'd be better off with Joanne Sterer as the person that writes the humor at this point.
Oh no.
And I just sent you a link. There's a link in the private chat talking about the Batman Dark Age and the cultural icon Mark Russell.
Joanne Starr. If I were to Starr, if I were to laugh at her stuff, it's laughing at, not laughing with. It is very much a laugh at. The absurdity of those books.
Ambush Bug has a bag of potatoes. LOL, so random.
But Aaron, there's a guy who has a brain for a butt.
Oh man!
Oh my gosh!
This reminds me of Red Letter Media when they're talking about Ghostbusters 2016, and I think Mike says that it's the comedy equivalent of What If Poop Were Pee. Like that's all the thought that went into it.
Yeah, it's like, hey, it's a fart joke, but it's the front one. Get it?
Yeah,
it's funny.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my god,
you are hysterical.
Yep, you're a genius. Thank you for that.
Genius like Mark Russell.
Yeah, apparently. I didn't even bother with Gang War.
Oh my god, it's so
stupid.
Fucking stupid.
It is.
Really?
A giant fight erupts between Kingpin and Tombstone over a misunderstanding of something.
And you have Typhoid Mary winking at Spider-Man's like, I think she's winking at me, and She-Hulk's like, no, I think she's winking at me.
No, I think it's me. And then it starts a giant fight in there, and like, I think Tombstone. It's like I think he's making out with Kingpin. It looks like he's sucking his face. The art is fucking atrocious. Like this book is a mess.
How dare you say that about JR, Kyle?
This is rough. This Typhoid Mary is rough.
Typhoid's back to her old look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have an objection to that because if you're gonna have JR draw Typhoid Mary, you should probably go back to the way you drew her during the Daredevil run, just for nostalgia's sake. But I don't know, man. I am so like not interested in this. You go back, you take this Gang War storyline, and you go back to something like Streets of Poison in Captain America, which was there's a new drug on the streets. Cap, it gets caught in an explosion and it gets bonded to the super soldier serum, so he's not sleeping, he's getting all strung out, he doesn't realize that this drug is in his system. And then the reveal is that it's the Red Skull moving in on Kingpin's territory, and it culminates so you get Bullseye versus Crossbones, you get Daredevil versus Cap, you get all this really like great stuff, you get Bullseye versus Cap, And then it culminates with the Red Skull fighting the Kingpin. And you go and you back and you look at something like that, and then you come in and you look at what they're doing with Gang War, and you're just
Nothing.
like, what do you
Nothing.
yeah, there's just nothing there.
Yeah, they have a
Huge
map at the
nothing.
beginning that shows all the different factions and where they own the island of New York. It's like, so the fuck what?
But
What
the
does this
problem
actually
is
mean?
we don't see there's nothing establishing just how dangerous or how deadly this gang war actually is in the streets at all. Period. There is
Right.
nothing.
Yeah, there's no point. It's like, so what? Who cares who owns what? Who cares what this is fractional? It's like,
It's
what
written
does
like a
this
cheap.
mean?
It's written like a cheap stage play where we're just giving these guys in one room talking to each other.
Yeah, basically.
And this is Amazing Spider-Man, you guys. This
Yep.
is the
Yeah,
flagship
this is like-
book.
Yeah.
ASM. Well, so we all know the reason why. So, Aaron, I don't know if you've been on League of Comic Geeks before, but how they rank their books, how the books are sorted, is by how many people have them on their pull list. And you can add books to the pull list by, putting it. You can pull it, you can own it, you can quote unquote read it, and then you can put it on a want list. But Batman comes in at having 14,000 people on the pull list, and ASM has 8,500. So people are just collecting these books just to finish their runs. I guarantee you a lot of these people aren't actually reading them.
No, that's always the thing with Batman and Spider-Man. There's always a large percentage of people that are just, I've always collected Spider-Man and I continue to do it.
Yeah.
And I got out of that mentality a while ago. So it's just a shame because that should be the best book that Marvel is putting out every month.
Yeah.
You would think they'd like hire, even if all the other books were shit, that they'd like really try and hone in and be like, okay, we need to put our best talent. This is our best. Like Marvel's flagship is Spider-Man. So put their best talent. Same thing with Batman. They should be putting everyone, like Jorge Jimenez, awesome. You know what? Get him on there. But we need a better storyline right now. Speaking of which, all these other ones are not really that interesting to talk about.
Nah.
I do want to discuss this one though.
Oh, yes.
This piece of absolute
Great
utter
book. Take it easy.
garbage. Watch it. Watch it.
I back off of Team Kyle. It's amazing how quickly.
I mean, what to say about a book that is so outwardly vile and cruel and demeaning towards a certain group of readers. This was just this was Jerry Duggan salting the earth. I think Perch said this was Jerry Duggan salting the earth before the new X-Men creative team hops on. I mean, the dialogue from Cyclops sounds like a Twitter activist. The way that Colossus and Wolverine are just like shredding, killing these people.
And Nightcrawler.
Like, that's right. And Nightcrawler. These people that are quote unquote, hate people who commit hate crimes and hate speech, and they're MAGA supporters. And like, it's so utterly clear. The subtext is like a jackhammer.
Not just that, the irony is lost on this creative team because they have completely forgotten just how power mad, hungry that the mutants have been the last 4 years, creating their own planet, having their own island nation, threatening nations who don't take their who don't buy their medications with action. We got that in NextCorp. It's like all these things they try to write under the rug like they never happened or whatever. It's like, oh fuck no, we got a long memory. These stories did happen. How power hungry these mutants actually are, and how evil they really are, and turning Krakoa and pretty much into a Sodom and Gomorrah, where death doesn't matter, everyone's banging each other. This is pretty much hell on Earth. I mean, it deserved to be wiped off the planet. There's a story there to tell. I really feel like there's a great biblical story to tell there, like how these people have pretty much become monsters and have pretty much become gods and deserve to be destroyed. But that irony is all lost on them, completely lost.
Well, when you realize that when you read these stories like this and you realize that the writers would put people who believe differently than them into camps, it's clear the way that by the way that this is presented, and the X-Men being presented as being the good guys in this story. Of course, everybody would be against them. They've become a terrorist nation. And they've threatened the entire world. They've held the entire world hostage, basically. They've done what Magneto was condemned for in issue 1 of the Chris Claremont Jim Lee X-Men, when he held the whole world hostage with the nuclear weapons. That's essentially what they're doing, except they're being presented as the good guys. And I think that what this issue also exposed, aside from the general mean-spiritedness and hateful souls of the writers, is it also exposed how stupid the writers are, like just how unaware of the fact that Cyclops' letter is talking about the Constitution of the United States and his rights under it, but he's being tried in France. The Constitution, I don't know if anybody needs to hear this, but the Constitution of the United States does not have any bearing on what your rights are in France.
No.
What? But I'm an American.
Wait a second. American. Red-blooded American.
Yeah, it's just like, hey, you know what? Go to Palestine and tell them, but my constitutional rights. Go to Beirut. Go to any of these hotbed, countries, and hey, go to some cities and tell in America right now and say, but my constitutional rights, and see how far that gets you.
Yeah, right. No, the incompetence is on full display from these writers that they think that they are on the quote unquote right side of history, but like how many times have we seen this play out? Oh, look, it's mobs. It's like, the protesters of like all white middle-aged men. We don't want X-Men, go home, mutie, and then blah, blah. It's like, it's so tired and played out, and it's like, dude, this is you have no creativity, and you're just trying to preach to your 4 Twitter followers or whatever. But this
really
was just
funny thing. The really funny thing to me is that here we've got these mobs, and it's all angry white men, yelling and screaming because the writers in their mind are like, I'm reflecting the world of today. But if you want to show angry mobs and you want to reflect the world of today, the angry mobs I'm seeing on TV seem to be a little more diverse.
Well, if we look at the Summer of Love, it was lots of fires and lots of break-ins and looting.
Those were mostly peaceful protests, Max. We can't forget that.
Just
You're
like
right.
that.
I'm sorry.
Just like those people.
Just
and those should have been mutants. Those should be mutants over there. Those should not be humans. Those should all be mutants. Honestly, how things are.
And can't Cyclops not see? So what's he looking at?
Yeah, everything about these idiots is so intellectually dishonest. Everything that they present, even in their fiction, is just so devoid of any actual thought or nuance, or there's no inner monologue going on. These are all narcissists, and these are all and they're not very smart, and it comes through. It comes through in these things. And
no, this is just like God Love Man Kills. You don't understand.
Oh no. Oh no. And it's interesting too, because Aaron, I think we were having a conversation about this in our group chat, but you'll get a lot of the writers of this book, and a lot of the readers of this book have said, oh well, if you didn't like this issue of X-Men, then you're reading the X-Men wrong. You've been reading X-Men for the past 2 decades. You haven't been reading X-Men the right way. If you don't think that the X-Men has always been a political allegory for civil rights or LGBTQ rights or trans rights or whatever it is, then you've been reading the X-Men wrong. And it's such a narrow-minded view to put readers to say, if you do not engage with the art with how I want you to engage with the art, then you are automatically a bigot, a chud, a white supremacist, or whatever it is, when all I want to do is watch the X-Men go to Mojo World. You know what I mean? It's like, what are we doing here? What are we actually doing here?
Well,
has there been subtext? Yeah, but
let's say I accept that premise that the X-Men has always been about civil rights. The X-Men has always been about all of these themes of people being outsiders and being looked down upon. I will agree with that sentiment to a degree.
Sure.
But it's also been done eloquently, and
Yeah.
it's been done, without it's been done I'm not reading it wrong. You're writing it wrong because you're writing it from a very narrow point of view, and you're not writing it from a larger world picture. You've made the X-Men small, and you've made them petty, and you've made them as stupid as you are. And that's
Yeah.
what's wrong with the book. It's not that we're reading it wrong. It's that we understand the X-Men better than the people that are in charge of the X-Men right now.
Right. It's that we're actually trying to read it and it doesn't make any fucking sense as opposed to just
Because
looking
they're
at
not
the
the
terrible
X-Men.
art and being like,
Right.
oh, look at that fastball special. I know that. That's awesome. You don't understand X-Men, you dumbass.
No,
The
Kyle, it's
banter.
pinata special.
Oh, the pinata special or the
Oh my God,
screwball
that
special.
banter. I'm like, was this a first draft? This feels
Dude.
like, hey, I don't really know what to write here, so this is just my placeholder dialogue because I'm going to change it. And then you
Yeah.
never went back and did it. Jerry Duggan, stop trying to be funny. You do not have the ability. You don't have the ability to be good, and you don't have the ability to be funny. Stop. I can't wait for you to be off this book.
I also wanted to point out that within the recent trials that we've seen as of late, who has actually been convicted and gone to jail for, crimes that they either did not commit or, crimes that, like, for example, who was the individual who he was the prior Marine who on the New York City subway had to subdue.
Oh, yeah. Whatever happened to
um,
him?
I'm pretty sure he got arrested and put in jail. At least
Yeah,
I
think he
thought.
was found guilty. Yeah.
Yeah,
Of
and
manslaughter.
so
Yeah.
are you telling me that is that who Cyclops is? Like, am I believing that that's who Cyclops is right now? That they are protesting him, or like, what are we doing here? Because they act like the X-Men are the victims, and they're so oppressed, and they have this victim status, and I'm like, you've got the wrong idea, my man, because in the books right now with the Krakoa era, the X-Men are the most privileged, unoppressed, superhero. They have more power than anyone in the US right now, or in the world, really, on Krakoa. It's their paradise.
Yeah.
But they still
He
want to
was
hold
he
the
was
same.
Captain Krakoa, wasn't he? Wasn't that Cyclops?
Was he?
I think so.
Oh my
I don't
God.
know.
I blocked that out.
Am I like having a fever dream? I swear to fuck.
I think,
that was the
yeah,
thing
no, I
at
think you're
one
right.
point.
Yeah. It is pretty funny. Perch just posted this picture 2 weeks ago, and he just said, "This is my review of the book," and it's just Wolverine saying, "Awful."
It is completely awful.
Yeah,
That sums
There's
it up.
nothing redeemable about this book. Also,
no,
I have been reading X-Men and I understand X-Men, and to watch Colossus just indiscriminately murder when
Oh.
Colossus used to be much more thought. Do you guys remember in the Mutant Massacre when he had to break Riptide's neck, and how there was such sorrow amongst like Shadowcat, Nightcrawler, all these characters that he had been pushed to that because he had been such a gentle soul. And I understand there's been plenty of issues in between there, but to have none of that left and to just see Colossus as this remorseless killer, to see Nightcrawler just, murdering people, these are not heroes. These are monsters.
No.
And
Yeah.
everything that Cyclops is being put on trial for, he should be on trial for. All of the X-Men should be on trial, and they should all be sentenced because these are not heroic characters. These are violent, mutant, segregationist terrorists. That's the way they've been written. So yes, I do understand the X-Men that I've been reading. I understand the X-Men that you've been giving me in the Krakoa era, and they are horrible.
They really are truly terrible people, and yet we're led to believe that it's these Orcus, people. Listen to this clunky, idiotic dialogue from Colossus, and tell all the murderers in red that anybody aligned with fascism will die squirming under my metal foot. It's like, oh wow, oh, you're just, aren't you just sticking it to the chuds?
I'm with you on that one. Hell yeah.
That sounds like Colossus.
Exactly like him.
Oh, and then when Colossus is like, "Oh, I'm not going to respond to you. I don't want to give you any talking points. Go fight. Like, come on.
Which also doesn't make any sense, because the point of the trial is that he says in his letter the point of the trial was to buy time for a holding, or for the X-Men to do what they needed to do. Making statements and prolonging the trial would actually accomplish that goal. So
Yeah.
Jerry Duggan can't even be consistent with the character motivations within his own story.
No. Speaking of that letter, let's go through some of these.
God.
Just one line here. I reject Orcus. I reject Orcus's jurisdiction over me. I resist. It's like so
for you.
2022 or 2020. Excuse me.
Stunning and brave.
Stunning and brave. I resist against Orcus.
Good for you.
I wish you peace, unless you're one of the people or artificial intelligences that wish harm upon my family. If you are one of those souls, then I suggest you change your heart, if you have one.
Or I will murder you. My team and I will murder you.
I'll have Colossus throw a fucking tank at your face and kill you.
Yeah.
And if you wear red, sorry, you're dead too.
Yeah. Doesn't he say something to the effect of like, "Oh, I will unleash the entire brood upon Earth and kill all of you fuckers"?
Which is what they do. They're unleashing the brood at the end of this damn issue.
Yeah, they are the villains. Jerry Duggan, you have written the X-Men as villains. Oh my god, dude!
How many innocent people will die with the brood on Earth?
Oh
all of them.
All, not
All
just
of
a
them.
few.
Everyone.
All of them.
And artificial intelligence will die also somehow.
Yeah.
Now look,
Kill
if by the
them.
end of this story the X-Men are all villains and the Avengers have to kill them all,
Hey,
No, yeah.
I'm there.
then maybe this will come full circle. But you cannot present them as the heroic characters while these are the actions they're engaging in.
Yeah. How about this one? I will not be murdered by Orcus without a fight. And I ask everyone reading these words a simple question. I can't even read this with a straight face. Once fascism kills mutants, who will be next? Maybe you. It's like trying to be so like grandiose and just like maybe you're the one whose life will be forfeit.
How
Oh,
times can you say fascism in one comic?
We did nothing
Jesus.
wrong. We've done nothing wrong. We're just an island of
Yeah.
innocent people. We've never done anything wrong.
This is
No,
what
no,
happens
no.
when you have dumb people who think they're smart.
yes.
Correct.
And
I know
dumb
that
people-
word fascism.
Yeah, right. And dumb people who read this book think it's smart, and that's kind of the catch-22, right? Or not? Yeah, but I do think it is funny because you could kind of interchange the Orcus with like Trump. That's essentially what they're doing, right? Is like,
Well, yeah, the mock red, like it's God.
it's
Really broke their
not
brain,
subtle
didn't
at all. It doesn't, and the thing is like I think Aaron, you mentioned earlier before how the X-Men before in the 80s had dealt with topics like this before about civil rights and LGBTQ rights and stuff like that, but in a more subtle fashion. And you left the comic book asking yourself a question, right? You left the comic thinking about, man, this is really something that I hadn't thought about before, right? Or it gets you to really question things and maybe ask some more questions or do some research on your own. This book does not do that. You don't ask any questions. It's just Orcus bad, mutants good, and if you don't align with us, then you can die too.
It's so blunt. It's so just on the nose and unsubtle
Yeah.
that nobody except people who enjoy fascism. It's so funny because it's like they're talking about fascism through this whole letter, or through this whole book. And it's like, well, you guys are the ones who advocate, using violence to get your political points across. That's what the X-Men are doing here. They're using violence to influence people's personal policies or people's political policies. You're seeking political power through violence. That is terrorism. That is fascism.
Well, and actual literal terrorism when they were, like I said, Brad said earlier, the X-Corp book, producing medications that can help people and threatening, blackmailing nations to buy these medicines. If you don't, we're going to attack you. And they did.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and they wanted one of their treehouse things at the UN or down in like New York. And if you don't allow us to do this, we will go take everything by force. It's like, the fuck are
my
you
God,
talking
dude.
about? Do you not understand? That's exactly what you're preaching against. It's like, I don't know who you think you are. They think there's some Che Guevara freedom fighter piece of shit. It's like, you think you're on the right side of history. It's like,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, ask actual Cubans who lived through it what they think of Che Guevara.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Just because you listen to
Well,
Rage Against the Machine, you think you know,
Right.
to be in
What's-
Cuba at the time of the revolution.
Yeah.
What's the new Rage Against the Machine quote? Fuck you, I'll do what you tell me.
That's right.
Fuck you, I'll do what you tell me. But hey, you know, guys, at the end of the day, though, it's never too late to turn away from hate.
God damn it.
What- I want to like, I just want to, it's so comical. It's so comical. Who reads this and is like, yes,
Inspiring.
yes, this is it.
You know,
This
the
is my
really
moment.
sad thing is that this has made me think of that Cyclops is as a big of a putz and a pussy as I think Jerry Duggan is. Congratulations.
Yeah, talk about self-insert. Yeah.
Cyclops was
Uh,
always my favorite X-Men right behind Wolverine, and you're making me really fucking hate they've been making me hate
Ah.
Cyclops for 25 years, and it's like, God, like, stop. Why him? Why?
yeah.
Because he's a
Dude.
white male. I can only assume that's the only reason why.
Well, he's the leader, right? He's the symbol of the. He's been with both X-Men teams. He was there at the beginning. He was there when they introduced the new X-Men with, you know, Wolverine and Storm and Colossus and everyone. He's been constantly the leader throughout the ages. He is seen as like the protagonist. So of course they have to tear him down, you know.
Every
But
time.
yeah, it's never too late to what? Oh shit! No, I need to memorize this. What does he say? It's never too late to turn away from hate.
From hate?
Right?
It
It's never
sounds
too
like
late to turn away
something
from hate. Yeah.
Johnny Cochran would have said during the OJ trial.
No,
Mute
it sounds
and
like
proud.
a 14-year-old Twitter, you know, white girl activist who has that in her bio, and then all the different flags and like things in there. It's never too late to turn away from hate.
The glove don't fit. You must quit.
You must quit. You must quit. The
The
glove
bats
don't-
on a spree, Wayne must pay the fee.
Oh my God. Where do we even, I mean, is there anything else to say about this book? I think we pretty much covered it.
All right, we need a Seinfeld crossover where we have Jackie Childs coming in to represent Cyclops.
You put the bomb on? Who told you to put the bomb on? I didn't tell you to put the bomb on. Yeah. Cyclops, yeah, he uses his laser vision, burns someone. And then that someone goes like, Jackie, I think we got a case. Cyclops burned me.
Your face is my case.
Your face is my case. You took a deal. I didn't take a deal. Or like when Kramer, he's like, oh
You had a
yeah, they
powwow.
gave me
I
a,
think we had a
yeah.
powwow. You had a powwow?
We didn't have a powwow. Oh man.
Come on, everybody.
Oh shoot. I played it too early. Yeah, this is for sure a skip it.
Come on, everybody. Skip it.
Max has got it all queued up. He's got everything going now.
Oh yeah. This is our this is my Friday night. Like this is my therapy. I get to like just after all the books I've read, I just get to go, here you go, world.
They used to have a burn it option on one of these sites, like, you know, bag it, read it,
Oh.
burn it. They used to have, like, you know, when you would say like, yeah, this book is shit, nobody should read it, and
Well-
then of course, you know, you gotta take that away. So
Well, and I sent a video to you, Max, from the movie Funny Farm with Chevy Chase. That scene with,
that's
with his
right.
wife, where she's like, he's like, "What do you want me to do? Burn it?" She's like, she said, "Yes, burn it."
I didn't get to create that as like one of the my clips on here. I got to remember to do that because
Yeah,
yeah,
Aaron, I don't know if,
it's yeah.
yeah, I don't know if you've seen seen the movie, Aaron.
I've seen it. Yeah, no, where,
yeah,
where she has him. He reads, or she reads his book that he's been working on.
yes,
Yes.
The worst part is he sits there and he watches her read it.
yeah.
Oh no,
He's got a
It's
smile on
the
his
worst.
face.
A whole novel, Max.
that's terrible. That's really funny though. Let's see. So we went over Fall of the House of X, which currently stands at a 92%.
Bullshit.
200 out of
Not reading it.
218 people liked it. The average rating was a 3.9, so a 4-star.
I got. What are the 5-star reviews on this? I gotta know why people.
I don't
love
even
this
want
shit.
to do we even dare?
Yes, I want to know. I
3-star,
want to hear the arguments
2-star.
why.
All right. Here's a 4.5. You know, I haven't read that much X-Men. Oh, well, there you go.
Well, there you go. You know what? Next one.
There you go. Next. That's all you need to know from these
Yep.
weirdos. Yep. Here's a 4.5. At long last, it's here.
You've been waiting. You've been.
Yeah.
God.
This was a great first issue that echoed moments from House of X, Powers of X, pays off some of the setup from even before Fox?
Fall
What?
of X.
F of X? Oh, Fall of X. And even has some homages to past X-Men moments. What, the fastball special? Is that what he's talking about?
That's
Yeah.
the moment. Yeah.
I have some nitpicks, but nothing really ruined the momentum for me. Even in the mutant's darkest hour, it's great to see so many of these characters together on panels again.
What?
Oh, all right.
Oh man,
That
so
wasn't-
these reviews are basically like, I saw X-Men that I recognized and I clapped when I saw them.
Yes.
Yep.
They did
That's
a
what it can
thing.
be,
I
yeah.
recognize that thing.
So you
Yeah.
say
Nightcrawler
read X-Men
teleported.
correctly.
I like
Yeah.
when Nightcrawler teleports. It
Yeah,
says bam.
Bamf.
Bamf. Yep. The Wolverine had Snicket. Get it? I remember Snicket.
I know the claws. I like that.
Yep. Yeah. Josh says, read the reviews, you pussy. Your wish is my command, sir. Somewhat shocking for me to be reading a mutant book, and even more shocking that I thought this was great. First, I just want to say that I think Wernick's art was absolutely the best part of this book. That I can agree on.
Yeah,
That
I mean,
yeah.
it's not a high bar to
No.
to be the best part of this book, but yeah,
Reading
definitely.
a mutant book. That's such a weird phrase. That's such a weird way to put it. For me,
Yeah,
if you're
wouldn't you
reading a
say
mutant
reading
book?
an X book? Right?
Reading one of
That
those
is strange.
mutant books.
Yeah. Man, he
Dang
seems
muties.
bigoted. Dang
You know,
muties.
remember
muties.
Orcus? I ain't reading no muty books.
One of the muty
Them
books.
muty books.
Oh, you're
Who's
one of
reading
those.
them muty books? Each character go back to Krakoa, muty.
Yeah.
Each character felt flushed out. Oh no. And-
Flushed out. I can agree with flushed out because it's shit.
Yeah. Flushed out. And most even had their own dramatic splash.
What?
So he's talking about a shit falling into the toilet and splashing.
Yeah, that's
That makes
dramatic
sense.
splash.
Yeah. This book gets an entire extra star for the art in my book. Okay.
Oh my
All right.
god.
This one is 4 stars and just says, "And so we shall go to war." Okay. Okay, so this is
why
what
are all
I'm-
these reviewers under the name Jerry Duggan's mom?
God dang, there's a lot.
Oh.
There's some of these 1 stars though. The comic had some big shoes to fill, and unfortunately, it fails to recreate the grandeur, intensity, and polish of Hickman's original House of X. Instead of embracing the big concepts that Hickman used to kick off the Krakoan Age so effectively, Fall of the House of X feels like a mundane extension of Duggan's recent Hellfire Gala and Fall of X stories.
Well, and people tend to forget at this point that he actually ripped off a novel from that was written about from someone else. It'd been an option for a movie about it was called like the 15 Lives of some guy.
Oh
I think of the
no.
novel, and Hickman. It's on the record how much he loved this novel, and the writer was going to sue. You know, I think Jonathan Hickman. She actually said like,
Really?
"What's the line between what's the word between homage and ripoff?" And that's what Jonathan Hickman did. And so I think they really pulled away from that.
Oh, now he's president of Harvard.
Yeah. Dude, this is what always perplexes me. So, Aaron, I don't know if you've seen these reviews on League before, but you'll get juxtapositions. So it's very much like Rotten Tomatoes, where like you'll get a fresh score, but the review will be like hated it. And you'll be like, what the hell? That makes no sense. So, for example, this guy says Really enjoyed this, and I'm very hyped to see what this leads to. But the timeline of the current X books is completely bonkers and feels like they are just writing as they go and have characters plucked wherever they need them to go for the plot's sake. But I don't know, maybe it's just me. Also, the artwork looked nice, but very sloppy compared to Wernick's past work. Very confused on why. And then he says something, but he gives the book a 4-star rating.
Most people are not capable of being of like doing a review because they're like,
No.
well, it had a lot of problems, but I didn't hate it, so that's 4 stars, right?
I don't wanna be too mean. I can't be really mean, can I?
Yeah. Again, 3.5 stars. It was an interesting start, not great, but I do want to see how all the pieces line up. It's like, oh God.
And that's
dang.
3.5. Like to that person, that's adequate.
That's yeah.
It's like you guys, everybody who does reviews, you have to think of it as like, okay, 5. 5 means, man, they knocked it out of the park. I cannot imagine this being better. 4 means, hey, maybe I don't give 5-star reviews because nothing is perfect, but this was
That's
as
me,
close
yeah.
as you could possibly get. 3 is, like a 2 would be average, would be in the middle of the
Right.
scale of a 5-point scale.
Yeah.
Somewhere between 2 and 3. People just don't understand that. They're like, I took a star off because I thought it sucked.
Yeah.
What?
I normally give a book that average, like if it's a meh, it's that 2.5, maybe 3-star. 3 if it's like fairly good on the better side of a meh. But I mean, yeah, I don't think we've ever given a full 5-star book. I mean, maybe the very few ones that come close would be like the first few issues of Conan, or like even Echolands. Like Echolands is beautiful, but the story's okay. But like I wouldn't never even think about giving it a 5-star rating. So yeah, but hey, your favorite book, Kyle, got a 62%. Thanos number 2. So
when did issue number 1 come out? Because I swear, Kyle, issue 1 came out when we were still doing the reviews. Like that shows.
No. We reviewed this on one of our Friday night.
We did.
streams.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
And when did it come out?
November 8th.
Really?
So this was 2 months ago. Yeah.
Feels like it was a lot longer than that.
Still, but 2
Mhm.
months in between
Yeah. For a book that really does nothing.
for a book that's
Yeah.
dog shit. Like,
hey, we get Thanos driving a car and it's Philly.
it is funny.
Oh my God,
It's
that
the funniest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. It was so fucking funny. I fell out of my chair.
it looks like we lost Aaron. But yeah, no, I'll show the panel just because I can't fathom what they were thinking when they did this. This says he can't write well. They stole your guys' thing.
Yeah,
Seriously
they did.
though, blah. Cantwell always disappoints me. His Iron Man sucked, and now this sucks. That's a good review.
That's fair.
He's got a point.
Oh, here we go. Did Thanos just boost a effing car like it was Grand Theft Auto? What the fuck is even going on?
Thank you. What? Driving a car. Oh,
that was
God.
that was our like, what are you doing? So Aaron, we'll show you the panel. It's too good to be true when in terms of like you have to see it to believe it type of thing. I want to make
This book takes
sure.
place in Fresno.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, the girl who's the key to everything in Fresno. It's like,
Yeah,
okay.
the drugstore cowgirl.
Yeah.
Yes.
What do you guys think about the art
It's
in
fucking
this?
awful.
It's
That
terrible.
whole it's terrible.
Oh, hey, but it's Crazy Joe Davola's used cars. It's
You get that?
It's
Oh, it's a Seinfeld reference.
That's a thing. I get
I
that.
clapped when I saw it.
yeah, and it's
Uh-huh.
wacky wavable inflatable tube man.
I like that
Yeah.
too. That's funny. I know those.
Yeah.
They wave. It's really funny. They make me laugh.
Yeah.
So I enjoy looking at them. So I must enjoy looking at this.
Right.
Yeah, right.
Really.
And then where was the other Seinfeld reference? It was somewhere down here, right? Oh, here it is. Or was it this one? I forget.
There's
But
another
this
one.
is the car
I just-
scene. So
yeah.
look at that. King of the road. and he is sitting in a Toyota. What, I don't even know. It's not a Toyota.
Oh,
It's not-
that's American. That's like a Chevy.
yeah, that's a Chevy beat 'em up 1970s truck.
Hell
that he
yeah.
pulled
Tell me
off
how
the
his
lot.
legs are working the pedals. Tell me how they fit.
It's just so absurd to see his huge body through the roof of this dumb
Damn it.
car. I'm just like, I hate you, whoever's writing this.
Christopher
You are
Cantwell, right?
so dumb.
Yes.
Yeah. Christopher can't write well. Yeah.
Imagine
is-
getting to work
yeah.
on Thanos, the character of Thanos, even in Marvel such as it is now. But you're
Yeah.
handed the character of Thanos, and one of your ideas for him is this.
Is just this.
Yeah.
This should be the thumbnail. It should be our thumbnail for
I'm going to get that tattooed on my back.
yes. Just like, yeah, like you said, this is one of the most powerful warlords. He is a titan. This dude has conquered galaxies, and you have chosen to, like a fucking clown, put him in a car that, oh, the joke is that he doesn't fit.
Wait, go up a little bit. Go up a little bit. Is he hot wiring it?
Yes.
He's like sparking. Yeah.
Yes. Like he knows how to. Like here, I know that this is a conveyance, and I know that I can get around. It's like, what? Why?
Strange's cursed spell hindered me, but I need to move now. Rips off the top. Hot wires it and drives away.
Is it turning to water? What is the? I don't even understand the roof there. Is that supposed to be like it melted or?
Sure.
He just ripped it
Go with that.
away.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah, it looks liquid.
Yeah.
So yeah, there you go. That's Thanos for you. 62%.
You know, I really
Definitely-
hope that one day I get to write the New Gods and I can set the whole thing in Bakersfield. I feel
Oh,
like that's
no.
where Darkseid should be hanging out. Is Bakersfield.
Yeah, that tracks. That tracks. So this one was interesting. Fire and Ice, welcome to small. Oh my Jesus!
How does it have a
93%?
No.
Wow.
But
you got it.
wait, 93%, but like it shows 1 star on like half or not even a full star.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
because that's
Max's
my review. Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
Well, because I actually review these correctly.
And you
Yeah.
can't leave 0-star reviews.
Yeah, which is
By virtue
is
of it
bullshit.
existing, it has
yeah.
Correct.
It has to have a half star just because it exists in the world and it's
Look
stunning.
at that
and great.
creator team. Look at those fucking
Oof.
engineers. Look at them.
Oof, look at this. This is
Damn.
your starting offensive line, boy. That's-
This is day
Murderers,
one.
bro.
Day one ticket purchase for Lilith Fair.
oh yeah. So now here's
God,
the
that
funny
fucking
thing. This was
cover.
not actually the worst issue in the series. I think the last issue and the issue previous to that were the worst 2 issues. This was dumb, but it was not the worst of the series, I thought. I'll read something that Perch said, and I think this kind of sums up the book. He says, nobody is reading and enjoying this Fire and Ice comic. You can read and go, wow, this is really going to bring new readers. Or you could go, wow, this comic sucks so much ass that people will hate by it or claim to love it so they can bully actual fans, but that's about it. So, he said you can't read the comic and go, wow, this is really good to bring in new readers, but you could go, wow, this comic sucks so much ass that people will hate by it or claim to love it so they can bully actual fans, but that's about it. And I agree with that sentiment.
Yeah. Like I
Would you
said,
guys
you
say
don't
that
read this book. You can't read this book. You don't read this book.
No.
So what's worse, this or Hawk Girl?
Fire and Ice.
Oh, this
Fire and Ice.
for 100%. At least the art in Hot Girl is somewhat tolerable.
Sure. Yep.
I don't
And
think the art in this book were this like some kind of like Archie book, which seems to be what to make it. But for a superhero book by DC, there's nothing here that should be published by DC. Nothing in this book, from the art to the
Correct.
not be part of the DC universe in any way.
Yes.
yeah, this was This is, to me, I think the art is pretty pathetic in this. Even for an Archie book, I still would probably not want anything to do with this.
Reading this, this really made me call back to like Marvel 2016, all new, all different era. This is what this issue reminded me of.
Very reminiscent. There's a fire in the house and in the salon house thing, and the girl that they have working there, she's sleeping over. And she's like, "Oh my God, there's a fire." And so Fire comes in and she says, "I wasn't screaming for you. I was saying, help, there's a fire of the hot variety, heat
But
variety."
she's singing, Max. Before that, you missed that. She is singing.
Oh, that's right. Oh my God, yeah, that's right.
Singing.
So she had her girlfriend over and the girlfriend slept the night, but the girlfriend left because they had a one night stand or something. And she goes, "Of course she left me. Why wouldn't she? Only I could scare away a bad guy with my over eagerness, this superhero mess, and my extra aggro boss named Fire." Fire, oh my God.
Yeah, I would leave this person too.
I would have started that fire to hopefully kill them.
Listen, there's the coyote date, there's the 2 coyote date, and then there's set the house on fire.
And knock her out, and hopefully she doesn't wake up.
And then but she finally says, like, "Oh, I wasn't screaming for you. I was saying, help, there's a fire of the hot heat variety." And so Fire says, "I can leave you here, kid." And she goes, "Nope, please save me, Fire of the Justice League Conqueror of Darkseid."
Because that's how everyone talks.
Because that's how funny people talk, Kyle, apparently to Joanne Starr. It's
so quirky. It's so quirky.
Yeah. It's quirky and
when you say words, like when you say words and then you put words around it to describe the words you just used, that's funny.
Sure.
Hey, people like funny.
Josh says it sounds gay.
He said it first.
Yep, I didn't. Those are your words, Josh. I did not say that. And I mean, hey, we all know Josh. He's banging chicks all day. Okay, so
this is the gayest thing since gay came to Gay Town.
Yeah, just about. Slavic, we did have Aaron Lopresti on, and he was a blast. If you want to catch the first 2 hours of the stream, that was the peak of. I mean, my channel will never get better than that. But no, I'm kidding. But it was really dope to have him on, and he gave some great insight into his book. So. MG, do you guys know anything about this? Drew, have you heard about #Spawn Challenge? Have you guys?
Yeah, Todd's been issuing a challenge to anyone, like certain days of the month of January for like, all right, I'm putting out a Spawn Challenge to see like who can do the best art for this character for these days, this character for these days. But I've seen a lot of pushback from pros because they're like, why would we do this if we're not getting paid to do this? This kind of belittles our art. We're not getting paid. Yeah. Why would we try to do this? But it is what it is. It's just if you're new, if you're trying to break in, do your best.
Yeah. It's a fan art contest. I mean, what's the like if he chooses one and he uses it, you get paid? Is that what it is?
I guess. I think he may use it. Yeah.
Well, why can't anything be fun?
He's exactly. It's just really fun. Don't do it. No one's forcing you to.
Yeah.
Look, all of you assholes do like Inktober, where you draw shit for free and put it out on Twitter. So draw a free Spawn thing, and maybe he picks it up, and maybe you get paid, and then you got a Spawn cover. Why wouldn't you do that?
I'd do it if I could. Shit.
And if you don't want to, you don't have to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
MG, I like what he says about the lazy cunts complaining won't get picked anyway. Yeah, not wrong.
Well, you know what? That's kind of fun.
On Facebook.
I was thinking about. I saw a bunch of. I didn't watch any of them, but I saw a bunch of videos talking about how a group of comic shops have pushed back against the cancel pigs and are not going to be, are going to be boycotting their books. And I was like, well, it's Ramon Villalobos and internet lawyer Jamal Eigel. Most comic book stores are already boycotting those books. Like just not ordering.
They don't sell and they don't buy them. Yeah, the sales speak for themselves. So if they're not, if it's not going to benefit the retailer, then they're not going to buy it. So I did think this was pretty interesting. this kind of speaks for itself. It's another one of those, like, the X-Men feel like they're the victims, but they're actually the ones that, because Fire goes, I get it, everything is my fault. And I'm thinking, yes, it is. Everything in this book has been your fault, Fire. Fire did the social media post where she said, hey, if you're a villain, come to Smallville because I'm going to, beat you up or whatever. That Superman had to save her and save Smallville from. So that's her fault. She then invited like D team list villains to go to their like parlor so that she could do a social media thing with them too. And now they're the ones who are robbing Smallville. Like, yes, Fire, this is all your fault. But of course, she has like the stunning and brave friend who she's like,
Look at
no, it's not your fault. Everyone, you're the good one here. And I'm like, you have no concept of morality.
Go back up, Max. Go back up to where
Oh, yeah.
she's got her hand on the side of her face.
This one, yeah.
But if you look at it, it actually looks like she's cupping her ear to hear. Like the
Yeah.
perspective that it's drawn at. Like this is so poorly
Hello?
done.
Yeah.
It's terrible. It's like,
Yeah.
shouldn't you be holding a cross that is the prop for martyrs? It's like,
Yeah,
Jesus
you guys are
yeah.
right. This isn't even. Yeah, just go nail yourself to the cross. But you guys are right.
Yeah.
This isn't even Archie worthy.
No.
No.
Especially when you see like the butt brain guy and the
Oh god, here we go.
ambush butt, your favorite character, Drew.
Yep,
Really-
greatest character.
No, this is not ambush, but this is not ambush bug. No,
It looks like
No,
him.
I thought
looks
this
exactly
is
like
like, yeah, this is. I mean, this is a DC book, right? So I should think that this is like how they're writing the Lobo was in the last one. Like Lobo was written great, right?
Is that
Yeah.
Maxie Zeus?
yes,
Yes,
Yep.
yeah.
Who's the
And
guy
he's
with the big
written-
bone? Who's the guy holding his big boner?
That's butt brain guy.
That's butt brain guy.
Oh.
He's looking in his pants.
And Lobo didn't take his money because it's in his pants.
Yeah.
Thanks for the loot, buttheads.
Yeah.
Did
Yeah.
Lobo write that?
Yep.
Yep.
no, it's Mark Russell, I think.
I think what she was trying to do was like, remember in the other guys when it's like, thanks for the fuck shack, signed Dirty Mike and the boys, you know?
Yeah.
That's what she was trying to do. But instead it's Lobo and he says, yeah, where did I thought, oh, here's a better
Yeah,
look at
there
it.
it is. Yeah.
Thanks for the loot, buttheads. P.S. Your pie stinks. Elbow, the main man.
Oh, look how he spelled his name. It's so weird and
Elbow.
random that he wrote it that way.
By the way, the what would you call it? The significant, like there needs to be an why is this fucking pie in every issue? They talk about it every single issue. Elron, their robot, is like, oh, he says later in the issue, he's like, oh, I'll go get the pie, and it's like, oh my god,
Because
they
it's
are
so
obsessed
random,
with
Max. That's why it's so funny. Is it's
Like, is it a
random.
Scientology thing? Is this L. Ron Hubbard robot like obsessed with pie?
It has to
Was
be,
L.
yeah.
Ron Hubbard obsessed with pie?
No, he's obsessed with young boys on his ship. But
That's
pie.
true.
That too, yeah. Maybe
So
that's how he
it's-
got them on, was with pie.
So who
He liked
represents
that moon
Xenu?
pie.
Who is Xenu in this?
Fire and
We're
ice.
giving more thought into this than they are.
Yeah.
what is this? Is this a YA author?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
And what are the? You know what? I don't even care. I was going to say, what are the reviews on the YA?
With their
Like, why did this-
qualifications, yeah. No.
Yeah, this is just.
They
You
have
know what this
none.
is? This is the problem. Is you hired a bunch of dumb college girls to be the assistant editors, and they read these shitty YA novels. And so what they're doing is they're hiring these, wine mom YA novel authors that they liked their book. They're hiring them to write these comic books, and it's absolute garbage. It's
Yeah.
not a story. It's not even.
It's pretty damn bad. And
Yeah.
just for your own, because I think Aaron, you had said, oh, is that Maxi? What was his
Maxi
Maxi?
Maxie Zeus.
Yes, Maxi Zeus. They write him like a conservative, like trad, based Chad guy. He's like that. That's the commentary that he kind of plays into this. So like,
He's a membo. Like, oh,
yeah,
we'll exploit him to move our heavy things for us because he's a strong man.
And what color is his sash? It's red. Yeah.
It's
you
red.
see
Oh,
that?
I see.
Yeah.
I see what they did
Oh.
there. Does he
Yeah.
give unsolicited opinions on Israel?
Oh, you know what? Actually, I don't think so, but
Not yet.
he does offer his advice or his help when, because like, I think it was 2 issues ago, Fire and Ice were like, "Hey, Maxie, we would really love it if you could use your big, strong muscles to lift this couch for us." And he's like, "I'm on it, ladies." And then the whole rest of the issue, the joke is that he never puts the sofa down. Like he's
Because
just
they didn't say put
constantly
it
holding
down. They just say, "Can you pick this up for us?"
Yep.
He's
Get
too
it?
dumb
It's
to realize.
amazing. It's amazing how far this character has fallen from like not just the comics. I remember as a kid watching the Batman animated series, the one episode Maxie Zeus was in, and you just see just how psychologically broken this character was. And you see just how much he lost his mind, but he was still power hungry. He actually believed he was fucking Zeus. And this, it's like, what the fuck are we doing here?
That's what I
This
ask
this
myself every
devalues
time I read this.
this devalues every single character it touches. It
Yeah.
devalues the medium of comics. Do you remember when you were? I mean, maybe Max, maybe comics were more accepted when you were a kid because you're younger than we are. But I remember when teachers would tell me that comics were for dumb kids.
Mm,
Congratulations. Books like this have made that true. Comic
yes.
books are now for stupid people.
Yeah.
They're written by stupid people for stupid people.
And what's so interesting is that you read this and you think, who is this for? Right? Because I ask myself that every single time I read this. Every month it comes out, I go, who is this for? And they can't say it's for kids because kids would even read this and go, like, I don't get it. Like, I don't get half of the cultural talking points that are in here. So it's not for kids. Like the artwork is maybe for kids, but it's even offensive to kids. I've seen better, young adult novels that are done better than this. And then you say, well, that's exactly who it's for. It's for the middle-aged wine-aunts, the autistic lesbians who have just taken over the industry at this point. And that's not offensive for me to say, oh, they're autistic lesbians, because they profess it in their Twitter bios. They're activist autistic lesbians.
And
like
I've
I
seen them at
said,
conventions. They are very, very autistic.
oh yeah,
Yes.
yeah. And it's not me saying like, oh, like I'm saying that it's bad that they're autistic lesbian. No, that's not what I'm saying. It's that they profess themselves. They're like, we love being autistic, quirky lesbians, and we're just goofy. So we love this stuff. And this is what they read, but there are only 2 of them out there. And so you can't really, get a good read on like actually who is buying this stuff. So
And they have no money to afford it. So what's the
true.
point?
Yeah. Like I said, it's quirky, it's wacky, it makes no GD sense at all. Things just sort of happen. I think it was Drew or Kyle, I forget which one of you guys said this. This was months ago. This was like issue 1 or 2, where one of you just said, this is the book that just says and then. And I forever that is in my head. And it's like, yeah, you're right. This is just and then the comic book. And then this happens, and then this happens, and then
If this was someone's first comic, it would be their last comic.
yes, that's a good way of saying it. Yeah. Is this the final issue? Says Slavic. God, Lord in heaven, I really hoped so, but I don't think it is. I think this is. I think it still has 1 or 2 more.
I think,
Yeah.
One
couple
more,
I
right?
think.
Yeah.
Oh, this comic is just a it's like grand opening, grand closing.
Yes. Yeah.
It's like, hey, I'm interested in comics. Open the book and close it back up and go, well, that was a fun experiment.
Yep. We're done
Yep.
with that.
It's like,
Yep.
is this why we shouldn't have women writing comics? I think so.
Oh no. Hey, you leave Wheezy out of this. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Well, but
She's
those
old school.
the women that succeeded in comics used to be much like the men that succeeded in comics were
Yes.
people that liked comics, that cared about comics, and that worked their way into comics. And now you just write some shitty YA novel and you just get handed a comic book, even though you don't understand the medium, you don't understand how things are paced, you don't understand the conventions of comic book writing, and you're just handed this, and then you're given an artist, and the artist goes, all right, I guess, and does the best that they can with it, and it just gets put out to sell to nobody because nobody's interested. This book is for Joanne Starer. That's the only person that this book is for.
And she loves it.
She loves it. And like, I had mentioned earlier that tweet that Perch had put out, which basically says like, yeah, you can't in good faith say, oh yeah, this is a comic for kids, or that, oh yeah, I really enjoy this comic, without trying to quote unquote dunk on the chuds and make the other actual comic book fans angry. Because it's objectively a poorly done, poorly written, poorly characterized, poorly drawn comic.
I want to
Everything
buy
about
this book. I want to buy this comic book, and I want to go to a comic book convention where Jim Lee is signing, and I want to get up to the front and I want to throw that book down in front of him and say, "Explain this.
Yes.
Explain this to me. Explain why this exists. Explain why this was allowed to come out on your watch."
Yeah. And he won't have an answer for you though.
He's like,
I
"What's
was
this?"
walking the red carpet and had this editor say, "Hey, this writer's something special."
And I said, "I don't care.
Yeah.
Do whatever."
Yeah. He's like,
let me
"It'll
get
be
more
$100,
credit.
please."
Yeah, apparently that's how you become a Star Wars director as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is pretty sad. But thankfully, hopefully that series will be over soon. Just a reminder, chat. Drew put Fire and Ice in number 7 for his worst of 2023, whereas Kyle and I, who had the correct take, we had it as number 2 in our list. So it was the worst comic if it had not been beaten by Ghost Rider and Spawn. So yeah, so I think I'm very, every new month that Fire and Ice comes out, I feel more justified at having it at that number 2 spot.
More vindicated. Yep.
Oh yeah. Drew, would you move it at all now? No.
I would have to. I got to look at my list again to see what I had above it,
Okay.
and it's probably
Yeah.
at that. Yeah, it's probably, it may be justified at this point after that.
Okay. And to be fair, I moved Ghouls Just Want to Have Fun, which was the Lobo one where he's like dressing up as the Greatest Showman and stuff. And to my better judgment, I put White Widow as my number 9 instead of Ghouls Just Want to Have Fun. So I
Thank
moved
you.
White Widow from my honorable
Thank you.
mentions into my top 10.
Good man.
Yeah, you know what? I read it again and I said, nah, this is shit. This is
Oh, so bad. And it had such a nice cover.
Yeah.
yeah. There were
One
like
of many, but the main
yeah.
cover.
Yeah.
There were some good ones out there for sure. Speaking of good art and good covers, well, I mean, this didn't really have a good cover, but
Eh.
so
Ricardo Federici, he killed
Great
it
art.
in this.
let me
He killed
preface
this
this
book,
book
yeah.
real quick. So Drew texts me like an hour before we go live, and he's like, "Guys, you need to check out Titans Beast World Atlantis. Like, just I'm shocked. You will be shocked at what you read." And I was like, "Okay, here we go. This sucked. This is terrible."
This is awful. Yes.
The only good thing was the art in the first story. Everything
Yes.
else,
It's
Megan
terrible.
Fitzmartin and Cena Gray. I mean, come on. Come on.
Well, okay,
Yeah.
look, okay. My one defense of this, they do not put any of their bullshit in these stories.
Sure.
I would have had no clue that these guys wrote these stories at all. Period.
Other
Cena
than
Grace
it just-
actually put together a competent story here with Aquaman, and he had a great artist in Ricardo Federici, and I was shocked.
I mean, this page alone, I was like, this needs to be in every single book, dude. Like, this looks sick.
That's your cover.
That should be a cover. It should have been. It's way better than this. Whatever this shit is.
Amber Heard. Yeah.
With Amber Turd and
Yeah.
Amazonian sharks, which yes, that is a thing in this book. But yeah, no, I got nothing from these stories. The only redeemable thing was this gorgeous art from this first story. I mean, this is like, but yeah, the woman here, I forget her name. She or was it this story? No, it was the last one where Aqualad puts everyone in danger, almost gets the baby killed, and then Mira turns into this like serpent thing because it was all his fault.
I'm only defending the first story. That's all I gotta say. And
Okay.
Isn't
as soon
that
as we get,
typical for Aqualad, though? I mean, this isn't the first time that he's put everybody in danger by his actions.
yeah, Batman
Yeah, I guess
Fortress
Responsible for
did the same
Yeah,
thing.
Batman Fortress. Yeah, he did it.
So this
And
is
then this
consistent
art was
character
just
work.
terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it is consistent. So
That
Can you
art's
imagine
fucking
being
terrible.
Federici and they're like, we've got a book for you, and he's like, oh great, who am I? Whose story am I doing? And they're like, Cena Grace.
Like, busy. Damn, I'd love to,
Yeah.
but
Oh, man, bummer.
no, I wanted to.
Come on, Drew would give him a book tomorrow. Like if Federici was like, yeah, I really want to get paid to do a book, Drew would be like, I will have a book for you in 24 hours.
Yes,
Yes.
I will have a first draft done tomorrow for you to start working off
Yeah.
of.
Gosh dang, yeah, this looks great. So it is unfortunate that the book lacks in like story. I'll say the art in the first story is absolutely stunning and should be praised.
I'm
The
going to
art-
say it is
yeah.
by far the best illustrated story this week from any of the comics we saw.
You know what? That's pretty high praise. I may, just for this page alone, I may give it to you. I may. I gotta
See,
look at
even
Conan.
Kyle's thinking, yeah, there you go.
I gotta look
I
at
don't
Conan.
know. Batman. I think there were some cool pages in Batman.
Jorge Jimenez, yeah.
Yeah.
He's
JR. I mean that.
Oh no. I mean Thanos in that clown car, man.
That's hard to top some of this stuff. We got some gems this week, fellas. I don't know.
Yeah.
That is so it's like on the level of like just the worst ideas ever. It's
Yes.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's something that should get you fired. Like that's honestly, if you try to give that to an editor at all, they're like, get the fuck out of here.
That is an
yeah.
urban sombrero idea.
the editor that let that happen, you're fired.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're out.
Editors used to be the ones that protected the IP from a writer's bad ideas. And now, if they're not outright giving the bad idea to the writer, they're just, it doesn't matter. None of this matters. It doesn't matter if the character is consistent with its previous appearances. You can make a joke out of our big villains. You can make a joke out of any of our characters. Look, it's all just for laughs, right? These are just stupid comic books. Who cares? They're just dumb entertainment for dumb people, and that's what they've made them.
Yeah. Now, the one that I will praise was this Silver Surfer Rebirth. And Aaron, I know that you're not a fan of the writer. However, say again?
As a person, I'm not a fan of him.
As his personality, how he treats other individuals and how he portrays himself on social media is pretty, abhorrent. But the way that this was written, the way that this ended, the way that this was drawn, I mean, how it was illustrated looked beautiful. The action with Silver Surfer and Mephisto, I could feel Silver Surfer's board just like thudding me in the chest with this page. So I won't go too much into detail because it's
that
a
page
fairly
right there.
simple story.
I love this page.
This was cool,
I would,
right? Yeah.
I would love to have that.
Ron Lim is amazing.
Yeah.
Glad to see him doing comics again, because for a while all they were giving him was like he was doing like all the coloring books. Probably making more money doing that, but I've always loved his art. I'm one of the few people that was glad when George Perez flamed out on Infinity Gauntlet and Ron Lim picked up. I just thought, I've always loved his stuff, and especially anything with the Silver Surfer. He's the guy that really made Silver Surfer look actually reflective. Like that was
like a chrome, right?
Yeah,
like a chromium. Yeah.
Yeah, the 90s run is going to be the 80s and 90s run is always going to be legendary.
Yep. So I'm going to give this one a recommend. This was on my top 5 this week because it was just it was epic. It's exactly what you want. It was very similar to Wraith of God in that it's like it's not trying to break the mold. It's not trying to do something that's never been done before. It's Silver Surfer against one of his biggest villains, Mephisto.
Take my money.
And it's
any day of the week.
Ron Lim on art.
Ron Mars writing it.
Yeah.
Yep. And I mean, at the end of the day,
that Legacy, which is a character that I always liked.
Yeah.
Marvel.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's a story about morality. because you have the light versus the dark, and you actually get a little bit of a biblical reference of Mephisto going back to his first form as the snake in the Garden of Eden.
I love
know?
it. It's
Love it.
great.
Perfect.
Yeah, pretty cool. Works out well. And then it's a nice ending. The journey never ends. There are always more stories to be told. So it's cool, man. Like, this is great.
Yeah.
This is what you want. So
Yes.
like I said, I'd give it a recommend. But yeah, any more thoughts on the Silver Surfer? It's, like I said, fairly simple book.
It
Is
is.
it recommend in a solid series. Another one.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Unwell. Recommend.
Absolutely. The
So
other
are we
one,
gonna do like a little thumbs up video, Aaron, for that? We're gonna give the.
oh yeah, I forgot about this one.
That's our final
judge. Thumbs up, average.
Sorry, what were you saying, Drew?
That's our first one this week. We've given a unanimous thumbs up.
I
Yeah.
guess that's true. Yeah. Well, my next one, I know we are all going to give a unanimous thumbs up on, because
Oh,
Marvel
real quick,
Meow.
before you talk about this, I read the Zod issue. I thought that was incredibly boring. I was bored reading that.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately, I didn't get to it, but
Okay.
It's no Neil before Doomface, I can tell you that much.
hey, that's right.
No, it is not.
I did get to this one, and this was great. I loved this issue. So it's a collection of the short, anthology Marvel digitals, and it's just like a fun little cat story. I loved it. Look at all these little cats.
Fucking joking, right?
Dude, what did you guys not put this on your top 5?
Fuck no.
I am swallowing my hatred right now. So,
What?
yeah.
Look at how fun this looks. This was more action packed than any dumb Thanos book we got this week.
Will you stop?
Dude, I'm not being Kyle, not Kevin
Stop.
right now.
Are you doing a bit?
You're joking.
This was fantastic.
Stop it. Stop.
Dude, look, all the cats are they got them wound up in Spidey.
Stop.
See?
You know what? I will say this. This does look like it would appeal to kids.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you. At least
So
I got
Max,
a
as
little bit
child,
of
that makes
sympathy.
sense. Okay, good.
And so I'm not mad that this exists.
No.
Because this would be something that you could give to a kid, and you could. I mean, assuming that that nothing subversive gets put into this, but you could just be like, "Oh, look, little kitties are going on adventures, and they're Spider-Man." Like that. That's something that would appeal to a very small child or to an autistic adult.
Yes, yeah. I might be an autistic adult. Who knows? I don't know. But
The art's cute. I mean, I think the art is cute.
Oh, it's like super kawaii manga-esque. It's very colorful. It's like,
Orbs.
And look at how could you not love? They
God damn it.
identify each one of the cats. So this
God
one's
damn it.
Captain Marvel's, and this one's Black Widow's. His name is Lilo. And this one's his Winter Soldiers. And these are all Black Cat's cats. Lupin, Raffles, Simon, and Irene.
I just wanted you to know how seething with hatred with anger I am right now. It's all being buried right now.
Guys, come on. It says dramatis personae.
Yeah.
Damn it.
So actually,
Wait, is that Shuma Gorath?
yes, yeah, I think it was. Wait,
What
yes,
kind of kitty does Shuma Gorath have?
That's a good. I think it's actually. So I think this girl has a little like black cat here, and then Loki gets involved, and Loki tries to push him out of the way. So then they get into a fight, and then she's like, "Oh, stop!" But then Shumagorath comes out, and then all the kitties and her have to fight it. But then
Jesus
Doctor
fucking
Strange
Christ.
comes out, and Doctor Strange has a kitty too. And so then they're like, "Oh,
And there's Jeff the Land Shark.
Jesus.
yeah, he was in here for a little bit, but he's not that great."
Fucker. God.
God, shoot me now.
I have one more. I have one more, and then I promise we're moving on.
Still?
There's one with Sabretooth, and it's
Oh
just
God.
it's
No.
Yeah.
Well, actually, hold on. This one, he tries to shit on Sandman because it's a litter box, and that one's pretty funny.
God damn
That's yeah. I mean, that's just the idea of Sandman being filled with little cat tootsie rolls.
Yeah. See, he's like, no, and then he gets out of there. was like, oh, thank God. But yeah, no, Rogue and Gambit's kitties all find Sabretooth, and Sabretooth saves them from a slippery snake, little Severus Snake here. And he like throws them away, and then all the kitties are like, oh, we love Sabretooth now. Because then he
Wait.
also saves them from some wolves.
Is the snake named Severus Snake?
No, but that would be pretty funny.
I was going to give the book points for that.
No. I was
okay.
just
No,
being-
this is terrible because this is again. I understand the book's trying to be cutesy for kids, little funny cat stories, but this is Sabretooth. He would have eviscerated all of those cats and strung their guts into a tennis racket and then given that to.
He would have skinned them and made their furs. His neck's like neck fleece, like that fleece around his neck would have been made out of their skins and all that.
It would have been like calico.
Come on.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, but like, see, because they're following him, because they're like, oh, thanks for saving us. And he gives him the little shoe. He's like, get away from here. That's Sabretooth, right? He's like, well, I'm done. I don't want, like, you guys are terrible. But then at the end of the issue, he's like, oh, you guys are all right.
His costume's wrong. It's colored in reverse.
Yeah, it's wrong. But then when Rogue and Gambit go to find all their kitties, they're all sleeping on them. And they're like,
God.
Oh, it's cutesy wootsy.
It's cutesy. So
Jesus
this
Christ.
was easily in my top 5. You guys are
No, it's not.
insane.
No, it's not.
You guys are insane.
not.
This was way more fun than anything I
No.
read this week.
I'm going to
No.
take a star off because we didn't find out what Cletus Cassidy's kitty is like.
That's true.
He seems like a pet lover.
God,
Yeah.
I'd rather have Kyle punch me in the face twice before going through that comic again.
I'd rather have cancer.
Unfollow reported. Yeah, MG, I don't believe you. I don't blame you. I believe
I'm
you.
losing I'm losing subs because of my likes about the
Marvel Meow.
Marvel Meow. Come on,
Jesus.
guys.
Max,
I mean,
you need a woman. You need to get laid.
maybe
Max,
Josh.
Next month we're gonna get the big reboot, all new, all different Marvel Meow, and all the cats and the dogs.
Yeah. Because then we'll get America Chavez's cat, and
They'll be dogs. They'll be cats, but they
Oh.
identify as dogs. So
and then there'll
call them
also
dogs, you
be
bigot.
colored dogs, like there'll be dogs of color, and but no, I was gonna say, no. Do you guys really think I'm that good of an actor to be like, oh yeah, this is my favorite comic book?
I wasn't sure. I thought you sold it.
Yeah,
I was like,
I think you're serious.
Because you could have been like, you know what? I found this charming. You could have been like, it's dumb as hell, but it warmed the cockles of my cold dead heart.
Yeah.
Because it was cute little kitties doing stuff.
And I don't know why you guys think that I'm not still on board with that, and that it's still in my top 5.
Yeah, you've got a cat. You're a cat lover.
Exactly.
I was gonna say, I actually legitimately it's not bullshitting for kids. That's perfect. Like if they're scrolling on their phone and it's perfect. If they're scrolling on their phone, oh, Avengers, I know Avengers. Oh my God, they have cats too. Like blah blah. Absolutely, yeah.
If I had a daughter, I would buy her that comic.
Absolutely. So for me, it's in my top 5. It really legitimately is.
Right on. You know what? I can't hate on that.
Yeah. Kyle and Drew are like, you know what? It's been a good 2 years. I think we're done doing the Friday night shows.
See, it's comics like that is where we need that little snippet video from Funny Farm. What? When we just burn it? Yes, burn it.
Yeah.
This is where the schism begins between all of us.
Yep. I can't go with you on this journey anymore.
Yeah. I can't follow you on this path.
Yep.
Well, in 2025, when we do our best and worst of, you can expect to see that, Marvel Meow. I'm calling it now. It'll be in one of my honorable mentions. It'll be.
Oh man, can it go the distance? I mean, in the current comic market, I feel like it definitely can.
Oh well, because if you've looked at some of the books that are going to come out for this year, it has a strong chance of ending up in my top books of 2025. Or
Better not.
24, so.
It better not.
But Superman 78, The Metal Curtain, that was actually pretty damn good.
Yes, it
week.
was.
This was good.
Yeah. Once again, it's one of those ones that's like not really. It's like it's not groundbreaking. There's nothing really that's like getting it to like top 10 level, top 5 level, but it's still a book that I would recommend every month. So
I mean,
It's
it's
a perfect-
Venditti. Like, I don't think that Venditti's ever done anything that I've said I can't, that I wouldn't be able to recommend to somebody.
Yeah.
One instance. It was the World of Krypton series by where he wrote it, and Michael Avon Oming did the interior art, and it
That was
rough.
unreadable because that
Yeah.
art was absolutely atrocious.
Okay, I did not read that
Yeah.
one. So, yeah, I don't have any opinion one way or the other, but I'll take you guys' word
Man.
for it.
Yeah, I forgot about that. I wanted to forget about that.
Wasn't it just Macbeth in on Krypton?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Oh,
But yeah, no, Venditti's writing has, always been on point. He continues to produce good work. I really wish that they would give him something that he could sink his teeth in, like another Green Lantern or another, different Superman series, or maybe even Hawkman again. Give him another Hawkman series. Like, God knows we need to counterbalance the Hawk Girl series. We need an actual good Hawkman
Yeah,
series.
it makes me wonder. Did he piss someone off at DC that he's? I hate to say he's being stuck with this, but I don't want to say that. But like, why is he more, lack of a better term, being punished with this and not being given a mainline title?
Well, this is like, why is Christos Gage writing series that are Sarah Brunstad ideas instead of pitching his own ideas? It's like, you've got all these great writers, and I don't know if it's because they just don't pay them enough to be like, yeah, I'll do my ideas. Here's my ideas. They're not going to get paid enough to do it, so they're just like, all right, well, I'll just write this thing that doesn't matter, and take the page rate that you're offering me. But I'm certainly not going to put any effort into. I mean, I don't know if that's the case, but yeah, Venditti should be on mainline books, not just stuff that's like in this what if area.
Yeah.
no, give him
It's a great
Batman.
issue.
Give him something. Yeah.
Yeah, it's still a great issue. All the characters are written in character. Their voices are all true. I love the ending. We get the return of a certain character from Superman.
Yep.
Superman films.
Yeah. Ending was perfect.
Is
Perfect.
it John Cryer?
He puts the newspaper down, and you're just like, oh yeah.
It is John Cryer.
In continuity, Aaron, we're about 6 years before that, before John Cryer shows up.
Is it Richard Pryor?
No,
Richard Pryor.
it is
No,
technically-
there wasn't anybody on fire.
Yeah, oh,
That's a deep cut. Like, most of the audience won't know that.
No, I didn't know.
It's because the artist said it takes place in what, 1983, Kyle? Is that what he said? And
Yeah.
It's current. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, just another one of these solid books. It's like, and I think I can relate it kind of to the Silver Surfer, which is like, well, actually I can't do that. Silver Surfer has much better art. However, the Superman 78 art works for the time period. You know what I mean? Like, it works for the setting. They get the likeness of Superman down to a T. They get the likeness of the actors down to a T. But yeah, you can't harp on Venditti's writing. He always, like I said, he always produces. So, but it is just one of those basic ones that's like, it's not really groundbreaking, but I don't really need it to be. I think it's still really good. So, would you guys give it a recommend this week?
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
Sweet. And yeah, Aaron, feel free to hop in and out whenever you need to. I think we've got 2 more books that I was going to go over. I was going to do Conan and Duke. Was there anything else that you guys wanted to go over, Drew and Kyle?
Captain America was boring. Marvel Zombies was dog shit.
Yeah.
Really? How so?
Yeah. As soon as I saw the names attached to it, I didn't even bother.
Oh boy.
All of it was so boring. Not
Where'd it
good
go?
at
Here it is.
all. Just absolutely stupid. Like, they're
Is
just
on
not
this?
fun, not exciting stories, not bloody, not they're just nothing burgers.
I don't know who any of these people are. Steve
Yeah.
Scrotum,
Yeah.
Brian Reber, Clayton Cowles. Now I know it's an anthology, so it's not just, it's probably a ton of others, but I know that that's just kind of the main one, but
You
I
could
don't.
start making up names, and I wouldn't know that. It's like there's so few people currently being put on books that I recognize the names of. That
Yeah.
because it's like they're just coming from nowhere. You could be like, oh yeah, Jack and Schmidt, and Billy Bumcrud, and and I'd be like, okay.
Oh, you haven't read the Bumcrud stuff? Oh, the
Oh,
Bumster.
man.
He's oh, come on,
He's
are you kidding
crudding it
me?
up, man.
Yeah.
But no, that Marvel Zombies, there is a Punisher story in there. The art is fucking pathetic. Punisher
No.
looks like a 60-year-old black dude. Like, it honestly
What?
it is so bad. I'm just like, there is no way this is actually Punisher. Like,
Oh no! Wait, no, Cal, it is because I think it takes place during that continuity in the comics when he had his skin color change.
Oh yeah, that thing that Fabian Nicenza kept trying to do.
Yeah.
Like later he did it. Like he didn't get enough time to do it in Punisher because they were like, this isn't working. It lasted like 2 issues.
Yeah.
And then,
Wait, you're talking about This Is Punisher?
no, that's unfortunately that's Blade.
Oh, that's Blade.
Could be.
Oh,
They
I
all
thought
look the
that
same
was
to me. What do
Punisher.
I know? Oh, no.
Oh, and demonetized.
It's like Sugar Ray. What?
Oh god. Hey, for Sugar Ray, it's on the house. Or what does it say?
Yep.
that doesn't look like Mark McGrath at all. What are you guys talking about?
Yeah. Oh wait, is this?
This is the
this
Punisher story.
Oh yeah.
No,
wait,
it's
what?
okay. See, I thought you were being serious, Drew. I thought it was supposed to be when he was black for 2 issues, but apparently not.
No, he's
Yeah,
got
then-
the.
then
He's got,
Fabian
he's
did it
got the.
again in
Why does he have the
Thunderbolts.
Mandalorian logo? Why has he got the?
Exactly.
Oh yeah, he's got the stupid dumb Jason Aaron logo on him. Didn't they cancel Punisher already? I thought they got rid of him.
Yeah, they sent him
Where's-
off to an alternate universe, and so that they could bring in Joe Garrison with his high-tech rifles that don't look
Go
like
back
real
up.
rifles.
Go back
Yeah,
up.
Yeah, this should be Joe
Boomhauer
Garrison.
Punisher.
Up a little bit.
This one?
That
Oh
man-
my god!
Oh, look at that.
face!
I mean, come on
Oh
now.
no!
What are you doing?
Oh no! He's got a double chin.
His
looks
chin
like
is in
from
his
Ren
neck.
and
It goes right to
Stimpy.
his neck.
I
Look at
know.
that double chin, man.
He's doing that
He's-
at Chris Burley. Tommy Likey. Tommy want wingy.
yeah. Tommy wants
Yeah.
wingy. Oh my god! This is.
I told you it's bad. Like, what are
That's
you doing with the
bad.
Punisher?
I also just despise his physique. Like,
Yeah.
look at how they like. He looks fat. He looks like one of the it's like one of those older
Looks like Ernest
Midwest
Borgnine.
guys.
He looks like Ernest Borgnine right there. That's what I gotta say.
Oh, I wish he had the gravitas of an Ernest Borgnine.
Yeah,
Look at that woman.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
like some AI artificial person he's talking to. It's like
Looks like Daria.
this is like the end of the world during a zombie apocalypse. It's just like when Negan on Walking Dead was going to that fat chick and she was like, "We're starving here," and Negan's like, "Really? You're starving?"
Yeah, nothing.
Oh,
These anthologies are just keep
bad.
getting bad, man. To the point where it's like there used to be at least like one that you could recommend. Now it's
Go to something good. Is there anything good left? Go to something good.
yeah. Let's we'll do you know what?
Yes.
So Duke I thought was good, and Aaron, since you're here, I know you're a GI Joe guy. We'll do Duke.
Okay, I'll tell you what. This is my recommend right here.
Hey, there we go. We got to recommend here. Very
Right.
nice.
I was super wary about this because Joshua Williamson, his DC stuff, when he does like an event, I think it's really bad. But I've liked some of his just regular stuff. And so I wasn't sure what this was going to be. And I've always been someone who's kind of like, it doesn't really work generally when you put the Transformers and G.I. Joe in the same universe, because what kind of threat is Cobra when you have the Decepticons? All of that said, this book was fantastic. It's fantastic if you're somebody who's never read an issue of G.I. Joe and you just want like an action-packed comic with a cool hero and a cool premise. But if you are a G.I. Joe fan, it's clear Joshua Williamson loves G.I. Joe. And that's even before you get to the editorial in the back where he talks about it. But like, as I was reading it, I was like, if this guy doesn't love G.I. Joe, he immersed himself in it to write this book, because it pulls not only from comic continuity, it's got little Easter eggs in there. There's a character that shows up named Dr. Adele Burkhart, who was in the very first Larry Hama issue of G.I. Joe and then turned up in some issues later. There's references to the cartoon. There's characters in there that are from the action figure line that, they showed up like in G.I. Joe the movie, but they didn't really get that much play. Like Mercer, who is a Cobra agent that eventually defects to G.I. Joe. There's so many little things in there that just showed how much he loves these characters and how much he loves the property. And as somebody who's always said the people that should be writing these things are people that actually love them, I cannot recommend this book enough. This first issue kicked all kinds of ass. They basically kind of set Duke up as being sort of a Mulder type. He's seen the Transformers and he can't deal with the fact that the government is covering it up.
Yeah.
And it's spectacular. I loved it.
Yeah.
The art and the colors also got high praise for the art and the colors. It's just like, look at the tone and the mood that it sets.
Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah, that shot.
And then we get the flashback from Daniel Warren Johnson's book, and dude, thank you so much for your take, because you and I have actually talked about this offline, but I know nothing about G.I. Joe. So coming into this, I'm like, I liked the book, but I still have no idea if G.I. Joe fans are liking this or if this is anything remotely close to what they were looking for. I liked it just based off of its merits and nothing to do with like the actual G.I. Joe universe. But I could definitely see with what you just talked about how a lot of G.I. Joe fans are like, yeah, man, this is what we're looking for. Kyle, Drew, what did you guys think about, was this kind of what you guys thought when reading this? Like, is this what you guys thought you were going to get, or was this something different?
I had a feeling it was going to be good. It wasn't what I expected. I wasn't, like what Aaron said, I wasn't expecting it to be like more of like an X-Files Mulder, like paranoia type story, which I can absolutely go with. Yeah, because that's just what the government would do. This never happened. You did not see this. We don't know what the hell you're talking about. I did like that little tease of Mindbender, that book Mindbender. I'm like, hey, I get that reference.
Yep,
I got that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But yeah, I really dug
ice
this.
appears on some blueprints.
Yep.
You get and where I was kind of like, I don't know which way this is going to go. I was like, oh, it's pulling from the cartoon, because when they show Hawk, he's got brown hair, whereas in the comics he always had blonde hair. But the action figure that came out with him in his like flight jacket and things like that, they did brown hair on the figure to differentiate him from Duke at that point. And so the cartoon did the same. So when I saw him there with the gray at the temples with the brown hair, I was like, okay, he's pulling from the cartoon. Yeah, there's the mass device. But then when like Adele Burkhart shows up and there's other little references in there, I was like, oh, he's also pulling from the comics. He's just taking everything and presenting it in this new version, this new world. And I'm here for it, man.
Yeah, you can tell he's having fun with this. I love this page of Destro. This is one of my favorite pages right here. I love how he looks in this, and I cannot wait for the issue 2.
I wonder if Joshua Williamson just needs to be put on a title that he's like super passionate about and can write well. Because like it seems like when he does something that he knows and likes, he can produce pretty good content and quality like art. But when it's something that he's just been assigned to, it just always comes across as just meh, right? Both Aaron, I think Aaron, you and MG, who's in the chat, both you guys said that once you initially heard of Joshua Williamson being on the book, you guys were like, nope, not reading it. So the fact that he's won G.I. Joe fans over, that's huge, man. But yeah, I don't know.
He's doing the Cobra Commander book too, right?
Yep. And I'm on board. There's a little preview in the back, and I was like, okay, this is different. It's a little bit, not what I expected. But Duke, I would say Duke number 1 is how I would, if you said like, hey, sit down and play with these Transformers and G.I. Joe toys, that's how I would play with those toys. The Cobra Commander, nice. I'm not sure, but you know what? He got my goodwill with this, so I'm curious to see where Cobra Commander goes.
Kyle, what did you think about the book?
No, I thought it was, it's a hard task. Just like with Transformers, it's a beloved property, a lot of fans, a lot of diehard hardcore fans, and it's a task that you really have to bring your A game, and it's something that like you, Max, like I'm not a big G.I. Joe fan. I know of G.I. Joe. Like we played with G.I. Joes as kids and we'd occasionally watch the cartoon, but it was something that, I wasn't a huge fan of. I was more a fan of Transformers than G.I. Joe. But yeah, it's a comic, like that's good all around. Like it has a lot of mood, sets up a character that people know. And it even for people like you and me that aren't diehard fans, we can still attach to something. And you have diehard fans like Aaron that are like, oh, you get this little reference here, a little reference here. Like that's a perfect way to set up a #1 issue and to get everybody in on a book. It's like you got stuff for diehard fans, you got some people who have no idea who the hell G.I. Joe is or Duke or like what is this world. It's like we can bring everybody in here, and then everybody doesn't feel like, oh, you're just pandering to an audience, you're just pandering to the diehard fans, or there's nothing here for, or it's only for new people here. Like we already know this stuff, this isn't anything new. And it was a tough task, and he actually did it well. And it's exciting, it's got a lot of drama, it's got action, like it's got everything in it. It's a fun book. Art's fantastic too.
Yeah, it's really. I actually had a lot of fun with this. I love, like when I saw Stalker and Rock and Roll. Like I said, I don't know these guys intimately, but I remember reading them from the first few issues of that G.I. Joe run back in the 90s. And these guys are badass. And so the fact that they are now going to have to hunt Duke down, it's like, oh, this is going to be really interesting. And I love the design on these guys. The art, like you said, is fantastic.
Yeah. Max, one thing I gotta say is, like, I'm sure I'm sure you. I know I have, Max, but I don't know about you. But I've fired an M60, and they're heavy. And seeing them hold it with
one hand, that thing.
Yes, one hander, like that's a strong forearm.
Yeah,
Rock and Roll's a big dude.
Yeah, I guess so. My only drawback was, like I said, I don't know if I said this earlier, but I don't know. I guess what I was thinking of was I thought the book was going to be, where is it? This. So I thought we were going to get him in the trenches, right? So when it wasn't that, I kind of had to reset my brain and go, oh, okay, so this is an espionage, right? This is like a Winter Soldier type of book, not this. So even though I would love this, like this is what I would probably prefer the book to be, I still really enjoyed it for what it was, which is, like I said, more of an espionage or a, X-Files, like you were saying. So I don't know if you guys felt that as well.
Like it's not just action, blow up, explosions, gunfights. Let's go into the jungle and save these people. It's like, no, let's dig a little deeper into these characters and what they actually. It's like you saw a fucking jet transform into a robot. Like,
yes, yeah,
and then kill your buddy.
Yeah,
yeah, and literally
your plane almost killed you.
Swapped him like a bug, Yeah.
And then they act like you're a nut job because it's like that never actually happened, did it? Like you don't even really know what you. It's like what? Like you're a hero. Guys. You're a literal American hero, and we're acting like you're a nut job.
Right? Yeah. No, it's so perfect.
It's containment. That's what it's all about, containment, and just trying to squash it at the lowest possible level, and that's what the government does.
All right, I got to bounce out, but when you guys are done, hit me up in our group chat because I have some news for you. That's not for general public dissemination yet, but very exciting.
Nice.
Ooh.
Well, does it have anything with what you may or may not have texted me yesterday?
It's in the same vein, but it's something different.
Ooh, okay. Cool. Well, yeah, we'll let you know. I think we're going to go over Conan and then probably call it a night. But Aaron, thank you again for being here tonight, man, and joining in and taking over for the other Aaron.
Yeah, it's like I didn't want to come in and take away from his time, which is why I just tried to make people laugh in the chat. But I was excited to come on tonight. Thanks for having me.
Of course, brother. All right, enjoy the rest of your night. We'll talk to you soon.
Okay,
see you, man.
Later, dude. The last one, real quick, we'll just talk about Conan. Now, you guys read this one 2 weeks ago, 1 week ago.
It was at least, maybe it was 2 weeks ago. I read it a while back because
when 2 weeks ago for me.
I'm like, oh, it's bad again. I'm like, wait, I already read this.
I So I reread the last issue, which was Conan 5. Yeah, Conan 5, and then I read Conan 6 today. And you know what? I'm solidly in the field of being okay with Conan as my number one on my top on my top 10 list of 2023. Because even though the art kind of staggered a little bit without oh, what's his name? Uh I'm gonna pull it up. Previous
Got guy with guy.
previous Robert De La Torre, Roberto De La Torre.
Yep.
Even though the subsequent issues kind of faltered without having that artwork, the story is still so damn good, at least to me, and the dialogue I think fits perfectly. So yeah, I really liked issue 6 though. This cover by Jay Lee is freaking gorgeous.
It is.
I mean, come on, yeah.
I still don't think this series is not as strong as the first run. Obvious. It just there's just something
It's missing.
off. There's just
Yeah.
something a little off with me. Like it's still exciting, it's still fun, but it's just something.
Yeah, I brought it up to Wes when we did our best of the week. I recognize, yeah, it's still a really solid, really good comic, but the problem is it's not the story I want, and like I want the story that's the kind of like the B story in this, where it's like, yeah, right here with Belit, what happened with her? That story of them like pillaging, being the pirates. It's like that's the story I want to read, of them falling in love and her dying. That's the fucking story. That should be the A story of this. This one with the meteorite or whatever, the rock from the first arc. It's like, okay, sure.
Yeah,
but
Army of the Dead, and then they're doing stuff with that guy. Like, I'll pay you money to do that. It's just like then it's like
it's I don't mind it. I think it's they're trying to have some sort of through line of continuity between the Blackstone Fortress that they kind of did in the first 4 issues, and they're trying to keep that through this one. So I see why they're trying to do this, stone, and it's like, oh, it contains the souls of these like dead things, right? But you're right. I think ultimately I would be enjoying this book a little bit more if it were following Belit and Conan as pirates, pillaging and whatnot. And you kind of get these like this is horrific though. Like this is I saw this and I was like, dude, this is why this Conan book just rocks, is because it doesn't pull its punches. It treats its audience like adults,
as it should.
As it should. Because it's freaking Conan,
Hell yeah.
It's like, yeah, it should be R-rated.
Yep.
But yeah, I like I said, I still really enjoy this, and it puts a smile to my face, and I'm getting a lot from the book, especially when he just like what's her name? The girl here is like, the guy's like, oh, there's too many, and she's like, no, not for him. And he just slaughters this room full of like, these cult leaders or cult members. And I think the comic says something like he's in his element, like this is where it's meant to be. So stuff like that is like, this is Grim Jim Zub doing great work on Conan. But yeah, I in the back of my head, I'm kind of going, what if Robert De La Torre was doing art though?
Yeah.
Like,
it would help.
What would this scene look like if Robert De La Torre was doing art right here? So
yeah, like if it had a more gritty 70s, dirtier, just kind of down vibe, I could probably go with it a hell of a lot more.
Right.
And and I prefer Conan with more of the ground. It's like, I know he was fighting zombies and stuff in the first one, that just made sense, but like when you start getting into Army of the Dead, witchcrafts, I'm just like, I don't.
It's more sorcery, right?
Yeah, it's like,
But sorcery. No, well, here's the thing: sorcery's always been an aspect of Conan. It always has been in one shape or another.
Oh yeah.
But it just goes back to our argument. Like what made a lot of the Conan stories special and unique is that there were really none that one story would be completely different from the other one. It'd be like in a completely different time frame. There would be no real through line at all, except Conan. Conan was the constant. And but like this, and this is, I'm not used to having a through line like that in the Conan stories.
And that's kind of what I expect. Like, I thought that it was going to be episodic, right?
Yeah,
because like
which is what I wanted. Yeah.
Yeah, like Conan goes from town to town. He goes from
Yes.
town to town, or pirate ship to, like, port town to, country land to, like, kingdoms to, he travels all over what's their universe called, or their, world. Not their universe, but like
Hyperbarea.
Hyperbia.
Yeah.
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 This
Hyperbolic.
place. Hyperbolic. Yeah. Hyperbolic land.
Yeah.
So wherever they are, like, he travels all over this place and to, has adventures everywhere. But this one seems like he's doing that, but yet they'll still have some semblance of the previous story. So that might be tough. That might be tough,
Yeah.
because then you're creating continuity that you have to keep true to. So you're I don't know if you're limiting yourself, or if I don't know. It's tough.
Well, yeah, and then it's like, well, did you read the past 4 issues? Because if you didn't, you're going to be completely lost with who this person is when they
Right.
cut to him at the end. It's like, oh, that person backs. It's like, who the fuck is that?
I did, you do get some good personal character work here, where, like, the girl that he just went on the raid with, she takes him, or he takes her to bed, which is like, dude, he just picks her up and is just like, all right, let's go do this. You know what I mean? Like,
Love it.
This
That's
would
Conan.
be so offensive to so many people.
It's perfect.
But he
Yep.
just picks her up and he's like, all right, I guess we're going to do this. And yet he's still thinking about Beelit. You know what I mean? Like, you still know in the back of his head, he's not thinking about this woman. He's just thinking of,
Who
I wish I
wouldn't be?
were with her.
Jeez.
He's reminiscing of when he was happy, when he was content.
Yeah. Yeah. So even though he's, gaining pleasures of the flesh, it's still not, it's still just kind of, all right, fine. Another one, put another one on the
Yep,
bedpost.
going through the
It's like,
motions.
yeah. So, but then she turns on him,
No.
and that's,
No.
hey, but Joe Jusko art. I mean, come on.
He's the man.
Yeah. Looks freaking badass.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, I am hoping that once we get back with De La Torre and back to maybe a
Back to formula.
back to formula, we'll be back on the Conan hype train. I've still been there. I'm still on the hype train, but I need you guys there with me.
Hopefully I can get back there with you one day.
One day. We'll get you there. This won't end up like Death Dealer. I hope not.
God. I hope not. Man.
So real quick, Kyle, worst of the week.
Fire and Ice.
Ooh, not Fall of the House of X, not X-Men.
No, because X-Men's been dog shit for so long.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
That book's fun to roast. Fire and Ice just is,
Yeah.
ugh.
Drew, worst of the week. Thanos in the clown car.
It's up there.
It's so tough right now, but I mean, honestly, the one that angers me the most, it's the House of X. That's the X-Men issue. That's the one that angers me the most. It's because of the sheer lack of the irony. They have no understanding of what they're fucking doing right now, and they don't understand it. It pisses me off, and it's funny at the same time. Like, these are just, it's a clown show right now, and I'm trying to get pissed off right now talking about it, trying to think about it, but it just it's not good at all.
There's no room for hate, Drew. Or whatever he says. I need to post, like, I need that to be my Twitter bio. It's not too late to say no to hate. It was something fucking just atrocious.
Real, something real. No.
Oh yeah,
that's
no.
real.
Yeah, no, you're
Mutant
right.
and proud.
Yeah. Yeah. And if you don't agree, I'll kill you. I'll literally release the brood upon you. Kyle, your best of the week. What was your number one? I mean, you have to say Conan, right?
I guess so. Out of
Out
by
of what we were
default.
given. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Fuck. I guess
Yeah.
so. Jesus.
Because you could say Silver Surfer, Superman 78. Right. Those were good.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's not Conan is better than Superman 78, even though I really like Superman 78.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it'd be Conan.
Yeah. Drew, you got a number one this week?
Well, it's hard because because we read Conan a couple weeks ago, and
Oh, that's true.
but, honestly, for me, I had fun reading Superman 78. That was the one I had the most fun reading.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Silver Surfer is a close second.
I thought it was going to be, I thought you were going to say Surfer and then Superman, but okay. That's fair. Man, I always feel like I read Superman in 5 minutes. Like it's so quick. It's so quick. I just I open it and I'm done with it like in 2 seconds. So
But that's not necessarily a bad thing.
No, it's an easy read.
Yeah.
It's fun.
So my worst of the week, it's tough. Because Fire and Ice, I want to say, this was not the worst issue of the Fire and Ice series, but it's still funny to roast and it's still just shit, right? It's terrible. It's objectively bad. But Fall of the House of X, I think I got to give it to that one because like that has legacy characters that I like legitimately care about. I'm more of a Marvel guy. The X-Men have always been my like team, my preferred team. And so for Jerry Dugan to use them as a political mouthpiece to just spew cruelty and hatred and just idiocy was just really, it was pathetic. It was a pathetic showing of the X-Men for me. That was probably my worst of the week.
I gotta say it again. Just the sheer fact they have completely, willfully forgotten the evil deeds the X-Men have done the last 4 or 5 years in the books.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Willful ignorance.
And the irony of thinking that they are the good guys. Yeah.
And the victims.
Yes. Oh yeah. The both that they are both the most powerful people on Earth and yet also the most victimized. And
you can't. It's called having your cake and eating it too. You can't have it both ways. It's like no, it doesn't work that way.
Yep. We are. Yeah. What would they call it? I'm having a stream brain fart here, but not patronized, but we're the most oppressed, but so in terms of my best though, Marvel Meow is probably my number one book of the week. I think it had fantastic art. I think the story was simple enough to where like anyone can jump on and really enjoy it. It's a good price, fun for the whole family. You get all your favorite Avengers in there. I mean, what more could you ask for? So that would probably be my number one for the week. Oh man, and that'll be in the stream. MG just called the police. I thought you unsubbed MG. I thought you reported my channel. No, it for sure hands down goes to Conan. I mean, I was gonna say Duke, but at the same time, I think Conan is more of the setting that I like more, and I've been appreciating the story more. And I think it's maybe a little bit better written, but I still really enjoyed Duke. I thought it was a lot of fun, super action packed. Silver Surfer was my 3, Superman was my 4, and Miss Meow was my unironic number 5. So, or not Miss Meow, Marvel Meow. So,
no.
So that'll do it. It wasn't my number 1, but it was my number 5. So like I said, I was able to create a top 5 this week. We haven't done that in ages.
Top 4.
So that was my top 5 for the week. So
Nice.
And right before we leave, though, I'm sorry I've kept you guys long enough, and we've had a fantastic night. I do want to ask, what books are you? Because I was looking through my list of books that I'm going to be pulling for 2024, and I really can't think of a lot. I removed World's Finest. Silver Surfer, I think, just ended. Superman 78 only has 2 more issues. Transformers probably has about 3 more issues, right?
There will be issue 4, then 6 is done, or is he done after 4?
There's
think
a
he's done
rumor. I'd heard a rumor that he's going to continue writing it, but there will be a different artist. That's the rumor I heard, but we'll see what happens.
So okay, so we'll say Transformers will probably be through 2024 then, if he stays on and if they get like a Stegman on art or something, right? Like a
Yeah.
Stegosaurus. But yeah, can you guys think of really anything that you're like physically pulling, like going to the comic shop, buying, like
Conan,
Conan, yeah,
Conan, G.I. Joe,
okay,
Duke, probably Cobra Commander.
Ghost Machine.
yes.
Are you guys going to be picking up Ghost Machine?
Yeah, I will be. I'll be checking out Ghost Machine because the current run of Geiger, granted, it's only been 2 issues. It has been better than the original run of Geiger, in my opinion. I do like this new
Hmm.
iteration of the character, and I do like this doctor who's responsible for everything. I did like this latest issue too.
Kyle's face. I'm
Kyle-
with Kyle on this one. This new Geiger series blows, man.
Oh, it's
I
so
much
fucking
prefer
boring.
the first one. But
Wow. Okay. Anyway,
sorry.
back to reality. So I will also be checking out the other Ghost Machine books too.
Ghost Machine
the
books,
red coat, like the red coat.
Yeah,
That's the
Red
one I
Coat
can't wait to
looks
read.
good.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's made in 2023. Who knows what Red Coat is going to be doing? So I don't know.
Oh, do you want to talk about the books that came out 3 years ago? At this point, like the ones that we were remember? I mentioned in our chat.
Yeah, because we were saying something to the effect of like 2024. We were looking at the books. So this was the first week of 2024, and this is what they gave us. Like we barely. Well, I had a top 5, but these guys didn't. So it's like, and my top 5 had to include a book from last week. So if this is what they're starting 2024 off with, it's going to be rough. So we looked at 2021 or 2020?
January
Okay,
2021. And
yeah, you want to go through some of them?
Yeah, so these are some of the ones that came out, like Eternals #1. That had come out with all
Sean's
42
favorite.
variants. Sean's favorite series.
Oh my god, 42 variants.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I remember when Sean got all those issues in, all those covers in. It covered like 4 or 5 different tables.
I remember.
And they all sucked.
Yeah.
And what else we got that came out that week? Iron Man #5 from Chris Can't Write Well. That came out.
Ooh. I think you said the last issue of Dark Knight's Metal, yeah?
Yep, last issue of Dark Knight's Metal came out. #7. King in Black was still going on. King in Black, Return of the Valkyries.
Oh, never mind. I thought it was like King in Black, like the main, because I loved the King in Black main story, mainline.
But it was still going on, but it didn't come out this week.
Okay.
Let's see here. What else? Oh, Symbiote Spider-Man. That series by Peter David is still coming out.
Oh my god. Oh yeah. Okay. That, I really like. That was the good one with the Black Cat
Yep.
in it. I like that one a lot. Hulk was in there. Doctor Strange was in there. Yeah.
Greg Land on the art. Yeah, it was amazing.
Yeah. That was good.
Nick Spencer's Amazing Spider-Man was still going on. Number
wow.
56. So this is when it was really ramping up.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Thor by Donny Cates was out. That was still going.
No shit. What issue was that?
Number 11.
Wow. So yeah, it was still, and those go for a lot of money.
Yeah.
Those early issues of Thor.
And we got
one. Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, another Donny book, Venom #32, came out that week as well.
Yeah. Dang.
Okay. So yeah, Venom was still going on.
Star Wars High Republic #1.
The High Republic. Yep.
Yeah, that's a key book. It's a key book.
It's key. Where's the key?
Key.
Yeah, key,
like-
Kyle. Where are your keys?
They're downstairs.
Oh, okay. But also for DC, Future State. This is where like all those number ones came out. So Future
Yeah,
State,
the
Harley
Future
Quinn,
State. Yeah.
Superman.
Is this what you're looking at?
Yep.
Dude, this book, I remember this book being like
Yeah.
the
That's like a-
shit. Like it was on
Yes.
every cover price list.
Yes.
It was on every top 10 YouTubers list.
Yeah. Bunch of first appearances. Like this is gonna be the book.
The book. And then whatever
Yeah.
happened to it.
It still goes for like decent money for some
Yeah,
stupid
that
fucking
first
reason.
print. Yeah, that first print
Yeah.
does.
I just,
Yeah.
you gotta love the side shaved head, thing going on.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it
It's not
doesn't
like we
date
haven't
it.
seen.
Yeah.
No, not at all. What else did you say? So yeah, we Future State, the next Batman.
That was a joke. That
yeah.
issue was hysterical. The Future State Swamp Thing. Future State Swamp Thing was actually legitimately fucking good. Those
was
two
good.
Yeah, I
issues.
remember you guys actually saying
Yeah.
that was pretty dope. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what? For what it's worth, Yara Flor, I think, had but her series got canceled, right? Like
Yes,
after 7 issues or so.
Yeah, her Future State issues were actually really good. The two she was in, they were good.
I liked her character. I
Oh.
really did.
Yeah.
And I think most people actually did. I just, yeah, I
Joelle Jones, really not the strongest writer. So that was part of the
Yeah.
problem.
Mhm.
and I wonder if DC just didn't want to give her any time. Like if
Probably.
they were just like, no, let's
we
get rid of
we
her."
need it. We need it now. We don't care what the story is.
Yeah.
We have Nubia.
We get rid of Yara Flor, who everyone loves.
Yeah.
Nubia is our queen. It's like, oh boy.
Oh, and the
Oh,
other
cool.
one, yeah, we got the murdering Wally West again in the Flash Future State. Remember that?
Oh yes.
Oh. You know what's so funny is I remember reading these first few issues of Crossover, and I was obsessed, man. I even have a Crossover issue number 198 graded.
Whoa.
Of course you do.
Yeah, it's pathetic. I don't know what it's doing in my house, but I have it. So
Hey, we all make mistakes. It's all right.
we do, and I need to actually sell that. It's sold the other day on eBay for like $12, like a 9.8 graded slab.
Hey, that
So
didn't
for
cover
like
the price of
$12.95.
grading.
And I was like, man, it's still going for too high. That's way too high. But yeah, I don't know why. I loved that Crossover series back then. I don't know. Thor was still good during this period of time. It was still within like, first 15 issues.
Yep.
Oh yeah, Wonder Woman had become like,
The
I'm a
epicenter of
god
everything.
now.
Yeah, responsible
Yeah,
for everything.
is me, and I am everything. Yeah.
Yep. Because that
Venom,
was
so
going to
this
lead
was-
into that was supposed to, I guess, dovetail into the G5 that
Oh,
what's his
5G.
name? 5G. There you go.
Oh,
5G.
5G. Yeah.
Yeah, where
like the
she
cell
was going to
phone.
be the first hero responsible for everything, and oh my,
Not.
it's just amazing the massive wave of shit that we missed.
Yeah.
We should all be thankful. Like most of those ideas did not happen. It would have been a disaster.
Oh yeah. Oh
Yeah.
yeah. And this is what was so sad is that it's a fantastic character that DC did nothing with because they didn't have the talent to actually, do her well. So,
Well, they had Joelle Jones. I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. They had Joelle Jones, but I don't think they did her any favors. I think they just kind of they put her under the gun. Like, we need these stories out this time frame. Hurry up, get it done. And she didn't have any help to tell a story, I think.
dang.
Yeah.
That's a bummer.
Mhm.
Maybe they'll revamp that one. If any of them that were during that, era, maybe they'll do that one.
Yeah.
With some better talent. Now, this wasn't the actual comic, but I remember this cover. I remember getting this one, and I think I got a couple of the variants. But man, yeah, this was another one that I looked. Maybe I have to reread it, but I look back on it with rose tinted glasses and being like, man, this was the shit. Like, I love.
King of Black was fun. King of Black
was
was
cool.
actually really good.
What did you say, Kyle?
No, it was good until it wasn't.
Oh, I thought you said it was bull, and I was like, oh, you get out of here.
Oh, it was good.
Hey, look at the first week in 2020. first issue of Donny Cates' Thor, which was actually pretty
Ooh.
sick. This was good. This is really good.
Yeah.
I think the issue 2 goes for hotcakes right now because it's
The Black
first
Winter.
appearance of the Black Winter,
Yep.
which is
Easy.
racist, but I mean, yeah,
Easy.
watch it.
Watch it.
The African American Winter.
Thank you.
The person of color, indigenous people, marginalized communities Winter.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. This was 2020. Daredevil, Batman Detective Comics, Action. You guys see anything
Oh,
on
wait a
here?
minute. I think that's when Bendis was still on Action and Superman.
Ooh, was he? Yeah, he was.
Oh,
Wow, 73. That's not too good. Hey, but look at that, JR.
God damn.
Oh my god.
Yay!
What is that fucking
Look at his
face? Oh my
face.
god.
Yay,
Ah.
Superman. Oof. Oof.
He looks like he looks like a character from The Hills Have Eyes.
Yeah, that's true. This Black Widow looks kind of cool. Punisher Soviet. I don't even remember that.
That was
I don't
Garth
either.
Ennis run. It was actually pretty good.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Martian Manhunter.
God, that series.
Yeah, I don't really remember a lot of stuff here. What about maybe this was just like the holiday season. Maybe they got better. So this is the January 15th.
Oh, Undiscovered Country #3, the Trump derangement syndrome, the book.
Is that? Oh yeah, that's right. Was that another Tiny Onion?
No, that was Scott Snyder, but it never got finished. I think it was Snyder and Charles Soule, and it never, never got finished.
Yeah.
I always called him Charles Soule, but I guess it is Soule. Oh, this is back when I was still collecting Spawn. I stopped that real quick, but yeah.
Oh, you're going to be picking it right back up with 350.
Oh boy, yep. They're trying to do it again. They're like, anniversary issue. No other independent comic has hit 350.
Yep.
Yep.
Good jumping on point.
Yep. Right. So, man, this is another book that goes for hotcakes on the secondary market.
Seriously?
These movie variants or like any variant cover that has like any of the
gotcha.
actresses or actors on there. Oh my god. People just because there weren't a lot of them that was printed. So I think it's the exclusivity of it, especially like your 1 in 25s, like, oof, yeah, those are money. So, man, yeah, I'm not seeing anything good in January.
Jesus.
At least in 2020.
No.
What about February? Anything? First issue of Vader. Okay.
Yeah.
Napoleon Dynamite? They made a comic about that? Sure.
Very
Wow.
close
Yeah,
words.
I don't.
Jesus. The hell
Ooh, okay, here we go. I remember reading Justice League. This was actually this was Vendetti, yeah.
Yep. On the Just Us League.
Yeah. Yeah, this was good. What else?
Oh, Gideon Falls.
Miss Marvel. The Magnificent Miss Marvel. Ooh, man. Yeah, 2020 was not a good year for comics, it doesn't look like. Jesus. At least for the first month or two.
Yeah, my God.
Oh, well, you had Riley Rossmo where he belongs, drawing aliens on Martian Manhunter.
Yeah.
Oh boy. That'll get you in some trouble. Yeah, no, I'm not seeing anything. Oh well.
G.I. Joe. That was the one I do distinctly remember. That was the one book I was buying at that time.
Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, it looks like 2021 really picked up where you had like a bunch of different titles that were like legitimately, like you said, Swamp Thing was pretty good, Yara Floor was good.
Yeah, back when
they
Ram
were
V was
finishing up.
writing.
Yeah,
He could write.
this
Yeah.
was not hyperbole. Like that Swamp Thing story he did, that two-parter, that's gonna go down as one of the best Swamp Things one of the best Swamp Thing stories ever.
Wow, you think so?
Yeah.
It'll stand the
Absolutely.
test of time?
Yes,
I think I
absolutely.
even said at the time that was better, I thought, personally, than what Alan Moore wrote.
Yeah,
But
when you said that, I'm like, whoa. Yeah.
That's high praise, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, these were the last few issues of Venom before I think Donny Cates took off. I thought I remember you not liking the Black Knight series, Drew. I don't know
No,
why.
I hate it
Oh
because
yeah.
they made him an absolute cuck in that series.
That's
and,
right, yeah.
His stunning and brave, diverse lesbian assistant became the new Black Knight.
Yeah,
At the end of it.
that's right.
And who brought it to us? You guessed it, Cy Spurrier.
Oh, of course. How could it not be him?
Yeah.
This piece of shit. Everyone was like, "Oh, Maniac in New York, Maniac, New York, Maniac." So I bought the entire series, thinking like, it'll get good eventually, and then it just
No. It
never
gets-
got good.
The one time I thought it was gonna get good was when he ends up in that Yankee Stadium, and I'm like, oh, he's gonna rip apart all these fucking diehard asshole Yankee
Right?
fans. And sure enough, he doesn't. And it's like, ah.
The one time they could have done
Yeah.
something cool, and it's like, nope. This was my shit, dude.
Yes.
Any
Yes.
Sumerian book that came out,
Yep.
holy god.
I remember
This
reading
was-
this. We reviewed this, Sean and I. Like I read it. I told Sean he needs to read it. He was blown away by just how good it was.
Yeah.
The art was
Oh, I have all these variant covers. So damn good.
Because
awesome.
this was coming out at the same time as the Marvel Conan series, and like I just remember saying, "This is Conan. This is where it belongs."
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, come on.
Love it. She's so thick. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, she was
Who
like
is this
tempting
one?
him up in the mountains and stuff. I
Yes.
remember.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Is that
man,
Elias?
so
Is that
good.
Chatzudis right there? That's got to be
Mhm.
Elias. Yep, I
Yep.
knew it.
Elias.
Damn.
They got the Wolverine homage with this bad boy.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Hey, it's Peach.
Hey, there's a real
Hey.
cover. There's
That's how you sell it. Yeah.
Well,
that's
they
how
can't
you-
all be winners.
No, this one. I have this one. Yeah.
Ooh.
Ooh.
That's nice. That's nice. And Anacleto?
Oh, Jay Anacleto. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kleptomaniac. Yeah.
Yeah. And then this was another good one. Almost
Oh,
looks like
yeah.
Death Dealer a little bit.
Yeah, it does.
And then this one was another cool one. So, yeah, man, these Conan series, when they slap, I mean, like if you do them well, gosh dang, they can really
Yeah.
make a difference.
I have all the hardcovers here. I got like all the Sumerian hardcovers. Love them.
Hell yeah. Yeah, Panosian cover. Good stuff. Good
Mhm.
stuff. And these were all Drew, I think you were saying these were all the European books that they hashed for
Yeah.
the US market.
Yeah, Ablaze pretty much they took the they took the Robert E. Howard text from the stories and just had brought in a writer and an art team to just more or less adapt the original Robert E. Howard stories.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that one
Those
they
are
killed
still some of my, oh yeah, those are still some of my favorite ones.
Yeah.
But yeah, even like those even the black issue or black issues, the Black Widow issues that are graded, like those go for nutso amount of monies. At least that's what the prospectors tell me. So
So they say.
so they say. Yeah, they were not necessarily. Well, I guess they were repurposing of the European versions.
I think yes, I think that's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah, whatever it was, keep giving me that because I will pay dollars
Mhm.
upon dollars for that stuff. So, well, we are coming in at our 5-hour mark. So I want to thank chat and for our amazing guests, both Aarons that were on the show today. And of course, my fantastic hosts, my co-hosts with me. You guys are fantastic. And this was a fun night. We went through a lot of different stuff tonight.
Yeah.
From talking with Aaron about culture, his book, his new book, getting Aaron Sparrow on here to talk about modern books and stuff. Yeah, we've been through a lot. So
It's great.
now it's time for Daddy to get some chicky nuggies, as Wes would say on Comics Aficionados. So,
Or as Bruce
whenever we're
Wayne would
done-
say when he's playing with his train set.
What is
Oh,
his
don't
train
even
set?
start. Don't even start.
Most
Chicken
prized
nuggies.
possession.
Alfred, give me some chalky milky and some chicky
Dunkaroos.
nuggies.
Want some Dunkaroos?
Yeah. Lunchables? Anyone? Lunchables?
Oh, so good.
Yeah.
Lunchables pizza.
Oh, so bad for you,
Yeah.
but so good. It's like
So
plastic. It just tastes like
It's
plastic.
like cardboard and like the worst, most disgusting. But you're just like, you walk into the lunchroom like you're a badass. Like,
Yo,
the fuck, Lunchables pizza.
just slap that down on the table. And just
Hell
like,
yeah. I'm gonna
Lunchables, baby.
slowly try to digest this. And it's awful. But I gotta look cool.
It's probably still in your stomach being digested
yeah.
right now as an adult. Oh yeah. So, but what was I going to say? Yeah. So thank you guys again for hanging out with us this evening. And enjoy the rest of your week. I will see y'all tomorrow. Kara is having a stream on her channel, so that'll be pretty fun. Sunday, I'm pretty sure we're going to be doing a Max's Man Cave. Probably watching that terrible Daredevil fight scene. That was atrocious.
Oh man,
Yeah.
those I sent you guys a video of Chris
Oh.
Gore, just the
Oh.
from Bowfinger. He
Oh
was-
yeah,
he was
yeah,
doing-
that was pretty
it's-
funny.
Yeah,
It's
it's
like-
great.
He's going like this, and the guys are like, "Oh,
Yeah, like you said, they completely whiff those punches
oh
in the kicks.
it's awful, man. It's awful."
Yeah.
It's like a Don King boxing match. It's ridiculous. Jeez.
Yeah.
You can tell that Charlie has kept some semblance of like training from his previous Daredevil shows, right? But whoever this actress is for Echo, or whoever they did the stunts for Echo, is just like,
I can't keep
ugh.
up. Like, slow
No.
down, slow down, take it easy.
And look, I'm going to say it here. Look, she looks out of shape. She does not look in physical shape to fight anyone, let alone Daredevil.
Dude, when I met Charlie at, I think it was Dallas. When I met Charlie in Dallas, dude was freaking jacked. He was still ripped, and he's in the like technically off season, right? And he
Yeah.
still looked in shape. He still looked fantastic. So, yeah, I don't know. That show's going to be a nightmare. But yeah. All that being said, Max's Man Cave on Sunday. We'll go over that and some other interesting news, like Distillery being labeled as what is it, the best publisher of 2023?
Rightfully so. You watch your
Yeah.
mouth.
Absolutely. They released
Oh.
2 books, Kyle. 2 books.
And they were both amazing.
Yeah, I guess so.
1,000.
Next Friday, we want to talk about next Friday. What we're gonna do?
Ooh, you know what? Let's see. Yeah, sure. Why not? I mean, I wish I had a bigger entrance or stinger. I should have mentioned it earlier on, but yeah, why not? Our good friend Gem Mint, friend of the soon to be friend of the channel, hopefully, if he enjoys what we got going on over here. If you guys know Gem Mint from his statue collecting videos, his omnibus collecting videos, he's going to be on with us next week for our retrospective of Miracle Man, Alan Moore's Miracle Man. Hell
Finally,
yeah.
we're getting to it.
It's been in the works for a year, probably. And so I need to, like, my Miracle Man omnibus, I'm gonna have to go like, and all the
Yeah.
dust is gonna come off of it.
Taking that long for you to read it. I know.
Yeah,
lot.
yeah, that's true.
But we're just
But,
gonna do a book at a time. So we're just gonna do book 1 on Friday.
Yep.
Discuss A Dream of Flying.
Yeah. So I think what we'll probably do is do like 1 book a month, you know, so
Yeah.
like have Gem on for one of the weeks that we do our because we do 4 shows a week, or at least 4 or 5 depending on the month. So yeah, one of those we'll have Gem on, and we'll figure out a time that he's available, and we'll review Miracle Man. So this is Drew's wet dream here. So
Yeah.
Oh, and it's Jim Ment as well, because hey, when I did my interview with Jim Ment, like over a month ago or so, almost 2 months ago actually, he was telling me how he had just read Miracle Man and he was blown away by
man.
Miracle Man. He was not. It was nothing what he expected at all. And I'm like, and I said, hey, you should come on and talk with us about it. He's like, yeah, absolutely. Like, all right.
Hell yeah. There's some dialogue in that book that I still am like, it's still in my head, and I'm going like, man, that's good. Like, I still think about it. I remember exactly what it said, exactly what panel, when I was reading it. So yeah, it's good stuff. The writer is an absolute communist weirdo wizard, man, but hey, he's
But
talented. So.
This was back in '83. Before that, he was still just Alan Moore. He hadn't done Swamp Thing yet. He hadn't done Watchmen.
Yeah, that's right.
There are little nuggets of what he's going to bring out in like V for Vendetta, Swamp Thing, and Watchmen. They're in this book. This is where it all began, right here. The granddaddy of them all.
Yeah.
Well, I'm definitely looking forward to it, and hopefully you guys out there viewing will enjoy it as well. Because the next few weeks of modern books is going to be a little rough. There's not going to be a lot of praise, so it'll be really cool to bring in Miracle Man here, do a retrospective, to look at something that is like legendary in terms of storytelling and also art. Whew. The first story, art. The second one, and then it picks back up in the third story again.
Yeah,
so,
and we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about some of the behind the scenes stuff because Kyle and I have read a great Miracle Man book that kind of has great interviews from everyone in it, from Alan Moore to all the artists, and they talk about all this behind the scenes drama. And we learned from Chuck Austin in book 2 why he didn't stick around longer.
So even I don't even know this stuff. So yeah, chat and viewers, you guys will learn this stuff as we go with me. Because I'm a newbie to Miracle Man. I read it for the first time last year. So pretty wild stuff. Yeah. So yeah, I guess that's our announcement. Yay. Jim will be with us next week. Looking forward to it. We talking Miracle Man. Hope you guys enjoy your weekend. I will see you guys all most likely on Sunday. And if not, I'll see you all next week when we do our retrospective. And before I forget, also go check out Kit Carter, Aaron's book. I'll post it one more time here in the... Oh, actually, I don't have the link. So I'll put it in the description below if you guys need that link. But Kyle, Drew, anything else before we dip out?
Thanks for having us. As always, thanks again to Aaron, both Aarons, for being on here and putting up with us. It's a pleasure.
I love that even Aaron Lopresti, legendary comic book creator, gives you shit. You know what I mean? Like, the running joke on the show is that we give you a hard time, and Aaron Lopresti himself comes on here and he's giving you shit. I love it.
I love it. Not once, not twice, not 5 times, maybe 10, maybe a baker's dozen throughout the whole night. I loved it.
Since the beginning, I swear, it's great. I love it.
I think it's because you lowball him. You'll go like, I'll give you $70, and he's like 200 or nothing.
I'm like, fine.
All right, 200.
Damn it! I'm running out of wall space with all your art.
Just take all those like false CGC books off and just put all this stuff up there. So
it's all fake.
All fake and gay. They're not real. It's fake news.
Fake news.
Well, thank you guys for being here once again this evening. We will see you all next week. Have a fantastic weekend. And thanks again for sticking around. Go back, Kit Carter, Wraith of God, and say hi to Aaron Lopresti for us next time y'all see him. All right. Take care, guys. Have a good night.